What up? What up, buddy? We're gonna do a three-way Benzinga Pro news desk update thing here today. French Israel, Ryan Fluna, Jonathan Mallard. It's a casual Friday for us here at Benzinga. How you guys doing today?
I'm doing great, man. I'm always excited. I'm always excited for Fridays, and this one is a quarterly Friday, so I'm ready to roll.
Yeah, man. Happy Friday. Yeah, we got our all company meeting this afternoon, so that should be good. Yeah, just good all around.
Yeah. How are you doing, Spence?
I've been better. And I'll be honest with you, I've been better. Mallard, you know why. Last night, Ryan Felina, who is a guest of our office, and a bunch of our coworkers decided to go out to my favorite restaurant in Detroit, and they didn't even invite me. So I don't really know what that's about. I'll be honest with you. I was very disturbed and disappointed to find out. Last night I looked around, and everybody was gone. I was like, where'd they all go? And they go, they went to Green Dot. No one told me. I wasn't invited.
Were your legs broken? Did your car not work?
No, both of them.
Why didn't you show up to Green Dot then?
Because I wasn't invited. I'm not
Spencer.
I'm not one to intrude.
All right.
I'm not one to intrude on an invite that has not been extended to me.
If I recall correctly, you were invited to dinner the night before you canceled. If I recall correctly, you decided that you weren't going to go. The whole thing about Green Dot is that there were a number of different discussions floating back and forth, and everyone kept looking for the out of towner. Like, where are we going? I had no idea where we were going. I had to follow the people from Detroit and where we were going. So, I mean, I'm sorry, man. You were more than welcome. You're always welcome. You are the News Desk Pro. You should absolutely be coming out with us.
I feel like I'm a mediator here. And how does that make you feel?
It made me feel left out. And I wouldn't be so mad if it wasn't my favorite restaurant that I haven't been to in like a year and a half because of COVID. But that was a disappointing thing, and it's okay. Rohan and Michael and I, we were working late. We were taping a first trade show, so we did our own thing. We don't need you guys, but anyway,
I'm glad you're an independent man, Spencer.
That's my mood. That's my mood. Yeah, Eric, I was on the phone with you. Okay, let's bring up Benzinga Pro here, and let's see what's going on today, Ryan.
So here's what's going on. So the reason that I have this up is because this is actually one of the ways that I like to catch myself up on everything that's going on. Right. I have a very, very simple layout here. 2 news feeds. In one, I've got BZ Wire and WIMS. In the other, I've got BZ Wire and then the 3 reds that we automatically highlight, right? And this gives me an idea of what happened. So this morning, after I was, kind of enjoying the green dot afterglow this morning, I was just, I had to go catch up. I had to go catch up. I had to figure out. I didn't see the PPI numbers come out today. I had to kind of catch up on what was going on. Yeah. And so I saw that it's looking pretty well. But as I was going through the WIMS here, I was all of a sudden super proud because last night on our happy hour, one of the guests asked to take a look at COM. And so we did. We pulled it up here. We charted it. We're taking a look at the news from yesterday, and it looked pretty good, right? This is a nice looking chart right here, clear uptrend. All right. So yesterday it dipped a little bit, and it really kind of held. And so if we come into the news here, you can see that we had news yesterday that CommScope plans to spin off its home network business into an independent public company, and our news desk identified that this is why the shares were trading higher. So what happened was we got asked about this and we talked about it and we're like, yeah, this is a good one to watch. We might see some upward movement in the next couple of days here. And then lo and behold, today we had an upgrade from Rosenblatt, neutral to buy, stocks loving it, market's loving it. And so I had no idea that this was going to happen. This was one of our members totally put this on our radar, and bang, we got a nice little pop this morning. So
can I ask an off-topic question? Does one of you have a fan going right now?
No.
It's probably I bet my mic is just hot and there's some background noise over here. Sorry about that.
It's okay. No, Ryan, nice catch though.
Yep.
With regards to the upgrade there this morning.
Yep.
Can I give a headline that I'm sort of watching here?
Absolutely.
Not one I look at very frequently. WWE, I feel like an idiot for not mentioning this on the show. It did come up in the pre-market show, which is our planning show, where we figure out what the hell we're going to talk about for the next hour. But the stock doesn't really trade actively in the pre-market, so I just kind of forgot about it once the show started. But they did announce last night they're doing Undertaker NFTs, right?
Oh no!
So it came up as like a haha thing, and it didn't trade until the open. But at the open, I don't want to say blasted off. That's a strong word, but it did go up, $1.50 at the open there. And I felt like an idiot for not at least mentioning it for all morning, because I had seen the headline and I thought it could go up and at least at the open, and it did. And I'm sorry for not mentioning it if you didn't see the headline, but there you go, WWE.
That's great. I think that we're going to continue to see pops on stocks like this when you have NFT headlines come out. I think one of the things that's going on here is obviously Undertaker is one of the big WWE stars. I mean, well, right, but I mean, think it like I haven't watched wrestling in probably 2 decades, or maybe a little bit less than that. I still remember Undertaker from when I was a kid. So when you say Undertaker NFT to me, I know exactly what that means, and I'm thinking, yeah, that's probably a good idea. So I would imagine that other market participants are hearing the same thing and thinking the same thing. I have no position in World Wrestling Entertainment. Spencer, are you a wrestling guy? I didn't realize.
No, I'm not. But
we need Jason Shubnell to weigh in on that. One of our editors.
It's funny you mentioned that. Because Shubs, like nobody at Benzinga actually saw the news except for Shubs. Shubs was the one. He was the one that put the message out. Hey guys, there's a headline out, because nobody here really watches that stock. There's not much news on it ever. But he was the one that alerted the rest of the team to the headline. So he was on the ball. And I am curious what the overlap is of people who actually watched The Undertaker back in the 90s or whatever, and those who understand what an NFT is. It's probably not a very large overlap, I would think.
I'm probably one of the few that knows what both what both are. But interesting. Interesting stuff here. Logan saying, look at the chart though, cup and handle on the hourly.
Again, not a stock I look at.
Raznick doesn't even know who Steve Austin is. You know what would be awesome, 13? You know what would be awesome is if one day, just on pre-market prep, you just see Raz walk up behind Spencer, just boot to the stomach, stone cold stunner, and then just double bird. Like that I would love that. That would be one of like the funniest things I'd ever seen in my life. I'm gonna try to make that happen just for you.
Get him to do a wrestling move on me?
Yes, not a wrestling move, the stone cold stunner.
Stone cold stunner. Okay. Okay. All right. I was more of a Booker T fan myself, but
Booker T.
If we're going back into like late 90s wrestling, but we're not. That's the extent of my wrestling.
Yeah. No, we're not going to go into that.
This is getting off the rails here. All right, let's bring
we got some tickers here in the chat. We got Rice, RICE.
Yep.
Big one.
I was looking at Fubo earlier. That was ripping.
So Rice, real quick, Jonathan, Rice also, this was something that we talked about as a group last night on the happy hour, something that we charted here. You could see, we actually said that it looked like it held 14 pretty well yesterday. And then even today, it kind of came back in towards that 14, never really touched that. And we are pushing here. Use that volume as your confirmation. Bang, look at those candles. Look at those candles. You had a volume expansion pop right here too, right? So you had this high put in at 15.20. As soon as that got broke on volume, this thing went for another $1.50 after that. So awesome stuff here on Rice. Again, this I didn't even know about this ticker or company until our happy hour.
Well, it's because it's a SPAC. So trivia for you, that we went over this on the stream yesterday. The company behind the Rice IPO, the Rice SPAC, has another SPAC in the works. Do you want to guess what that ticker is going to be?
Grain.
Good guess, but no, it is not going to be Grain. Mallory, do you have a guess as to what the second SPAC from from these sponsors is going to be the ticker for?
I have no idea.
No guess.
I'm thinking about food, so yeah.
Guess it. Say what you want to say.
I mean, when I think of rice, I think of rice and beans. I mean,
all right. See,
I don't know what else to say.
You, me, and Joel are all on the same track. I also thought bean is going to be the ticker. No, it's actually going to be Roni. It's going to be Roni.
Rice or Roni?
They're going to have rice
and Roni.
And Roni.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Moving on from Rice-A-Roni, I saw that Joe had actually said Square, thrown out Square's ticker in the chat here.
Interesting one. Let's take a look at Square.
We are taking a look at Square. This is one of my favorite stocks right now. I've liked this for a long time. I love payment processors. I love what Square's doing. I like the chart. I like the business. This is a strong one for me, right? I'm a big fan of not chasing green candles. So when I look at this right here, I want to naturally kind of wait for this to come in a little bit before taking a new position. But this is one that I like. And this is one I'm gonna like for a number of years.
This is a stock that I have wanted to buy and have not bought for a very, very long time. I wanted to buy this. In hindsight, I should have just pulled the trigger last year. I didn't. I wanted to buy this thing for like 2 years, and I just never, for whatever reason, I always thought it was a little bit high, and
yeah, and I, you know what, Spencer, that's a good point. I'm in the same boat. You know, that there are a number of times where I miss this. I mean, I view this as a blue chip, right? I view this as the Visa of the next several years, and I like it. I mean, I really do. I've traded a lot of calls in Square. I actually haven't owned the equity since it was around 100, so it's been a while since I've actually owned it. But I definitely want to be in this one. Waiting for a pullback here. It looks like we got real nice support at 200. So that's going to be the spot that I'm looking at.
And we're also creeping back towards the all-time high, slowly, but we're not far off there. We're only
slowly but surely
$22 off that, which is a couple of days. The way this thing moves.
Logan said I sold at 41 2.5 years ago. Oh man, Logan, I feel you, man. I want my shares back too. I had shares that I took from like 50 to 70, and I was all like, yes, I nailed that. And I look at it now, I'm like, damn it.
Yeah, well, because the problem was it ran up huge in 2018.
Yep.
And I remember watching it and be like, oh, I'll just wait. And then I think I just forgot about it, honestly. So that's stupid. But, you know, you live and you learn. If I really wanted to own it, I would just pull the trigger and buy it. But, you know.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's something to be said for being tactical, right? You don't just want to throw money at things. I mean, unless it's really at a bottom. Being tactical is a good thing. Square's going to be around for a long time. You look at the chart here. I mean, obviously, we're in a really nice trend, but recently there's been some volatility. So I'm sure you're going to be able to get a good price here. Even Joe from the chat finally got in at 220 a little while ago, looking real good here at 261. So you'll get your opportunity. We'll get you back into it.
And I do want to add that next week in particular is going to be a really big week for any sort of crypto related stock. Why?
Give us a lowdown.
Coinbase IPO.
Yep. And those numbers, Spencer, oh my God, those numbers are that company is a monster already. That company is a monster. I want it. Here, we are actually talking about this at Green Dot yesterday. Sorry, Spencer, but we were talking about this a little bit. When Coinbase comes out, it's going to be one of those things where you're going to see that, you know, they're going to say, what's the IPO price? Do you know what it's supposed to be or around the ballpark?
So I have it's going to be Wednesday. I don't think, have they announced an IPO price yet? Let me see here. Oh man,
it's okay. I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
It's okay. It's okay.
Whatever they say, it's obviously going to open higher than that. And I think one of the patterns that you might see with coin is that you might see that huge pop, might come back in, kind of settle throughout the day, and then bend back towards those highs. That's my gut feeling. We'll see if that ends up taking place. I actually really want a position in Coinbase. Full disclosure, I use Coinbase. That's the broker or the platform that I use to buy my cryptocurrency. Eventually, I will sell, but I'm not in any hurry to do that.
Dude, I forgot. It's a direct listing.
Yeah, it's direct.
So there is no IPO price per se.
There you go.
There is gonna be like a direct listing price that really is more of like a guideline, but they're not raising money. They're not issuing new shares. It's a direct listing. So basically just insiders are going to be able to sell. Spotify did this, Slack did this. There's been a few others that have done this. So I'm watching this. It's Wednesday.
Yeah.
They made more money last quarter than they made all last year. I also use Coinbase for my very small Bitcoin exposure. And it's going to probably whatever Coinbase does, it's going to drag the rest of the the quote unquote Bitcoin stocks with it, right?
Yeah,
So
I
Square, PayPal, Mara, Riot, whatever, all of them, they're all going to move, I think, whatever Coinbase does.
So Tony in the chat here was asking for some good sympathy plays for Coinbase. Great question, Tony. I'm not sure that there are. I think Coinbase is going to be one of those where there's going to be a whole bunch of sympathy plays, like Spencer just mentioned, Riot, Mara, any of those Bitcoin connected names. You're going to see those moves. Same thing with Robinhood. Any of these brokers that let you trade Bitcoin, PayPal lets you buy Bitcoin. All of those.
There's one obvious one. If you've been watching our streams for a while, you know that Luke and Jason are both long Voyager.
Yep.
Trades OTC markets VYGVF is that ticker. That trades OTC, but that will definitely trade with Coinbase for sure. They're in the same business.
Interesting to watch this here. Obviously, OTC stocks are going to trade differently than coin. That will be interesting to watch. I probably won't trade this, but I will definitely watch this. This is a fun one.
Yeah.
So
the coupon boy thing is going to open between 400 450. That number will get massaged through in the next few days. But yeah, it's going to be it's Bitcoin, B, it's a direct listing, and so it's going to be like super volatile. I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's going to go up, it's going to go down because I don't know, but it's going to be a big one.
I'm going to tell you it's going to do both. It's going to go up and down. I got you.
That's a
100%. I will bet my Bitcoin, my real life physical Bitcoin, that it will go up and down.
A hot take there. Going to go up.
Hot take, baby. Let's go.
My hot take is it will go up or down. It will do one of those things.
I know, but all jokes aside, more specifically, I think we do see a pop. I think we see it come back in, and I think we start to see it curl towards the highs. I mean, this is a monster company. A lot of people want it.
Yeah. All right, Jonathan Mallard, Ryan Faluna, thanks a lot for coming on today, and see you guys at the quarterly meeting.
All right, see you there.
Happy trading.
And I will not see you at Green Dot because apparently we don't go there together. All right. Here's the plan for the rest of the day, guys. So no news desk update today. As we've been mentioning, the quarterly meeting that we do every quarter, company-wide thing at Benzinga, starts in a few minutes. So for the moment, we're going to be airing some replays. What I think is going to happen, I have a hunch, just from being here for so long, that Jason's going to want to go live at some point to the meeting. We are prepared for that. We are prepared to live stream our quarterly meeting. In the meantime, we're going to air some replays. We're going to air a replay of SPAC's Attack with Gary Vee. We're going to air a replay of the Raz Report with Gene Munster. We're going to air a replay of Trivia. There's one more replay that I have queued up. We're going to air a replay of Around the Bell from Wednesday with Kenny Glick. And so that's going to be the plan for today. As I said, at least that's the plan until like 2:00. Once 2:00 rolls around and our meeting ends, we're going back to live. Okay, we've got options explained with Robert and Roy at 2:00. We've got the At the Close show at 3:30. We've got Cannabis Insider at 4:30. So we are going to be live from 2 to basically 2 to 5 with our usual programming, right, for the day. It's just this 11 o'clock to 2 o'clock window. It's going to be a little bit weird. I would say there's definitely a good chance we're going to live stream part of our meeting. It's going to be on this stream. So this stream that we're on now is going to stay live the rest of the day. You don't even have to do anything. We're just going to stay live on this stream. So like I said, I'm going to start with the rerun. I have a hunch we'll interrupt that rerun for some Jason Raznick pep talk, maybe, during the meeting. I'm not quite sure what he wants to do with that. But like I said, we're prepared for that possibility. We're also prepared for that to not happen. But I don't know. To be honest, I just don't know. So, like I said, got a couple reruns in the hopper to get us until 2 o'clock when we go back with our regularly scheduled programming for the rest of the day. I do want to mention something else also quickly. I didn't mention this, and I feel bad because I should have. For those of you night owls or early risers, PreMarket Prep is no longer the first show of the day on Benzinga. No, it is not. We have a new show, the Early Bird Show. The Early Bird Show, and it is really early. It is a 4 a.m. Eastern time. Eric Bosch hosts this show for us from Amsterdam. I'm going to put the link here in chat in a second. Show made its debut yesterday and went pretty well, I have to say. I was pretty impressed. So here, let me find it right now. I'm going to link you to today's stream. if I can find it. I don't know why. Oh, wait a minute. That's why I can't find it. Here we go. Yeah. The Early Bird Morning Show for April 9th. There it is for today. Give Eric Bosch some love, guys. 4 to 5 a.m. Eastern time every weekday, Monday through Friday. It's just Eric and his charts going through his trading. People have asked us, why don't we go, into the night? Why don't we have nothing overnight? Well, we're trying to cover global markets, and Eric is helping us with that. Eric is obviously in Europe, so he's watching European markets, he's watching Asian markets, and I highly recommend, if you are up at that hour, check it out. I can't imagine there is very much programming. I know like Bloomberg has some stuff, but let's face it, they're a little boring. So I can't imagine there's anything else stock market related on at 4 a.m. Eastern time, but we are. Okay, what does he cover, Tony? He covers stocks. He covers global markets, U.S. markets, Europe, Asia. He's watching it all. Okay, check it out. He's going through his trading, what he's watching, his setups, what's worked, what hasn't worked. So yeah, for those of you that are up at that ridiculous hour, I am not. I have yet to watch this show live. I probably will never watch it live, but I watch the replays, so I know. Okay, so I mentioned the Early Bird Morning Show, 4 to 5 a.m. Eastern Time. We have a couple of new shows debuting next week. We've got a new show on Tuesday. Jake Wojastik from TrendSpider. You guys, if you've been watching PreMarket Prep for a while, you've seen him. He's been a frequent guest on our show over the last couple of years. He's got a really, really cool charting platform. TrendSpider is it's in many platforms. It's in TradingView. I think it's in TradeStation. I think it's in Thinkorswim. And he's not just a trader, but he's also like someone who helps develop these indicators and these types of things. So Jake is going to walk through his trading using these really cool raindrops that it's kind of like VWAP, but it's like a better visual representation, I think, of VWAP. So that'll be Tuesday from 5 to 6 Eastern time. And that's going to be a weekly show starting next Tuesday. We also have a special. We're doing a special next Friday, guys. Friday, it's going to be a long one. We're going 2:30 to 4 o'clock. We're doing a Bitcoin versus gold debate. An hour and a half. We had somebody reach out to us, say, hey, I've been doing this debate for the last couple of years. It's been great. It gets super exciting. Do you want to participate? And we said, yes, we do. So Benzinga is going to be streaming an hour and a half long debate next Friday, Bitcoin versus gold. So again, I'll talk more about that as the week goes on. So I mentioned that. I mentioned Jake Wojastik on TrendSpider Tuesday at 5. What else is new for next? I'm looking at the calendar now. I'm making sure that I'm not forgetting anything new happening next week. No, I think that's it. I think that's it for next week. That's new. I do want to mention, though, forget next week for a second. Let's talk about tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow is the next Benzinga Bootcamp. I had the banner up for like 20 minutes before on PreMarket Prep. I'm going to put it up again. So there's the link in chat right now. I'm going to put the banner up at the bottom of the screen. Benzinga.com/events/boot-camp. Okay? Full day event tomorrow. 9 o'clock to 4 o'clock Eastern time. Neil Hamilton will be there. Luke Jacoby will be there. Here, let me share my screen so you can see the actual page. Nick Shaheen will be there. There we go. All right. Let's go through. We've got the head of education at the CME group, David Lerman, will be there. I mentioned Nick Shaheen, Gianni DePoci, Matt Maley, our newsletter guys, Brad Weber, who hosts a weekly show with us every Thursday. If you missed it last night, check it out. Technically Options. Thursdays from 5 to 6. He'll be there. So this is the link. It's on the screen now. Benzinga.com /events/boot-camp. Check it out. And I think that's all I had as far as housekeeping items for the day. So, like I said, we'll be on throughout the day. We will certainly be live at 2 o'clock for Options Explained with Robert Roy. In the meantime, I'm going to head out and go to our quarterly meeting, which starts in 4 minutes. And like I said, just based on my own experience here, I am sure that Jason is going to want to stream at least part of it. And if that happens, we'll be ready and it'll be live on the stream. And you get a little peek behind the Benzinga curtain. And until then, we've got a full slate of SPAC Tech with Gary V. We've got Around the Bell with Kenny Glick from Wednesday. We've got the Raz Report with Gene Munster. And we've got trivia that are slated to carry us until Options Explained at 2 o'clock. So, producer Rohan, are you there? Can you please queue up SPAC Attack with Gary V from Tuesday for me now? That's going. And I'm going to bring that on. And that's the plan. So everyone, smash that like button. And I'll see you at 2 o'clock, if not earlier, for our quarterly meeting.
What's going on, traders? Welcome to the SPACs Attack, where we're going to go ahead and talk about everything SPACs. But today we got a special show for you guys. If you guys are here for Matt Higgins and Gary V, definitely smash the like button. Let's get this party started. Let me bring on my man, Chris Ketchy, in here. What's up, Chris?
Hey, what's going on, Mitch? How we doing today?
What's going on is that you're looking good, baby. I like the way you're looking. You're looking great. Let's go ahead and start our intro. If you guys don't know who we are the SPACs Attack, where we cover everything SPACs. And go ahead, smash that like. All right, team. As you guys are saying in the chat, we are definitely looking dapper. I did not plan the coloring with Chris, but we are looking great. Looking like a duo that we've always been, the dynamic duo of Mitch and Chris here. So what's up, Chris? How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm super excited for this show. I hope that everyone, is joining us for this great interview we've got lined up today. You guys who have been with us from the start, back in 2020, that's what we're all about here, is giving you the information, the news, the deals, and then those exclusive interviews from some of the industry leaders in the SPAC world.
All right, guys. I'm seeing the love out there in the chat. If you guys can do us a favor before we begin today, go ahead, look down right there, hit that share button, and let everybody know. Don't let your friends miss out on this interview. Let them know where we're going to go ahead and have Gary V, Matt Higgins on in just a few minutes. But before we get into that, Chris, do you have maybe one or two headlines that we want to maybe give out before? Now, I know that you guys are here for Gary V, but we're still the SPACs Attack. So what's up, Chris?
Yeah, let's just get through a couple headlines and then those two new deals from this morning. But again, we want to dive into that interview as soon as we're ready. So headlines today I have for you. We've got MPLN, that's Multiplan. Shares are trading higher after B. Riley initiated coverage on the stock, a buy rating, and a $10 price target. We have Hyliion, HYLN, moving higher. They formed a hyper truck council that's got some pretty big names attached to it, including fleet and technology leaders. We've got Agility, American Natural Gas, Anheuser-Busch, Penske, Ryder, Schneider, Wegmans Food Markets, and Thomas Healy was also on TV today talking about that. So Hyliion definitely getting some love out there. And then we've got EXPC merging with Blade, setting a merger vote date of May 5th. The merger of NPA has been approved, now trading as ASTS, and the chairman and CEO was on CNBC just a little bit ago talking about AST Space Mobile and that 5G plan for space. We've got New York looking to pass online sports betting legalization, which we're actually going to get to later on during that interview. Movers yesterday, we had MUDs up 16%, MUDS on that deal with Tops, and ROT up 2%. And then, of course, Romeo Power, RMO, up 60%, and XL Fleet up 12% yesterday. Another rumor out there, we have AGC looking like they're going to merge with Grab at a $35 billion valuation. So keep an eye out on AGC moving higher today. And then our two new deals, we have MCAD merging with Better, a prescription digital therapeutics company, $187 million valuation. And then we have CAHC merging with Lumira, a next generation point of care diagnostic testing company. They have some COVID-19 tests. I know. So revenue last year, $139 million. They see revenue hitting $600 million to $1 billion this year. Deal being done at a $5 billion valuation. That's what I've got, Mitch. Headlines and those two new deals.
All right, team. So now we're going to go ahead and do a little bit of talking about who exactly these two legendary guests that we're going to have on today, switching up the live streams thumbnails so we get a lot of people in here. So definitely smash the like button before they get in here. We want to at least get to 500. So if you guys hit the share button, that's what really pushes the YouTube algorithm. That's why we're asking from you guys to go ahead and help us out. Hit that share button. But until then, let's go ahead. Let's talk a little bit about, first, I want to talk a little bit about who Matt Higgins is. And so why is he so great, guys? So first things first, let me go ahead and play a little clip here for you.
I don't invest in ideas. Ideas are cheap. I invest in people, special people who have what it takes to take that idea and go the distance.
You come to visit me and it's like, boom, okay, let's go.
Everybody needs something. We like to think we're the missing component. So we bring our real estate expertise, our sports expertise, our technology expertise, and we roll up our sleeves and we do whatever it takes to win. The entrepreneurs who go on Shark Tank, they're trying to make it and transcend. And I relate to that. I feel like my whole life has been about that.
All right. As you guys see there, the story of Matt Higgins definitely supporting the new entrepreneur. And really, as you guys see from the video, it's not just one thing that you guys see there. You guys see Christina Tosi there, great business, Milk Bar. You guys see the Dolphins there, a lot that he's pushed into. And like he's mentioned, like you mentioned, for the people that come on Shark Tank, he's looking for those entrepreneurs because that's where he came from. That's where his story came from. I know that, hey, shout out to Matt Higgins' mom that really pushed him forward in life. And he didn't get the chance to really give her the life that he wished you could have given her. But I wanted to give a shout out definitely there. And then we can move a little bit forward. Now, I don't know if you want to add something there, Chris, before we get into Gary Vee.
Yeah, we had Matt on the show not too long ago, and I was real impressed. This guy's done lots of deals. He's been involved, with retail, sports, and then of course he was a guest judge or a guest shark on Shark Tank. And he's all about helping businesses. We've got small businesses, medium businesses, and he launched this SPAC, omni-channel acquisition. OCA is the ticker. Full disclosure, just to get it out of the way, I do own shares of OCA. I did not during our last interview, but I have bought since then. So I just want to get that out there, but super excited for this. So tell us a little bit about Gary Vee, Mitch.
All right, guys. So one of the things is this is one of my favorite motivational speaker. And reason why, I actually have seen him live, got a chance to see Tony Robbins and Gary Vee live in one speech. So, I mean, that you can't get much better than that. But let's talk a little bit about who Gary Vee is here. And I'll go ahead up and play this clip here.
I'm desperate for people to start defining their hopes and dreams and wants and needs on their terms, not on what I say. I don't care if you want to hustle 18 hours a day. I really don't. I really, really don't. I don't care if you want to buy the New York Jets. I don't care what you want or need. You need to care about what you want and need. You can't worry about what I'm saying. You can't worry about whoever your flavor of the month is, right? I don't want people to do me. I want people to do themselves. And they just have to start with understanding themselves and not trying to be like me of this moment or that person the next moment or that person the next moment. The people that most win are in tune with themselves and figuring themselves out.
As you guys can see there, you can't say it better than that, guys. I mean, I went through this experience myself. There was a long time that I was searching to better myself and how I can get better. And like I mentioned on the show right before this, Benzinga Pro, guys, this is what really changed my life. You know, a lot of the times when I grew up, I used to always be looking towards the weekend, looking towards Fridays and trying to look towards the weekend. And that really changed when I started really changing who I was and who I felt I was, you know. And once you understand who you are, I always agree that, you know, one of the things that Gary Vee stresses all the time is double, triple downing what you're good at. Because once you know what you're good at, you can really start pushing on that growth level. And, you know, I think Gary Vee is definitely a proponent of that. And one of the things that you see in the clip here mentioned is definitely, it's not just about following, you know, the motivation. It's about actually finding who you are and then putting it into work. So 4 years later, after that speech, I can definitely say that it's taken me to great heights. So I don't know if you want to add something here, Chris.
Yeah, you know, that's awesome. And, you know, you got to hear him speak. And that's something that a lot of people out there, you know, they look to Gary Vee for motivation. You know, this is someone who, you know, he's well known in the space as a motivational speaker. He's well known as an investor. He's also well known at being early at trends, right? And he was an early investor in companies like Twitter, Facebook. He was early to, you know, recognizing the value that TikTok had, right, for brands and, you know, companies as far as a social reach. He was early in talking about NFTs, which we're going to dive into today. So, you know, just great all around, you know, to have these two people that really, you know, are knowledgeable about business and other areas join us on the show today.
All right. So without further ado, I'm seeing our guest on there and ready. So let's go ahead and play here. We're going to play up an intro and then we'll be bringing them on. All right, let's go ahead. Let's get it started, guys. Hit that like button. Hit that share. Welcome. I know everybody's super excited. Chris, go ahead and introduce our great guest.
All right, guys, I'm so excited. We have joining us on the show once again, Matt Higgins. He is the CEO of Omnichannel Acquisition, that's ticker OCA. He's the co-founder and CEO of RSE Ventures. And you might have seen Matt as a guest shark on Shark Tank. And then also joining us, we have Gary Vee. He's the chairman of VaynerX, the CEO of VaynerMedia, a 5 times New York Times best-selling author. Welcome to the show, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Of course.
Gary.
Hey, Matt.
I really don't think we could have had 2 more legendary guests than you two. So I'm going to go ahead and let Chris do some questions. I'll be back with some of my own.
Please.
All right, guys. So up first, we want to talk about SPACs. This is SPACs Attack after all. We had Matt on last time to talk about Omnichannel Acquisition. But Matt, for those of our viewers who were not with us last time, can you give us a bit of a background on OCA and what they're looking for in a target company?
Okay, great. Nice to see everybody again. Nice to see you too, Chris. And obviously we're still doing our work, so I'm limited in what I can discuss, but I can talk about what has been in the prospectus and what we're all about, right? I am very passionate about modern consumer businesses. It's what I live. It's what I invest in. It's what I've helped build, particularly direct-to-consumer businesses. And it's also a course I co-teach at Harvard Business School about how to take a consumer business and move them along the omni-channel journey. So, what does that really mean? The expectation now, especially coming out of the pandemic, is frictionless commerce, right? People don't care whether you're transacting at the register, you're ordering on your phone, you're ordering online. You want to be able to transact in a frictionless way, no matter where you are, and receive your goods no matter how you want them, pick them up curbside and so forth. So the pandemic compressed, 5+ years of e-commerce adoption into a year. And that's created a lot of opportunity, but also a lot of expectations. And so my passion is about operators, right? I've backed operators all my life, Gary Vaynerchuk and a great group of people. And my thought was, if you could put together a dream team of operators, of omni-channel Avengers who could help a target move along that journey, you could do something really special. So I worked really hard, put together a group of 21 individuals between the board and advisors, great people who understand brands and marketing and e-com. Is Bobby Brown, and then there's Al Carey, former CEO of Pepsi, who could help get retail distribution. Of course, Gary Vaynerchuk and Christina Tosi, all people that I've been connected to throughout my life who I know how to support a founder and help move them along that omni-channel journey.
Awesome. So Gary, I turned to you. You were early with some investments, Facebook, Twitter. I'm sure your name was a popular one out there for some of these SPACs looking to add to their board or special advisors. So were you approached by other SPACs prior to omni-channel acquisition?
Yes.
What made you join on with Matt and the team at OCA and really set them apart?
As some of the people that are watching know, I come from an immigrant background. I was born in the former Soviet Union. My entire business career has really been my father and my brother AJ as my only actual partners. And, Matt is really like a brother to me. He's really the only other person that I've had a significant business relationship with when him and Steve Ross made an investment in VaynerMedia and our fund together and things of that nature. So for me, it was the comfort of the human interaction, but more importantly, I've had a front row seat over the last decade into what I think is Higgins's superpower, which is talent understanding, right? There's I often talk about right now with NFTs and SPACs and everything, there's so much debating. Everyone's spending their time trying to convince. And I speak a lot about the thought of like, look, when there's new innovations and a lot going on, convincing is super, super, fine and interesting for people. But having conviction and executing, I think, is really the most interesting part. And I think there's a lot of people that talk about being good at understanding how to put together advisors or humans. Matt has put the wins on the board of the people and the companies that he's backed. And so you can imagine when I started becoming educated on what SPACs were, which is, these companies are going to actually have to perform when they go public. It's not private sector capital arbitrage. It's real life. How profitable are you actually? There was a confidence layer for me to go into this one because I knew that that's all that Matt has ever really focused on, which was who are the actual practical practitioners, right? I heard, and thank you very much for the nice interlude of motivational, but operator. I see Aaron Bryan in the comments saying Gary talks about motivational, but looks miserable. I'm not miserable. I'm focused. I'm an operator. These gray hairs come because I have a 1,500 person company globally and I'm operating every day. And I think, operations and execution is going to matter. Chris, I think this. 98%. I think there's going to be complete carnage with the majority of the SPAC companies that go public. It's a hot trend to go. It's a liquidation micro event, but there's a lot of companies that probably shouldn't be going public because it's premature for them. They might be great companies, Chris, but they're not going to be great companies in the first 18 to 24 months from a profitability standpoint, and the market's going to chew them up. And listen, we've seen things like Facebook go from 42 to 19 to 250. Like some of those companies will go on to be incredible bets. I just would rather bet on a human who comes from an operational picking talent background than, let's say, a VC or financial arbitrage picking talent background. And I think that's going to be the differentiator. And I'm not interested in wasting my time, Chris. If I'm going to be advising and this and that, like, I'd like for the thing to do well, not to like make myself feel good. So this was an easy horse for me to jump on.
Yeah, and Gary, you hit some of the parts of my next question was to kind of talk about, how do you separate companies you may invest in versus a company, that looks good to take public via SPAC. So, Gary talked about profitability and the stage of the companies. I'll follow up with you, Matt. What do you think are some of the key factors like determining whether you're just going to invest in this company, as like a part of RSE Ventures versus taking the company public via SPAC?
Well, I've talked about it in our prospectus too, is that you want obviously demonstrated traction. I certainly feel better the more of a track record, more evidence that I can analyze, the better, the more comfortable I can feel. It's just sort of, obvious. So I get, very uncomfortable when I look at somebody basically putting forth what is effectively a story, right? So demonstrated traction. But big picture, I'm analyzing the management team and the founder. Do they have what it takes to go the distance? Do they have what it takes to scale? It's very hard, as Gary knows, right, to get a business from 1 million to 100 million to $1 billion. Those transitions are all really difficult inflection points. And a lot of it begins with the manager and the team of operators. What I have come to find in my experiences, no one has the full skill set to go the distance. That's the reality. And sort of queuing on to what Gary was talking about, sometimes with all due respect, I feel like if you're an investor and you're staring at an Excel sheet, you overlook the human component. Nobody has the full complement to go the distance. And what I did with this SPAC team is reverse engineered the most common competency gaps that I see in a company or a founding team. And to make that a little less, abstract, if you have a company that's pretty much been a rocket ship with customer acquisition, they're doing great, with performance marketing and whatnot, but maybe they're not so great at brand because it's hard to find both things in the same person. That would be one example. Or they're doing really a great job with their social mission. They're motivated, they're certainly speaking to the millennial customer that wants to ensure that their company stands for something, but they haven't been able to tell that story. So these typical competency gaps that I see. So no matter what I'm looking at, I want to see demonstrated traction. I want to see a CEO or a founder team that has a high degree of self-awareness. Greatest arbitrage in life and in business is self-awareness, because if you don't have self-awareness, you're going to be help resistant and I can't make an impact. So a lot of what I'm doing is issue spotting, determining whether or not the founder or the management team has what it takes, and determining about how can I bring those resources to bear to make this a better company.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and jump in here and ask a question about other SPACs here. I'll go ahead and I'll open the question up to Matt and Gary. You guys can both answer. Is there any kind of de-SPAC companies that are your favorite out there, or some that you like?
Oh, that's interesting. Well, Gary, you can go ahead if you want to jump in.
Mine's very quick, Matt. I don't do a lot of homework on publicly traded companies or SPACs. So for me, what I'm spending all my time on is consumer behavior, which lends itself to early stage investing. So, I like to yap a lot and people know that, but I don't like to talk when I don't know. And this is something I have absolutely nothing to bring to the table on. I literally don't even know of another SPAC that exists. And I know Chamath has SPACs. I know that Jim Kiltz told me about SPACs 4.5 years ago, and he was kind of a father of it. I know that the DraftKings thing, I think, was a SPAC. Literally, that's where my SPAC knowledge stops and starts, outside of the fact that every day I get asked to take my companies through a SPAC or to be a part of some. So I'm not strong enough to answer that question.
Well, I could jump in, but I'd rather approach it as I think it's a lot easier to analyze a de-SPAC. Let's make this more interesting. Let's analyze a pre-de-SPAC and take a look at what, the dislocation in the market of the last few weeks has been sort of fascinating to watch, right? You have SPACs trading below trust, right? Doesn't really make economic sense, notwithstanding the treasury, and we can leave macroeconomic theory aside, but fundamentally it doesn't make a ton of sense. So it's been interesting for me to watch what I believe are some really great management teams and just a great thesis be undervalued. So a couple that I'll throw out there that I find interesting is one, Accelerate, which is led by Nardelli, right? And just big picture, what am I thinking about when I'm looking at a SPAC? does this management team, CEO, board have access to deal flow? Do they have the ability to harness the resources to evaluate that deal flow and diligence it, right? It's one thing to be able to pick up the phone and get great inbound or outbound. It's another thing to figure out how do you separate real CAC from fake CAC, real LTV from imagined flywheels. So I'm looking at, do they have the ability to marshal those resources? And a lot of that comes from, do they have great operational background, right? And then can they get a deal done? At the end, it's hard. Easy to raise money, very hard to deploy it intelligently. So I look at a few SPACs out there that are really interesting. One is Accelerate. Another is it's Michael Dell's. I think it's MSD. And what I find interesting about that one is they're partnering with Greg Lemkow. Greg Lemkow used to run investment banking at Goldman Sachs. I worked with him very closely for 2 really tough years of my life trying to buy Formula One, running all over the world, trying to pull up a deal. But that guy's got tremendous access to deal flow, but he's also incredibly thoughtful. And so I get excited to see what they're going to do. So that's kind of generally how I've been approaching it, looking at what kind of management team sort of meets those criteria. Another one, and it's no longer trading below trust, but is KKR Holdings. I mean, they're KKR, right? Going to have access to incredible deal flow, ability to marshal resources to diligence that deal flow, ability to close it. And that was sort of that. So that's giving you a sense of how I approach it. I have a list of about 8 that I find interesting, but I'll sort of stop there. But that's my sequence of analysis.
Hey, you could see the research there, guys. Like Gary said, you got to do your deep research, and you guys can see Matt doing his research there. So one thing I'd like to mention, and we've seen this already, sports franchises be mentioned in SPACs. We know, Gary, you've been working hard to get towards the Jets. So my question now is, we know Matt has some experience with the Dolphins. When do we get you to team up and get one of these sports franchises?
I mean, the one thing Matt knows, because we know each other so well, is there will be no conversation for me to do anything outside of the New York Jets. And I'm doing that in a very tortoise-like, again, I'm incredibly patient. The comments in here, because I don't care about lighting and I don't care about shaving or cutting my hair, and because I'm Eastern European and have the raccoon eyes, I get my 8 hours of sleep. I'm a tortoise. I'm a high energy guy when I'm awake, but I'm a tortoise out here. And so I'm hoping to strike on the Jets somewhere in about 22, 23 years. I'm 45, 67, 68 as a young man. Gives me plenty of times to win a Lombardi. So I will not be teaming up with Matt nor anyone else to buy anything other than the Jets, which would be very full circle for Matt and I, because obviously he was the president of the Jets when we first met. And so I'm very narrow in my sports team ambitions.
And to be very, very clear, I try to use the Jets as a weapon with Gary as a way to get him to sell assets prematurely to pay for things that I want to buy. I'm like, Jack, how are you going to buy the Jets? I know you're out there at the draft and holding up the jersey. We got to get going. Let's sell this. And, it never works. He is oddly you would think the frenetic one on the screen is Gary Vaynerchuk, but it is really more the suit right here, because Gary's long money, very patient.
I'm very patient, and it helps me in times like, obviously 3 years ago, the sports card thing that, I saw your promotion pieces. So, I assume you're going to want to touch the subject. So I'll segue, they exploded. I mean, my return on that is absurdity. And it currently, probably because of NBA Top Shot and a lot of energy going there and just a million other things, people worried about inflation, there's, we're definitely not at the top that we were in February. And a lot of my friends, contemporaries, people that have gone in big too, selling. And for me, I'm like, sports cards have had 4 of these cycles just in the last 30, 40 years. To me, it's very, very easy for me to say, well, I still think we got a lot more to go here. But if not, this next turn in 13, 14 years is going to be staggering. Like fine art, I think everyone's debating right now between NFTs and art and collectibles. I think it's going to be a huge game of and. I think they're going to feed each other. I think the alternative investment ecosystem over the next half century is going to be staggering. And I think people's portfolios will expand dramatically outside of publicly traded stock and real estate portfolios. And so I'm in the midst of this right now where I could exit in a substantial way, and I'm doubling down on that asset for 13 years from now. 13 years from now. And so, yeah, I like playing long.
Yeah, definitely. That's exactly where we're going to go ahead and segue. So might as well go ahead and play the NFT video. The Forever Phoenix, I definitely saw that one. and that's all I could say there. I'm telling you right now, I'm not going to start my drawings because you'll probably see the same comments that you got on some of yours, Gary. I know how it is.
Art is in the eye of the beholder. So.
That it is. So one of the things I wanted to mention is, you were very early in this industry, and like you talk about it, you like the grind behind the euphoria stage, but now we're in that euphoria stage. Where do you see the ceiling here in NFTs?
I believe, and by the way, the comment section on this show is remarkable. Like the quality of the combo, and just big shout out to you and your community. Like, I love that we're doing this on a back end where I can see the comments. So everybody who's, the jokes of me looking disheveled, but also the very thoughtful, responses and debating. So it's exciting to say this to this audience. This is one I think I'm going to really nail and kind of show this video in 12 years and be, I like to do the recalls. This is so obviously internet to me, internet 99, 2000, NFTs, the blockchain, the ledger, the transactional nature of it, provenance, social currency like a blue check or Fortnite skins, cutting out middlemen that don't bring value so we can transact. Like, NFTs are here for the rest of our collective lives, comma, and it's a big comma. The amount of money that's going to be lost in the next 24 months on individual NFT projects, because people bought at 85, and I'm going to turn it to dollars, not ETH, 137, 4,000, 14,000, and the supply and demand issue that is about to happen over the next 24 months. Because men and ladies who are watching, let there be no confusion. Every celebrity, every IP, every league, every movie, every IP, every intellectual property, and every influencer and human will have an NFT project in the next 25 months, which will lead to an extraordinary level of too much supply, and the demand will not be able to keep up with it. And so the early projects right now that are getting disproportionate economics are going to be affected poorly, and we will have this March, April 2000 internet stock moment. In the flip side, when all those things collapse, there'll still be Amazon and eBay in there the way there was in 2000. And the macro of NFTs, because it goes far beyond art and collecting this technology, memberships, the royalty aspects, the way music and books are and movies are gonna be funded and distributed. This is an extraordinary moment for all of us, and I'm excited to be early on it again, like I was with e-commerce and social media. You're right, I only know how to get dirty. Unfortunately, I've showered too well, no marker stains left, but I am working on my own project that I'm hoping to launch in early May. Matt and I are in the final stages of putting together a vehicle from an investing ecosystem. Like, I'm going all in while all my other stuff. I think NFT is going to be here to stay, but we'll have a moment somewhere here in the next 12 to 18 months where people make a lot of jokes about it. Like, see, that was a fad. See, similar to ICOs, right? Cryptocurrency didn't disappear when the ICO world collapsed. People were in that moment of short-term money, the reverse of everything I'm excited about. Short-term money, let me make a quick bag. I'm gonna buy a plane and a boat and an island by only doing something fast for 11 months. And we're gonna see that in NFT land. But the macro is extraordinary and game-changing, and will have disproportionate impact on businesses that sit in the middle and transact by being a toll booth. They're gonna become remarkably vulnerable. And I think people need to pay attention to that, because back to the audience here, there's a lot of publicly traded businesses that make their economics by being in between the artist or the IP and the consumer, that are gonna find themselves in a pickle in a decade because of how much ease there is for the creator to monetize directly with audience without needing all that middleware.
Gary, I know you were looking at some of the comments. We have someone asking if you have a crystal ball. How do you see these things so far in the future? And I got to say, as you answer these questions, you're knocking off more and more questions that I have, for you, talking about, the eBay, the Amazon behind this stuff, being the survivors long term. I've got more questions for you on NFTs, but I want to turn to Matt for a minute. Sure. Talking SPACs, we had a SPAC deal announced yesterday for Topps, a well-known company, sports cards, and doing the SPAC deal and pretty much saying, hey, we're going all in on NFTs too. Can you give us a little color on what your thoughts were on reading or hearing about that Topps deal?
I think it's interesting. I mean, Gary and I have been debating a ton. He just mentioned that we were working on our own vehicle around NFTs. I actually, just to pick up on what Gary said, because I don't know a ton about Topps, I looked at the deal. I'm sort of, I'm wondering, because I, like Gary, I'm seeing the frothiness. All you got to do is add those 3 letters to anything, and suddenly everyone is euphoric. And that's a little bit of a dangerous place to be. But to go back for a second, it's the journey that Gary's talking about is the more interesting thing. If you want to bring the crystal ball out, that the glut of IP that is now running up all these prices, right? We know what's going to happen once there's so much supply, there isn't enough demand, right? And those prices begin, to collapse, big picture around, and then people will lose faith. And so we have been together on this journey around Bitcoin. I'm going all the way back to 2013. I was mining Bitcoin. Gary and I invested in Coinbase. Gary, tell me if I'm wrong. I feel like it was 2013 or 14, right? There was a period.
You got it.
Wasn't it?
It was no, you're right.
Pretty.
It was you're right. It was 14 because I always get when I bought Ethereum and that wrong. You're right. We invested in our last fund in Coinbase in 2014. Matt and I are crapping our pants out of excitement. We went heavy on Coinbase in 2014 in our last fund, as you can imagine, especially after yesterday. Chris, you're more educated on this than I am. Has there been a company that has had better economics at the height of the heat of the excitement of a macro trend? Because when I think of Google or Facebook, these were companies that were on their way when they went IPO, but they didn't seem profitable. And I'm sure the cynics or the practical or the black and white or the peanut counters were like, yeah, but wait a minute. When I see Coinbase, and again, even though I'm in it, it's not the biggest thing in the scheme of things. And I'm just so undereducated on Wall Street culture, but I'm not a dope and I keep it dangerous, meaning I keep my hand to it a little bit. It seems like for something, there aren't that many times where there's a macro trend like crypto and NFTs, and the company that's the disproportionate leader is coming to the market with real goddamn numbers. Am I wrong? I'm asking. I'm very.
No, you're not.
You're not wrong at all. And that was going to be one of my questions. Let's jump to Coinbase. So yeah, those impressive numbers yesterday. And it looks like, it just keeps getting better. And what a perfect time to go public. So, the revenue growing, the profitability, the signups, this past quarter was just insane for them. So I think it's the perfect time to go public. And I think you're spot on, talking about Facebook and Google maybe going before they had reached that plateau. So yeah, go ahead.
But I want to make a quick point just to finish the whole thought is that there was a moment though in between that journey where even I lost not faith, but interest in Bitcoin. I remember Gary made a joke like, why don't we put the entire fund into Bitcoin? I was like, don't say stuff like that. You're going to hurt our credibility. This is coming from somebody who went really deep on that white paper and understood 21 million and was renting, server space. Like, I was like, no, bad luck. Right. So that's going to happen with NFTs. Mark my words, Gary too. You're going to see there's going to be this, this was just, a fad. And then the opportunities will really begin to emerge. Sorry, I just wanted to get that out there.
No, perfect. So Matt, Gary talked about, not being as knowledgeable with SPACs and, kind of putting his trust in you when it comes to that market. Is that the same here with, Bitcoin, Coinbase, NFTs, where you're putting your trust and kind of going along for the ride with Gary on the growth of these markets?
That's actually a really great question. I won't say the instance, but there was one instance when I really lobbied Gary to violate his conviction. That was more like intuition because he wouldn't give me data and it irritated me. And we made a very bad decision to sell something prematurely. So as Gary knows, I read everything. I love data. But reality is the best decisions are gut sandwiches. They begin with gut and intuition. They're supported by data in the middle, but they end with gut and intuition, right? So Gary, I have come to trust and understand that, big picture, especially when it comes to macro trends, he's generally right. And so I have to suspend some judgment when I'm like, really, you want me to buy some kitten? You're telling me a crypto punk is going to be worth $1 million? Like, he's like, buy this. I'm like, but I don't think it's interesting. so yes, the answer to your question is a lot of it I am drafting behind my brother over here.
Chris, the thing is, in my older age, with these gray hairs as they emerged, by the way, I love your hair situation, Chris.
Yeah, thank you. It's all natural. This is all natural. So
I much like the transparency I brought to this conversation. I'm like, hey, I'm not going to be able to answer the SPAC thing as well. Hey, I don't really understand how Wall Street wants to decide things. When it comes to a very narrow place, which is consumer behavior around communication layered into technology dynamics. And when I say communication, why do I know NFTs are going to work? Because I know that people buy Mercedes Benzes to flex, because I know people want a blue check on their Instagram account, because I know people want followers on TikTok, because I know that people wear fashion brands with huge logos, because I know that people wear their facial hair or their jeans. We as human beings desperately need to have communication to others through our words and our actions. And so to Matt's point earlier, I stay in a very, very narrow place of conviction, which is how people communicate to each other, whether that's through marketing, pictures, videos, written words, and the modern platforms, or through the depths of psychology of what we need for outside affirmation to go and navigate our insecurities or our ambitions. And I stay very focused on that. And to Matt's point, that is not an Excel sheet land. You'll enjoy this. Matt will start laughing because he knows this is my standard answer. People ask me to take Vayner X public through a SPAC. Obviously, if that even was a consideration, that would be the only one. But they always reach out. And I always say to them, you do not want me to be a publicly traded CEO, because in that first earning call, when somebody asks me a 90-day question, a short term, like, why'd you lose Pepsi? Or why did you gain Pepsi? Or something that makes no sense in a 30-year window, I'm going to be disrespectful to the fact that they can only make decisions based on Excel sheets and what they learned in business school, because that's not real life.
No, definitely. One thing I definitely have taken from you, Gary, is the attention that you pay attention to and what people are paying attention to. And there's really, I really don't think there's anybody that grasps that data and really transitions it, learns to monetize it. And I'm definitely impressed by that. But let's go ahead and let's move into sports betting here, guys. So I'm going to go ahead and play a great video here. I had to play that one.
By the way, that video is really good. Matt, you got into real good shit. I know that's a Shark Tank.
I knew you were going to give me.
That was a Shark Tank video. Matt, you really got your shit together for Shark Tank, brother. You looked good, boy.
So I saw Gary for the first time in the middle of the pandemic. We've been fixing. He said, what's interesting about you, Matt? I never know what version of Matt I'm going to meet when I haven't seen you, because, the weight's going up and down. Yes, that is painful.
That's a zing out of deep love, because yes. I want this man on earth for 50 years, and I want healthy behavior from my dear friend here.
I hope you guys are loving this in the chat, guys. This is a real live conversation between, these two great people who know each other. They invest together. So let's turn to sports. I want to hit on sports betting and sports cards a little bit more. So sports betting, the big news right now is, New York. So Matt, any thoughts on sports betting? You've been in football for a while. Will we see, increased legalization state by state? And what's the market look like, and how receptive, is the NFL to the increase in sports betting?
It's so interesting how social mores, evolved. I've been involved with the NFL since I, started at the Jets, which was 2004, right? So the Jets and then to the Dolphins. I remember early days of the Jets. I was overseeing the business, right? And I really wanted to be able to do branded lotto tickets, right? And so, but that was considered like a societal ill. And so I wasn't able to do it branded. I did a whole PowerPoint for the league about how it, actually, if you ask people did a study, they would say that, hamburgers are just as bad as lotto. Like that there's no reason why we can't do this. When it was eventually permitted, I did a deal in Florida. My only point being, here we are, a decade later, and now sports gambling has obviously hit the tipping point. So I think it's really interesting. I am an investor in a company called Action Network. I don't know if you heard about it, but it creates great content and data around sports gambling. Darren Ravel, by the way, if you don't follow Darren Ravel out there, I think he's one of the smartest people out there on consumer trends, but sports betting in particular. He's at Action Network, so he's where I get my perspective. But if you look at it from a total addressable market, talking about $30 billion at maturity, which will probably be reached by 2025, 2026. So I think it's obviously here to stay. One thing that I'm working on is I'm one of the first investors in the Drone Racing League. So we've now become licensed in New Jersey. We're working on getting licensed, in different states around the country. So probably my biggest lament is that I had FanDuel sitting in my office, got to be 6 years ago. And I was like, I think this is going to work, but it's kind of in the gray area. And I had to pass. I like to admit all my bad passes, by the way, all within this 30-minute segment. So, obviously huge market, some interesting ETFs out there. I think one BETZ, I'm not an investor, but interesting. But anyway, I think we're still maybe a quarter of the way through the evolution of the space.
Awesome. Yeah. Way to admit on the FanDuel. I just wrote about FanDuel this morning. Looks like IPO, is coming soon for them. And yeah, the bets ETF, we had the Roundhill gang on our show a couple times. Great peer play basket there. Gary, I want to turn back to sports cards. So, there's not a lot of publicly traded options for investors to, take advantage of this market. We saw Collectors Universe, the parent company of PSA, bought out. What are some ways that, retail investors can, get involved in the growth of trading cards, either, buying cards themselves or finding a platform to invest in here?
That's a really good question. So for this audience, I actually think this is a practitioner moment. Here's what I mean by that. I think, to your point, you've got PSA, the holding co, and I know that transacted a couple times, that sold it, bought it back. So I know a little bit about that. There's obviously now the Topps situation. I think Panini's a private company. There's just not a lot of options. So for me, if you're interested in that space, I actually think sports betting and sports cards go very hand in hand, because you're really betting on either current athletes, whether it's a Luka Doncic or a Ronald Acuna. I think one of the things that has made me a good investor was sports cards. You get to understand market dynamics. So for me, I think this is actually an opportunity to get very granular, hands dirty, and actually do a little trading on StockX, eBay, whatever your platform of choice is. eBay is really the dominant place, and play a little bit. It's obviously a lot more tedious. You're holding real life stuff. You get the product shipped to you, got to put it in a safe. You can send it to PWCC and other places. But I think this is an early stage marketplace. If you Google, there's unbelievable Rally and Dibs and Star Stock. There's just unbelievable amounts of innovation. So it might be a very high risk, high reward if you want to do the shovels and picks in some of the innovation, and there's a ton of it. Obviously, there's the Collectors Universe and Topps aspect if you want to do your public thing. Though I can't speak to that because, again, that's the place that's most great for me, which is what Wall Street does. And then I actually think my actual answer, which is, especially if you like sports, one of the reasons people like betting is to make a mundane game more exciting for them. You're almost paying like an experience ticket. And I think that one of the ways to go about this is to actually, if you believe in Sam Darnold, for example, who just got traded to the Panthers, his cards are extremely down. And you just might enjoy the Panther games on Sunday much more. So, worth at least a little bit of a, if you want to get your practitioner skills up to understand how culture and supply and demand work in the trenches.
Yeah, definitely. One thing that we've always seen from you, Gary, is that you've been ahead of several trends. I know I was watching 3 or 4 years ago. You mentioned TikTok. And man, I should have been listening. I'm not even going to lie. But what's the next? What's coming next? What are the next trends, and what can we look out for?
I don't predict, and Matt knows this about me. I don't predict where my one crazy skill is. It immediately becomes obvious to me that it's about to happen with a lot of humans, and then I'm all in fast. I would say, the other thing I was loud about that has emerged was audio. You know, it talked a lot about audio, and we've seen Clubhouse pop, and I think you'll see every social platform have a Clubhouse-like feature the way Snapchat popped, and then everybody had a story feature. I really like what I'm seeing with Discord meets NFT projects. So I'm just gonna kind of like talk this through. This isn't a prediction. This is a, how do I help this audience maybe build on top of this micro thought and maybe lead to a big breakthrough for themselves? I believe that NFTs are gonna create such a transparent community that you'll see the people that all owned this young music artist's early token become a virtual fan club. Some of the stuff you're seeing with Facebook groups, the things that naturally happen with humans, which we congregate around common interests, fan bases, politic divides. So I'm very hot on the communication layer on NFTs. Let me get nerdy, but very simple. Imagine a world where you have your wallet, you're able to connect to a ecosystem of communication, a chat, a virtual room, a message board, a Facebook group-like environment, and be in a place where you are able to only be part of that community if you actually own the token. The people that build those pipes around that, I think are gonna have a very, very large business. So what I would say is early alpha, just the beginnings of a smoke of a thought is the communication layer against the tribes built on what's sitting in your private and public wallets.
Awesome. So I want to get to some questions from the chat. If you guys have a couple minutes, I know we're going over here. Matt, and I don't know if you can answer this. We had a question from Bruce in the chat talking about Morgan Stanley out with a study saying that SPACs need to have pipes lined up to get deals done. Have you, explored a pipe before this deal gets done, or is that something you will do once we get an announcement for OCA?
That's an easy question because I could just simply say probably not something I could get into. So
no, that's a perfect answer. So we appreciate the transparency, and the last thing I want to do is get you in trouble. Yeah. So
hey Chris, does anybody else find it funny that I like the terminology that the SPAC world has created has made me really laugh. Pipes, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's one of those terms out there that, as someone who writes about SPACs, I say pipe more than I ever thought I would. So,
hey, Chris, can I jump in on something Gary said for half a second?
Go ahead, Matt.
For your audience out there, if you're looking at Gary and it seems like he's got a crystal ball because he was always so there before you read about it. I was making this point to the Dolphins players yesterday. We do a business combine where we help the guys figure out what's their career going to be after football. It's pretty amazing. Probably 40 guys for an hour where I'm just talking business. And I was giving them my number one piece of advice is that successful people are able to act on opportunity before the tipping point of evidence, right? Not before there is evidence, before there's a tipping point. And so I have never had an original thought. I have acted early and with conviction, just as Gary has. So NFTs look to you or not you, the world, like they just started about 3 months ago. They've been around for a long time, right? Bitcoin was around for a long time before Elon Musk started tweeting about it and then acquired $1.5 billion worth of it. So my only advice to those, it's not that you can't get access to the information because the information is on the internet. As Gary Vee likes to say, Google is your mother. Go ask mom, go ask Google. It's whether or not you have enough conviction and belief in yourself to go ahead and act on that opportunity before the tipping point of evidence. I just want to give that overall advice because it's not like Gary and I were, endowed with special supernatural powers. It's that we did cultivate the ability to act with conviction early.
Awesome.
I would like to say that
go ahead, Gary. Go ahead.
I would like to say that my mom and dad did give me superpowers.
Just not good hair.
No, definitely not good hair and not the ability to spell. But my mom trained me Star Wars style in the most important skill set in life, which is emotional intelligence. I think what we are about to see over the next century is the incredible growth of the gray. people starting to really delve into the depths of intuition, which today, over the last 50 years, has been laughed at because it wasn't granular. We've lived through the great era of the black and white, the school system, the get a job, the college. What the internet, the blockchain, and everything else is doing is it's flipping the world upside down, and it's creating a world that's going to rely on emotional intelligence, kindness, empathy, compassion, foresight, chance, lack of fear, millions of other things that happen. And so it was funny that Matt used that term, because I actually cannot believe how fortunate I am in the timing and the luck of when I was born, because the things that I do naturally have and the circumstances of how I was brought up are more valuable today than they would have been in 1967 or 72 from a business transaction standpoint. And I think for everybody who's in the chat right now or watches this after, leaning into strengths and not over dwelling on weaknesses, I think is the incredible aha, at least that I know about myself and what I observe in Matt and every other person that I've come across that is, in my opinion, outperforming. And I think a lot of people spend way too much time on prevent defense, using a football term. Everybody sucks at most things. Stop dwelling about what you suck at, focus on a strength, and then go and attack. And right now, a lot of people are going to invest in things that they don't understand. Cannabis, betting, crypto, NFTs, sports cards, or a hot stock, instead of betting on things they deeply do understand. And when they do that, they always outperform.
Yeah, definitely. I want to jump in here. You know, as you guys see my name here, Story Investors. I definitely think the story of is everything a lot in this market. If you don't know the story of things, then you're not going to understand the trends. You're not going to be able to get with the flow before the catalysts really come. And one of the things that I'd mentioned that you guys are mentioning, just for traders out there, one of the best things you can do is learn to be decisive. And that's one thing that Matt just kind of mentioned that I think really, really could stick to you traders out there.
I think that's right. You know why? It's more fun to die on your own sword.
Mm-hmm.
When you go with conviction and go all in for real, if you lose, there's a level of satisfaction of like, well, it wasn't somebody else who did this, or God damn it, I listened to, or I listened to this one podcast, or Gary got me into cards at the wrong time. Like, no, when you die, look, all of us in this game are going to die many times. Life's a video game. You die a lot in business, right? Business is that. It's just a lot more fun to die on your own decision. And so that conviction and understanding makes it more palpable. The taste of losing is bad enough. Losing on someone else's opinion or push is a disgusting feeling.
Yeah,
I've been there, you know,
great
all the
point.
chat rooms you see nowadays.
All right, guys, I think that's going to wrap up our questions. We kept you over the time that we said. I know we have a million more questions. The chat has a million more questions. We'd love to have you back on sometime. I'm hoping we can get you guys back on when that OCA deal gets announced. So again, guys, joining us on the show today, we have Matt Higgins, Omnichannel Acquisition, RSE Ventures, and we have Gary V, VaynerX, Vayner Sports, Vayner Media, 5 times New York Times bestselling author, a super New York Jets fan. You know, what a great conversation we had. You know, I love it. Thank you so much, both of you, for taking time out of your busy schedules. Again, guys, the ticker is OCA, Omnichannel Acquisition. And if you didn't hear me at the start of the show, for full disclosure, I am long shares OCA. Thanks again, guys.
Thank you so much for having us. Awesome. Full disclosure, I am long the 3 SPACs that I mentioned as well. I love being on, and we will definitely come back.
Awesome.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Cheers, everyone. Bye-bye. Thanks, Matt.
Thank
Bye,
you,
everyone.
guys.
Bye, Mitch. Take care.
Well, guys, I honestly don't think that Chris and I can be more thankful than we really are. We're extremely blessed to have Matt and Gary on with us, not only just because it boosts up SPAC's attack and our branding, but really why we do this, guys. We do this to get the information out to you guys out there, because if not, then you're the uninformed trader. You're what they talk about out there on, we won't mention different medias, but you guys are not uninformed anymore. And that's what we do. What we do here is to get you guys value, and we do it for free every single day. So if you definitely got value out of that, smash the like button and let us know in the comments after why you guys think SPAC's attack is the best show in the world and where we're going to be going in SPACs.
Yeah, holy cow, what a great interview. I learned so much from that. Mitch, I know at the top you said you got to hear Gary speak. I love just the conversation, right? This is a guy who's so smart, as everyone in the chat said, that crystal ball, right? You know, and we talk about them investing in Coinbase back in 2014, being early, you know, with cryptocurrency, being early with NFTs, TikTok, Facebook, Twitter, you know, it all goes, you know, from early on. And again, I am long shares of OCA, but I got to say, and this is not investment advice, but look at the team right here, Matt and Gary with the SPAC. I'm led to believe that they find a great target company, just my opinion.
You want to know a fun fact that most people don't know?
What's that?
Most people don't know that Matt actually pushed himself out of high school. He actually went to go get his GED because he said, you know what, this whole game is just too slow for me. I got bigger plans, I got bigger dreams, bigger aspiration, and I want to get down to work. So he went and he said, you know what, they talk about it in a video I watched that Matt said he walked in to a certain class and the teacher told him, well, we'll see you working at McDonald's. And he said, you know what? If you see me working at McDonald's, it's because I own it. I love that. I love that. And that's the mentality that you guys got to have. If you guys are entrepreneurs out there trying to take your game to the next level, it's time. It's time. And the time is now. America 2.0 has started, guys. We have the reopening. You have opportunities out there. You just need to go after them. Decide like Matt did that now's the time and I'm going to go after it. And I think you guys will get to where you guys want to be in life.
Yeah, and again, guys, I saw a question in the chat. The ticker is OCA. And also I dropped in the chat, there were 3 SPACs that Matt mentioned that were picks of his. We had AAQC, MSDA, and KAHC. I will have an article up on benzinga.com, of course, talking about those 3 SPAC picks. We'll have more articles up and we'll have clips coming from this great interview. But as Mitch said, make sure you smash that like button, subscribe. We're not the only show out here. We have content running all day long. So subscribe so you get notifications, great CEO interviews across all the shows. So I know Power Hour is coming up next. I know they've got an interview on there. You know, Mitch, how can people get to that stream for Power Hour next?
Well, one of the things is you guys, it'll go ahead and redirect on over, but definitely like Matt has said, we got to go all in. And that's what it's all about, guys. I'll put up this picture just here. I had this ready for us, you guys, but whether you're 9 or 90, stop trying to fix things that you're bad at, guys. Focus on things that you're good at. Double, triple down at what you're good at. Focus on the execution side. I know that, hey, my guy out there, Jason Raznick, always reminds me how important execution really is. And that's why we push here at Benzinga, is to not just talk about the ideas, but execute on them, just like we got this great interview. So smash the like button if you guys enjoy us reaching out to interviews like this. And if you like SPACs Attack, I'm going to go ahead up and wrap it up. Let's go ahead up and go to the Power Hour. But like always, guys, we'll see you next time on the SPACs.
Bye, everyone.
Attack.
Managing Director of Loup Ventures, previously analyst at Piper Jaffray, Apple, and Tesla Bowl before anyone probably even knew how to pronounce the names, even though they're easy to pronounce. But this guy was calling this before anyone else. And we're going to be sitting here for the hour learning about Gene, his background, how he got to where he got, advice for people that are listening to, achieve the things that Gene has achieved. And then one of the things that I think will be very helpful is how does Gene analyze companies? And now he's a venture capitalist and he's investing in small cap or smaller companies, private companies. What does he look for when he's investing in these companies? Do they have to be innovative? Do they need to be profitable? That's what we want to cover in this hour. So we're going to get right to it. Welcome, Gene Munster. How are you today?
Doing great, Raz. Honored to be here. Big fan of everything that you've built, and appreciate the time today.
No, appreciate it. Been a big fan of you. I know you've been to our office a couple times, and you've been to a lot of our events. And it's crazy where this industry has come, and it's crazy seeing what you've built. You know, we're now Benzinga. We have over like 110 team members now. It is what it is, right?
Man, so managing people is a big part of what you do, the personnel side.
Yes. That is it becomes a different animal at certain times. You know, to go from a few people to 12 to 30 is one thing. 30 to 60 is one thing, but 60 to 110 is a whole different animal, because I used to talk to everyone all the time. And now there's people who join, and it's hard. You know what I mean? Especially when they're remote.
Yeah, we have 8 people at Loup, and it is I should cherish the fact that the team is small like it is, powerful but small. But I can see that. But I love what you've built.
Yep, totally. I mean, yes, 8 people. It just, it's different. But okay, so now people want to hear about you. So Gene, where did you grow up?
So I grew up in the suburbs of Minneapolis. I say I'm 50 years old. I'm actually 49. I've been rounding up for about the past 5 years. I just think kind of big picture, people just hold on to their age way too tight. And I've just been embracing this roundup approach. It does beg a question on this July, when I turn 50, officially turned 50, do I start referring to myself as 55, 60 perhaps? Maybe I stick with the actual 50, but that's where I grew up in the 70s in Minneapolis, outside of Minneapolis, and son of an accountant, and I've got 3 older brothers and a great mama.
Got it. Okay, so son of accountant, 3 older brothers. Are your brothers in equity analysis?
They are not. They are super geeks. Before being a geek was cool, and they work in more of the hard sciences.
All right. So that could be helpful. So what did you study in school, and where did you go to school?
So went to public high school. College, I went to a small private school in St. Paul, Minnesota, called the University of St. Thomas. Has more of a business background. Has an entrepreneurship kind of angle to it. I studied entrepreneurship back in the day. And, my claim to fame is, this goes way back, is lawn mowing. I loved to mow lawns. I started a lawn mowing business when I was 13. And I ran until I was out of college. So it's at kind of your early 20s. Empire. It was just an empire. It was so much fun to build the business, and so that's I just vectored off of the fun that we had in building it was a real business. I remember this is in the 90s, the kind of earlier 90s. I think my last year in college, I made. I don't like talking about the numbers, so to give you a sense, the hard decision I had to make. I was making close to $70,000, clearing about $70,000 a year, which is probably like $150,000 a year now, but that's just coming out of college. And I remember when I first got a job offer at working for Piper in their equity research, it was about a 50% pay cut. I remember having a conversation with my pops, like, is this the right call? Like, I'm taking a 50% pay cut. So anyway, that was lawn mowing is very near and dear. I still mow my lawn today. If you ever want to talk lawn mowing, any of your listeners, viewers, I love to talk lawn mowing. I'm a huge fan of mowing lawns.
Well, no, that's a crazy story. So you were mowing lawns, making $70,000 a year. Did you have a bunch of students working for you?
There was 2 other people it was usually a team of 3. In college, I had to, because I grew up in Minneapolis, St. Paul's right next to Minneapolis, so I was able to do both of them at the same time, go to school and mow. And we had just an opportunity to, sometimes the whole crew, I wasn't there. Other times I would work there. I did what probably a lot of college students do. I did the Monday, Thursday. I just kind of load up the classes Monday, Thursday. And then we'd go and rock and roll and on the other days of the week.
That's unbelievable. So then when you decide to go to Piper Jaffray, did you just get rid of Empire, or what'd you do? Sell it to your buddy?
Yeah, there's fun backstory to that. Is that the biggest competitor? My biggest competitor was called Green Horizon, still around. And I remember a few years ago they had like during a Super Bowl they had some local ads. I remember that. Or no, AT&T did one about data in the truck, and I was like, that's incredible. But I remember I met with the guy from AT&T. I had brought on another partner at the time to work the lawn business, and we were thinking about just selling him. And then the other person, his name's Dan, he decided just to take and run with it and renamed it. It's called Minnesota Outdoor, and still around today. A few years ago, I was driving around, I saw their trucks mowing a lawn, and I'm like, I got to stop and talk to them. So I jumped out of the car, walked up, and it was Gene Munster circa 1988 out there. And, I just had to ask him questions. I didn't say that I had an association with Minnesota Outdoor, but it was quite rewarding to see the crew out there.
No, that's awesome. I in college, I had one of the first online textbook stores, and it was crazy.
Wow.
I had airplanes fly over Michigan Stadium and a couple others. I remember I had no money, and I was like, oh yeah. So I started this business. It was one of the first online textbook stores, and I needed to get the whole university to know about it, but I didn't have any money. And so, so there's a Michigan Notre Dame game coming up, and there's 106,000 people going to be there. It was the beginning. It was before school started. So I'm like, all right, airplanes over the stadium. So when they did that, and then get signs on your way when you walk up to the stadium, have signs everywhere to like get your name so that they see it more than once. So I went to Kinko's. The guy at Kinko's let me pay $10 for like what should have cost $200. And then I went to Home Depot, got 2x4. So at Michigan, from 3 a.m. to 6 a.m., I'm hammering stuff. The day before on Friday, I call 3 airplane companies to like fly the signs, and they're all like $1,200, $1,500. I'm like, I got $250. If you want to call me back, call me back. So that was like in the morning of Friday. Each one called me back at 5 o'clock. All right, we can fit you. So I ended up doing 2 different signs. I had like 1,000 orders when I got back, and there's like 25 people that I never charged for textbooks because I had automated. But if I didn't have the book, I'd go to the publisher, and I was never good at doing the manual stuff. So I just let those guys have free books. But whatever. And so that was like you said.
Let me get this straight. Notre Dame, Michigan football game. They've got those planes flying over, like you see flying over the beach.
Yep.
Pulling a sign.
That's right.
It says Raz Books.
Yeah. It was College Book Zone, and I paid $250 for it, and it generated so many orders. I was really big into grill marketing back in the day. And that was
I mean, it's that's part of the game today, I'm sure.
Yeah. And then I was my textbook business, which didn't have high margins. I'm like, what would kids pay for guys in college that you don't have to ship a physical good? And that is meeting a girl, online dating. So before you ever heard of all these dating sites, and I made most of my money in online dating, investing in the stock market of these online dating companies in year 2002. So I morphed into online dating. And the way I did that was I had people putting like on the windshields of cars, outside bars or inside bars. So on a Saturday night, you're going home alone, you're on Motor City Singles or pickysingles.com was the main site. And I had like every ethnicity and city, the domains, and it worked, but it was all guerrilla marketing.
That's incredible. Didn't know that.
Yeah, I know. I didn't stay with it, and I should have, because this is way before all the ones like Plenty of Fish. I was way early, and I just what I've learned, kids that are 21 to 24, they like to start things and don't necessarily follow through. I was in that game. I started the things, and I got them to a little bit of scale, and there was success, and then I was like on to the next thing. That was like, and I the interview is about you, but was my problem, 22 to 24. I should have stayed in the online dating, but I wanted a cell phone. This is where we're going to go to Apple. I wanted a cell phone back then that would open my hotel room door or pay for things. So I went to the wireless CTA technology conference, the CDMA. I thought when I was 23 years old, I was going to create a cell phone to pay for my bill at a restaurant. Okay. So I should have kept with the online dating, sold it for $20 million, and then done the cell phone 10 years later. But this was my whatever.
Well, there's a learning there. You talk about sticking with it and just having a good sense about where the future is going to be. I mean, you had that. Obviously, you've been wildly successful, so there's no need to second guess anything that happened. I realize we're not doing that, but no need to do that. But that's I think it's a good takeaway too. Is like transformation takes time.
That's a good point. All right. So now back to that's a good point. So you out of college, you got a job at Piper Jaffray. Is that correct?
Yeah, it took me a little bit to actually land it, but
when you say it took you a little bit, was it like what do you mean by that?
Well, I guess I graduated in May and I started at Piper a year later, and I started interviewing with them kind of in the fall, and it was just a matter of, they were super supportive, and everybody's got a great story about kind of walking through walls to get the first quote job, and I think mine probably fits a lot of those, but I think the bottom line is somebody took a chance on me, and I'm really grateful for that.
Yeah, no, I mean that's what you need in the beginning. So someone took a chance on you, and is it like you wrote a letter, you applied like your resume like normally, or like how did you get to Piper Jaffray? Do you remember that?
Oh, I very much remember it. I was mowing the lawn. I was doing a fall cleanup. As I mentioned, it was the fall when I made the first contact, and a guy by the name of Brooks O'Neill, who was an analyst at Piper covering the medtech space, was his yard who I was working on, and he stopped me on the way out because usually sometimes you talk to the homeowners, sometimes you don't. He stopped me on the way out and said, what are you doing? What are you doing with your life? And just said, this is kind of the idea. I love businesses. I love how the mechanics of how they work, and don't want to be mowing lawns my whole life. And nothing wrong with that, but it just wasn't. There's actually an insight that I had around why it's hard to scale a lawn mowing business, and it's the labor piece is really hard to scale. Not about the topic of our conversation, but anyway, so that's how it happened. Is I got lucky with Brooks O'Neill. He was a big supporter, and then I got lucky with just an incredible mentor. And his name is Haney Nada, who hired me, took a big risk on me, and I'm forever grateful for that. I worked as his analyst for 5 years.
Wow. Okay. So that's amazing. That's not, now we're getting into it. So you start out there at Piper Jaffray. How many years were you there for?
There a long time. I was there 20 years.
Okay.
20 years, 21 years maybe.
Were you always drawn towards the technology side of things?
Yeah. I mean, I mentioned we got pretty high geek factor in the Munster household. And so was lucky. My pops is an accountant. We had super fortunate to have actually a Mac when they first came out. And so we were always horsing. My brothers and I were always horsing around with that. I was the guy who do not have hand-eye coordination. So like golf, baseball, it's not for Gene Munster. And so, but I grew up in a neighborhood where there was 100 plus kids in the immediate vicinity. So like baseball games were big. I remember I'd take stats for baseball games and then go and put it into the computer as like a database to see batting averages for different people and things like that. Ted Emmer, by the way, had the best batting average back there on Aaron Terrace. And but yeah, I was always kind of a geek at heart, and it was just really fortunate to find something where that curiosity and that geek factor could really have some fun at Piper. Great people at Piper. Love the organization.
So you were there in the early 2000s, like the .com craze?
Yep, solid.com. And that's really how I got my big break, I guess, is that, as I mentioned, most grateful for being a junior analyst for 5 years with Haney. And then, just so many companies were coming public that they needed more analysts. And I had scored well with the buy-side investors that I had talked to and the sales force when they're trying to think about adding other analysts to cover some of these new IPOs, and actually covered some of the Haney went and did all the internet, and I covered a lot of the legacy tech software and digital authoring tools like Adobe, Autodesk.
Okay, so Adobe, Autodesk, you were covering those back then. Okay, so then I'm going to go back to your life, but when you said Adobe, Autodesk, the one that from your newsletter you talk about that's like an Adobe Autodesk is Unity. Right? Unity is the back end for game.
Yeah.
Are those similar type stories?
Similar stories. I am a shareholder. Loup was an investor in the initial around a couple years ago. But yeah, I think there's a lot of similarities between what Unity is doing in Autodesk, Adobe and Autodesk is doing. And the bottom line is this: is what really made Adobe special is the ability to recognize that. I mean, it just sounds so obvious now, but digital authoring tools were going to impact how we see the world. And I think that that's essentially what Unity is they're kind of the next generation of these authoring tools for VR and AR and gaming.
Got it. Now, the short term, like Unity sold off a little bit last week on earnings. Any opinion on that?
Yeah, it was a rough day. It's down 15%. Part of the reason was that this Facebook, or not Facebook, but Apple's changed how they're allowing advertisers to advertise and making it a little bit more difficult for Unity to essentially get customers, and that's a negative 3% headwind. When you're a growth company and the stock had done well since its IPO, and you talk about a 3% headwind, even though you maintain the numbers relative to the street, when you're in growth mode, you got to be beating and raising, as we know. And the stock takes a reaction, and it's probably going to be under pressure for a little bit. I'm still holding on to my shares. I believe in this.
Yeah, no, it's a story. Like, I mean, when you were buying Adobe, by the way, people buying Adobe, it wasn't straight up. I remember when Adobe switched to a SaaS type thing and the stock wasn't straight up. People, do you remember that?
Oh yeah. I mean, it was the end.
Yes.
It was the end. Yep. And now
I had on the major networks. This is before I was like really like into this, and it was the end. And if you bought Adobe, then you're probably up 2,000% is my guess.
Yeah, done well. I didn't know you're vectored in. I mean, our orbits were more closely aligned than I realized, Raz.
Well, I wasn't out there doing the analysis. I'm just the one on the sideline was paying attention. I like the thing that I like, Gene, is the thing behind the thing. So I'm always like looking at what powers things like Twilio or HubSpot. I like the thing behind the thing. And then I read your newsletter religiously.
Thank you.
And I do. And I have a couple newsletters pulled up. We'll get to it. But I read the Unity Gaming one, and it's one of those things I put on my radar as another thing behind the thing. And people say to me, why don't you just get the thing? And I just think when you're the thing behind the thing, it allows you to, get out there.
Never heard that before, and I love it.
Yeah, so that's a Raz original. I use it. We have like a show that I do, thing behind the thing. So, all right. So in the early .com craze, and you were at Piper, was it just insane? I mean, every day, GeoCities and all these companies are going public. Like, what were you thinking? Were you like, hey, maybe I should leave and be a CEO of like the next tech company or Business Insider? What were you thinking back then, Gene?
I was trying to comprehend what was going on. So you have, and the one that sticks out, you have to understand too, is that the internet, like Yahoo Finance didn't exist. We still use a quote system called Bridge. It was expensive. The senior analyst had Bridge. The junior analyst used a Bridge terminal. It was like a central terminal, like in the middle of a common space. So if you wanted to get a real-time quote, you just walk down and pull open the Bridge. And I remember there was a company called KTEL. And for me, that's when the light really went off. KTEL Records, as I'm sure very few people that will resonate with, but the KTEL announced that they were going to sell their records online. And there had been some big ones with like Netscape, and some other ones had kind of already gone. But and then KTEL just went up like a rocket. I mean, it was like a GameStop type of a few days. And I just remember thinking something was bigger. And then at that point, it was this rush. And yeah, it was just a really exciting time, because you start to have a sense of where this technology can go. And specifically just the concept of the internet really being transformative.
Yep, totally. And then so you were you just so busy then? Like when, like, I guess at Piper, when did you become that? When did you become that all-star? That's probably the wrong question. You're not going to say I became an all-star analyst. When did you first get bullish? Let's just move to this one on Apple.
Well, it happened when there was we kind of dabbled in, as I mentioned, my family was dabbling in Apple products, and Steve Jobs came back, and I think that caught some people's attention. I remember that day. He'd sold his company, I think called Next, back to Apple. Didn't take a salary, $1 a year or something like that. But whenever that was, 2003, something like that, for the holidays, I got an iPod. Pretty generous family, and I just remember trying a lot of MP3 players out before, because we were a tech team. We always played around with tech, digital cameras and MP3 players and hard disks and just different things. And so anyway, the iPod shows up. Santa brings the iPod, and I remember opening it up and just thinking like, this is a gift that I'm going to remember. And the problem was, of course, actually at that time we did not have a Mac. I did not own a Mac. And so what we had to do is I struck a deal with our graphics department at Piper where I could come in at night and burn the DVDs, because you had to have a Mac to use an iPod at the time. And would go in at night. Then I'd set a timer on my watch for it'd take 20 minutes to burn a disc, and I'd sleep, and then kind of back and forth. And then you realize after a couple nights of that, this is just silly. I got to buy a Mac. So I went and bought a Mac, and was just kind of talking about that whole experience with Mike Olson, who was an analyst that worked with me. And he said it's like a halo between the two. And I'm, to this day, I will stand by the term, the halo effect. I think it was coined by Mike Olson. If it wasn't coined, he's the one who really took it to the next level. But that was kind of the spirit. And we were covering software at the time, and I credit Mike Ott, who was the director of research, when we came to him and said, this isn't just going to be a computer company in the future. They're going to go in a whole different direction with a music player. We didn't see the iPhone at the time. And he saw it. And I remember him looking at the other analysts. They were all computer analysts that were covering it. And I remember saying to him, this is our opportunity to change the narrative on it. And he's like, I get it. And you're going to be a fish out of water here, but let's go for it. So that was kind of the reason how Apple came about, the inspiration behind it. And then it just kind of, we always wanted to get it right. That was the other thing. We've been positive on Apple for a long time, but every time it would go up, we just want to get it right. And there's no pride and ownership for it for us. And I just think the company has since then just continued to surprise me about ways that they're going to be becoming more important to our lives.
I mean, you didn't just get it right, though. I mean, you were beyond right. You were on everything. And I just remember you getting ridiculed sometimes. He's in La La Land. He just says Apple is going to be this, and it all eventually followed. So
nice to remember that. We can talk about the stuff I missed too, but nice to remember that. And it's been a great run. I still think its best days are ahead.
Yeah, and I remember it. I mean, it's crazy. And so you got into it when it was the iPod stuff, is what you're saying.
Yeah, the iPod. And then I think, we not just getting into it and seeing it too, but being committed to it. I think that was a big part of it. And we still refer to this at Loup because we still publish content, as you mentioned, as the drip. But that idea of just continually being out there has just, I think, been an important part. Just continuing to make sure people know where you stand. Some may refer to it as sticking your neck out, but making sure you're doing that and owning the mistakes and just so from a business model perspective, our view is always just keep the drip going, and probably just like any your world too. And we published a crazy amount of research. We still do today at Loup. We publish 4 things per week, which for people who are doing analysis on companies, public and private, it's a lot of we're putting out a lot of research.
Are you doing 4 things per week just because that's what you do every week, or is it you do 2 things if there aren't more ideas? What will you do?
It averages out to 4. So that's we have a goal of publishing 4 things per week. 2 of them are video related. We have a TV channel called Loup TV, and 2 of them are print related. Over time, we may kind of work around the margins on those, but that's the idea. Is just, you know, we want to get it right. We want to figure out this where massive transformation happens, and I think part of getting it right, there's just part of our DNA is to do that. Putting it out there and making sure the world knows where you stand, I think, is an important part of it.
Yep, totally. And so I want to move on to the Apple. Did you like camp out at Apple back in the day when they would release like a new iPod or something, that kind of thing?
Feet on the street. We were all over the place. I mean, I think that was another piece that made us a distinction. I remember when I called, I had my iPod and I went and worked out at a gym, and I was looking at other people kind of fumbling around with their Sony Walkmans. There's a blast from the past. And I wanted to give a call to investor relations just to check in and see if there was anything I was missing. And I remember talking to them and just saying, like, your device is going to make people more healthy. And it just came out of my mouth. I was in the lower level of Lifetime, or at the time it was called like Northwest Fitness or something like that. And so I think that was, and so then I got on this thing like, let's start talking to people, like, will it really change our life? And so then we had spread out. We had a team of 3. We'd spread out and just talk to people. We'd walk around the streets and we'd say, you know, we'd have the device. That was a big thing, like show people an iPod and what do you think of it? And then that kind of just kept finding new ways. The lines, surveying people in the lines is something we've done for a long time when Apple product releases. And, you know, over the last 5 years, we do more of those. That survey work is done through things like SurveyMonkey, but for 15 years, we just pound the street.
Got it. And so, and you just pound the street. And then how did you have enough analysts to go cover all the openings? Or you had like 15, or like you spread
self, Mike Olson, and Andrew Murphy, the 3 of us, we've somehow found a way to get it done. But, you know, it was a big part of, you know, our coverage. I bet probably a third of our time, we probably covered 20 companies, and I bet a third of the time was on Apple.
Okay. Yeah. Got it. All right. Now you say you don't sit at work.
I don't. I'm standing right now. I encourage people to at least give it a try. But yeah, it's kind of a funny backstory, if you're all right. If I can of rip
yes,
my
ahead.
backstory. No pun intended, but it started with a bad back, of course. And you know how your doctor, your chiropractor will say, you try standing at work. And I remember thinking, like, nothing's working here. I'm not going to go down the med route, and we're not going to do surgery. Let's just try this. And so I did it, and I was determined to do it, determined to get a standing desk. And but it was expensive, and there's a long process to get a standing desk, to get approval, because they're like $5,000 or something like that, approval to get a standing desk. And I was like, well, all I need to do is take my existing desk and just raise it up by like however far. And then I love fixing things. And I thought, I'll just go to Home Depot. I'm just going to go get some cinder blocks. And so I went to Home Depot, and I got cinder blocks, came in on the weekend. I put the cinder blocks underneath the desk, and voila. And on Monday, facilities came in and said, we can't do that. Can't do that. Like, this desk could fall over. I mean, they were right, but I was just so determined to get it. So I had to wait a little bit before then, but there was bets made in the office. I remember this, like, is it going to last for 2 days or 2 weeks? And I didn't do it. I didn't try to force through because people were betting against it. That wasn't my motivation. I just ended up immediately, the piece that I didn't realize, my back is better. It's not perfect, but it is better. The piece that I didn't realize, one of the benefits of standing is you can move around faster. Like, if I want to go over here or go over there and grab something, it's just so much more efficient. And so I've really enjoyed the mobility of standing.
I hear you. So you can type things that way too?
Yeah, I think my writing is as effective sitting as it actually feels uncomfortable for me to sit. Before the pandemic, the most sitting I would do was on an airplane.
Wow. Okay. That's interesting. I didn't know this. Maybe
Yeah.
maybe I should start
We're getting good details here.
No, that's quite a story. Going on with keeping the stories, we're moving to Loup Ventures a little bit. You said the phonetic alphabet is part of Loup's culture, and I want to know why. I think I may have an idea in my head why it is. Does it have to do? Well, no, you just tell me. I have a guess, but I want to hear.
So phonetic alphabet is, I call it the phonetic alphabet. I think that's what it's officially called, but this is like Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, that whole thing. And everyone at Loup is required to know the phonetic alphabet. They are rewarded handsomely for doing it. They get paid $50 to memorize it. The reason is that what I found, it's just something a little lesson in life for me. I'm not sure why I initially learned it. Maybe it was 5-10 years ago. But what I found was whenever I was talking to the airlines, and you're dealing with like some confirmation number, or you're doing an online order, you're trying to get some customer support, and you're trying to explain your email address to somebody. It feels like it'd be like chocolate and you're just searching for the name. It just wasn't that efficient. And what I found was by knowing the phonetic alphabet, it adds a layer of efficiency and takes stress out of your life. So for example, when you are in these situations, customer support, banks, whatever it would be, and they need a letter to know that. So that's why we do it, is to create, it's essentially just a tool that you can use for the rest of your life. I recommend people do learn the phonetic alphabet.
Okay. So I think this interview is about you, but I think you're going to like one thing that I have at our company.
Love it. I'm all ears.
Because the phonetic thing is awesome. The thing that I say is no pronouns. So there are so many miscommunications at our company, or there have been, where like saying he said this, or they are going to be there. Oh, I like how that looks. And they're referring to something. So we had one day we had an argument about something on a page, and we're talking about two different things. And so instead of saying that, say, I like how the black line transcends this.
Cool.
Or instead of he, and no pronouns, I learned from Dan Gilbert, the owner of the Rocket Mortgage and Cavaliers. He used to go crazy on me. So I would we'd text, and he'd be like, I don't know what you're talking about, because he'd get other texts in the middle, and I would still.
So no pronouns is the rule.
Yeah. I mean, you're going to use pronouns sometimes, but you're going to, you get what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
I love that. That's a call to excellence. And it is, I could see it being a lot of fun. You could even like reward people when they don't have mistakes, or penalize people when they do. You could gamify it.
See, that is cool. That's cool. I like your $50. That's cool. Because we still have those communication things. Gamify it, reward them. And do you really give $50 to people learning the phonetic alphabet, or is that a joke?
Oh yeah. Rewards are really important for us and our culture. And they can be small, they can be large, but if we ever have any sort of something like that, we have a basketball hoop back when we used to be in the office, and if people would hit a shot, you'd say, I'll pay you $50, let's say, to make that basketball shot. It's always important for us to, if we say we're going to pay something, we always got to pay it $1. We do it every week. We have we call it a town hall. It's on Thursday at noon. And there's always a game where people can, even in the world of Zoom, there's a game where people can win some money, and they're always paid out.
Got it. Okay. And guys, if you're coming in now, we have Gene Munster, managing director of Loup Ventures, was at Piper Jaffray, was the bull on Tesla, Apple, very, very early. We're going to get to a few stocks and his newsletters very shortly. One of the questions I got earlier is, why walk away from Piper to go into venture capital?
Hard decision, because I love Piper, great people. The reason was it was an opportunity to move from being a spectator to somebody who's actively in as a participant. That was important, and we saw this next wave coming, and we're seeing it all today around automation and electrification and we left at the end of 2016. And so that was part of it. We thought, mobile had been the last kind of wave. There's a new wave, AI powering that too. AR, VR was these big waves coming. So that was one thing. And the second is just the team. And Andrew and Doug, the other two co-founders of Loup, we worked together for almost 10 years at Piper. And they were as solid as the day is long. And I knew if I ever wanted to start something, this is my window, because I'm not going to have a massive opportunity, a wave to invest in. I'm not going to have the same people that I trust and know that they're smarter than I am on the team. And but it was hard because you're giving up a lot. Is important for me not to take a salary. Like, just as an example, I've made a lot of money in my life. I've given money away. I've given money to my uncle. And when you put all that together, I don't have enough money to be comfortable with. And so I still have to make money, as we all do. Most of us have to do. And not getting paid a salary for 4 years it's hard. There's a burden there. And that's been something that, anytime I think about it, I'm just reminded that I'm working well for our investors, the 100 investors that supported us in doing Loup, our first fund. But as I thought about doing Loup and leaving Piper, that's a big step down. Equity analysts are well compensated. And going from that to what I've been over the last 4 years is a very different, it changes your view on life.
So are you taking a salary now?
I'm not taking a salary now. I'll start taking a salary when we get Fund 2, as we start to get Fund 2 going. When we get Fund 2 going, which is going to be shortly, I suspect my salary will be initially, right out of the gate, extremely small. And as we perform, move up from there.
What was Fund 1, like the approximate size, can you say? Or
25 million, small is $25 million. And we want to invest in transformative techs. The initial investments are all done. Our goal is to make 35 investments, and we made 35 investments. And we're just basically doing follow-ons right now.
What are some standout ones, or a few that we could talk about?
A couple. There's a lot of them. It's a hard question, but the some of the standouts, that is an easy question. I think a company like Levels, which is taking something that is commonplace, which is it's a patch that you put on. Is an extremely small needle in this patch, but it is used by diabetics to monitor their blood glucose levels. And you wear this patch for a few days, and then you activate their app, which uses AI to best understand how different foods impact how your body processes those foods. And the idea isn't just to feel good. Like, we talk about being like not sick, for example. I have the flu, I don't have the flu, kind of a thing. But the idea of feeling as good as you possibly can, and Levels does that because essentially it can help you script your ideal diet. So that's one that's we're excited about. Another one's called Dash, and we like crazy ideas. Before I say this, the basic idea is in the future of logistics, you're going to be landing aircraft to get cargo off it, but you can just throw the stuff out the window, and it can go down to gravitate to an airfield, and they have a system to do that because landing a plane, taking it off again, adds danger, and it adds expense to it. This is most important in areas where it's a little more rugged, kind of rural areas, for example, Alaska, different islands, the Bahamas, things like that. There's a big logistics problem, and we think Dash is going to help solve it. So those are a couple. I apologize to the 33 companies that we're invested in.
I know I know, and there's so many good ones. And the question I asked, I know you're in a lot of great ones, so no. Yeah.
No harm, no foul with those other ones. We love you all.
Now, Spencer Israel wanted to know about Masterworks. He said he wanted to know.
I was remiss. Masterworks, yeah. I mean,
he want to know if you bought any painting or anything on it, or if not, but what's Masterworks? Everyday investors buy shares of artworks such as Andy Warhol.
Yeah, this is big. I apologize to Masters because this is right at the top of the list too. It's really exciting. Essentially what they're doing is making blue chip artists that even people like Gene Munster would have heard of, Picasso, investable. And so they acquire the asset, they acquire the artwork, and then they make fractional, you can basically buy shares in that. And the art market has done really well over the last 30 years. It is, it's really defensive, surprisingly. When things get tough, it has inverse correlations to the market. You would think that if the equity markets blew up, then the high-end art market blows up. It turns out that people who invest in high-end art actually have so much money that they don't care if the markets blow up. Their lifestyles aren't going to change. They don't go and sell their Picasso to make sure that they're able to pay their rent. And so we were just attracted to that asset class. The founder, Scotland, this guy is an assassin, next level, founded a lot of successful companies, and he's just really passionate about art. He's one of the biggest art collectors in the US. And this company's going places. They're going to make art an investable asset class for everybody. I'm really excited about it.
And it's a private company right now, correct?
Private company right now. That's correct.
Okay.
You can buy shares on there. You can trade your shares out of it. It's just, it's fun because it's a good asset. I mean, you think about what's going on with like baseball cards right now and collector cars. And I mean, all of those, I don't know if you spent much time, Raz, on looking at those, but they're all up and to the right. So Masterworks kind of, to me, it's like the best of those asset classes, those other asset classes. And not only that, but they have a platform where you can trade your shares on it. It's just making it easy for everybody.
No, it's amazing. I mean, I'm an investor like in StockX, but that's a little different, but there's collectibles type stuff there too. So they have cards and stuff. It's a crazy industry. So we're going to do like a rapid fire in a second. Yeah, guys in the chat, I see the questions. Those are private companies and we're going to get to public. We're going to switch because we only have like 8 or 9 more minutes. Tesla, they want to know Tesla, and then they want to know if you have any opinions on NIO. So what are your thoughts on Tesla as the best still ahead and NIO? And guys, just so you know, Gene has been a bull on Tesla. He's not a come to lately. He was in our office 3 years ago when Tesla was getting as much shit from anyone, and Gene was super bullish on it. And I had to meet with one of my Tesla guys and yeah. And by the way, guys, Gene doesn't take positions in a lot of these companies. He's an analyst and gives you all the research. So he's not biased by this stuff. Yeah. I mean, he's biased by his thought complex. I want you guys to realize that. In Apple, he probably could have made $20 million investing in Apple when he discovered it. Instead, he values the research to give to you guys. That's the truth.
Appreciate that. And, you know, over time, we will be making investments in companies. I recognize that we're going to lose some of credibility because of that, but I promise everyone that I'm going to be level-headed, say the bad is good. But there's more on that to come. But as far as Tesla is concerned, the near term, I would say the next year, I would not, if you have a 1-year time horizon, I would not participate in ownership of Tesla. If you have the luxury of owning something more than a year, I absolutely would own this. And the reason why I make that distinction is that the markets are very finicky in terms of transformative tech, and it always takes longer than we think. And there's some data points around EV adoption that would kind of support that. Tesla's delivery numbers have been impressive, but there's still a lot that has to happen for EVs to become mainstream. And Tesla's market cap is higher today than it was 3 years ago. And so what all that means is I think it is extremely dangerous to trade around this. It could be up 30% in a month or down 30%. I think if you take the approach of where Tesla can go, going beyond just EVs, but to energy capture and storage. They have that small energy business today, 7% of revenue. They can get into autonomy, robo-taxis. I believe that they're going to be a player there. And then they can get in other kind of side markets like insurance or even HVAC. It sounds bizarre, but really nothing has happened. And the reason is that they've got a great brand, and they have brand permission for people to start to sell other products that they've used and pioneered in making cars. HVAC is a great example of it. They've learned about HVAC through a car. Now they can come out with an HVAC system. Batteries, they learned them in the car. Now they have a battery for your home. That's why I think Tesla ultimately can be a much bigger company.
Yep. And my lease is over now, and I have to figure out now. They updated the Model S and Model X, and now I'm at that.
Got it, Raz. It's just they're calling your name. I can hear it.
Well, I thought I was going to get the Model Y because that was like what they had as a new interior. But then they come out with the Model S and Model X, and my kids find out about it. And I don't know if you know, they have a whole video screen in the back now. So it's another 500 more. You know the story. So
it's a beautiful car.
Yeah. Oh, I have to get a Tesla. It's I invest in the stock. Now, do you follow this Lucid Motors and CCIV, or if that deal's happening?
We do. Yeah, I would just say I'm going to pause on that and some of the other ones, in part because at least we haven't done as much work on it. And, that is the thing. You talk about the thing behind the thing. I mean, these are the thing. Lucid Motors is the thing. I think Tesla, Apple, Google, maybe NIO in China. I think those are all going to crush it. I think traditional auto is in a tight spot. And I think there are going to be many companies that are going to be, the thing behind the thing, the arms supplier, that are going to do well, really capitalizing on what will be a very different looking transportation world a decade from now.
Wow. NIO, and that's interesting. And I love you using the thing behind the thing. That was good. And so Lucid, you haven't done much research on that one. Now,
yeah.
This one I don't think you follow, but this guy keeps asking, so I'm just going to go with it. Airbnb?
We do. We did some work on it. I'm a believer in Airbnb. Just just my opinion is positive on it, in part because I think about parts of our world that are forever changed with the pandemic. And I think that business travel is forever changed. I think that how people travel, and I think that what Airbnb is doing, asset light model around unique experiences, I think is going to be more valuable. And that's what they're doing.
Yeah, I agree. Airbnb is one I missed, like way back in the day when I had a chance. All right, so now I have a couple more. These are some good ones. So Mitch Hotch, he keeps asking. Mitch Hotch works at Benzinga. So Mitch, I'll ask it. He wants to know how you pick stocks. He says, do you focus more on the technology behind it, or is it the fundamentals?
We start with identifying disruptive markets that are ripe for disruption, and then we basically divide and conquer amongst companies within that. And so it starts with a learning that I had, which over the years, which is great markets can heal many wounds. And it can be management mistakes, it can be product mistakes, but when you're in a market that is what we'd refer to as undeniable truth and undeniable growth truth, then we can don't want to talk a lot about the markets that there's more to come, but I would just say is just kind of block off an hour, turn off your phone, and just think about how our world is going to change. They're pretty obvious. A handful of them are pretty obvious, and that's where we start.
Got it. Okay, that's interesting. So that makes a lot of sense. Now, Apple has more than $200 billion in cash on hand, more than any other company in the world. What do you expect them to do with all this money? I think they should have bought Tesla a long time ago, but what do you think they should do with all this money, man?
I think a lot of it's going to come back to investors, that they will do some form of acquisitions. I think a lot of it's going to be on the component side. It looks more clear. I'm not saying this is definitive, but Apple wants to do a car. It doesn't mean that they're going to have a car in the market, but I think they could be acquiring technologies along those chains. I don't know, they're not going to acquire Tesla. They're not going to acquire some, I don't think they're going to acquire a big like content brand, for example. So that is, and a lot of it's going to go back to shareholders. It is, they have a net cash position of closer to 80 billion because they've got some debt. Okay. And they've said that they want to get that to zero over time. They haven't given it time. So there's still a lot of money that's going to come back to investors, mostly through buybacks.
Okay. All right. Got it. Mostly buybacks. Okay. Now Gene has a great newsletter, guys. Who writes this newsletter, Gene?
The actual letter is put together by one of the Loup founding partners, Andrew Murphy. The content is everybody. There's different pieces within it, and different people have different. So it's kind of written by a combination of people, kind of all brought together. Andrew, and then Andrew works closely with Christine Pastor, and those two put the newsletter together.
Okay, so this week's newsletter, the Contrarian Mindset. Will you just give a quick thing on that?
Yeah, it was written by Doug. I highly recommend. If you haven't heard of Doug's name before, mark the moment. You're going to hear a lot about Doug Clinton in the next 20 years. He is, as I said, I've worked with him for 10 years, the smartest person that I know. And he wrote this, and the basic idea is that to be successful, you need to be a contrarian at its most core. And he kind of walks through what the mindset of getting into a contrarian mindset is. And it's hard to be contrarian, obviously, but that's what Doug's talking about.
All right. And the next one was the next GameStop. Do you know what I'm talking? Did you read this or no?
Yeah, I did. Another great one by Doug, the next GameStop. He's basically framing in which asset classes could have this next kind of surprising moment. And the punchline, I hope I'm doing this justice, Doug, is silver is one potential. Again, it's not a recommendation per se, it's an opinion, but the idea of there's going to be other game. This isn't going to blow over overnight. And the other concept too about the next GameStop is the retail investor is emboldened, and they're going to be. I think this is, it will cool from its GameStop levels, but it's still going to be a force in the market that is something that more traditional institutional investors haven't dealt with.
Okay. All right. We got one or two more questions, but do you follow Snow or Palantir at all?
I don't. Loup does, but I don't.
Okay.
Is the answer.
All right. And so there was Tesla. Can they keep up with deliveries? Was that your take on this? Was it in your newsletter?
Yeah. I made a mistake at the beginning of the year when I looked at their growth numbers, thinking that they may have a hard time getting to the streets 775 or 80,000 delivery estimate for 2021. I didn't know that they had the capacity on hand with Shanghai and Fremont, their existing factories, to do that. They do have that capacity. They can do over 1 million cars. And so Tesla's got, it's hard to build cars, but they do have capacity on hand to meet the street numbers.
Okay.
Need them.
All right. So to wrap it, we have to one or two questions. You're going to have another fund. You're going to invest in assets, which I think is smart because you're putting your money on the line. I don't think that's a bad thing. Any biggest lessons you've learned since Loup, like since starting Loup, your biggest lessons?
I think the biggest lesson is a mindset of, and people say this all the time, but and you're living it too. I'm sure, Raz, as you're building what you're building, a mindset of just, when things kind of catch you the wrong way, just to let them go and move on. I think that has been really helpful. And really what that kind of comes down to is it allows you to focus on what is really important. I think back to 5 years ago, the things that would, catch my attention. And it's very different today, like a really sad part. And all respect to love professional sports, but like that's an example. I'm grew up in Minnesota. I'm a Packers fan because it's a team that is like their commitment to excellence is incredible. But just the concept of like getting uptight about sports, it's just all that is it just kind of goes away for better or worse. But what's the takeaway is think about a superpower of letting when you get frustrated on things, just imagine they just kind of go away and just move on.
No, Gene, when I get anxiety, Benzinga, a few years ago when we had some changeover, whatever, someone once said to me, "This too shall pass." And it's really hard in the thing. And I know what you're saying, what you just said, a superpower. That's interesting. I like that way to think about it too.
Nice.
Yeah. So the last question is, what was your worst or first job? Worst or first job, or you can give both if you have it.
Worst job I did for one day. It was I was doing because this is before I got into lawn mowing. I said I started that when I was 13. I worked on a construction crew for one day, and it was there were people who poured concrete, and you put up these these like rods would be in the concrete, and then they had these like things that you'd have to tie the rods too. Is like this mesh that you'd put up. And I have a fear of heights, and I was up on a high ladder all day long. It lasted one day.
Okay, that's yeah, me too. I get scared going on bridges, man. I get scared going on those bridges. Like when I go to a hotel and they want to like be nice, we throw events at a thing, and they want to put me like the top floor. I say in the Marriott Bonvoy, I'm like low floor.
Low floor, yeah.
I get scared of the balconies, like I'm looking down, going on the balcony.
Looking over a bridge. If you'd tell me, I went to the Hoover Dam recently, and I guess over a year now, but I remember looking out over the edge there, and that was not a good experience for me.
Oh my God, I can't imagine. All right, well, I know you have your next 3:00 call. People want you to come on again. Next time we'll get more into business and how he looks at these innovative technology companies. And I want to talk about more of your startups, because he's invested in some very cool ones that you guys are like probably never heard of that will be the next frontier of tech. That will be. And if you get a chance, go to Loup Ventures and check them out yourself. So, Gene, thank you for coming.
Yeah, appreciate it very much. Enjoyed it. We'll see you soon.
Yep. Thank you very much. Have a great day, man.
Bye.
I want to bring joining me today, I just mentioned his name, Mitch Hotch. Welcome to Around the Bell.
What up? What up?
Coming off the high of talking to Gary Vee this morning.
Yes. Celebrating, getting a little drink on, ready to enjoy the show.
Is that blue juice? What is that?
You don't know what's in here. You don't want to know.
I don't want to know. All right. Next up, the man with the plan, the Jesus of Wall Street, Kenny Glick, hit the bid.
What?
What up, my man? I drink nothing or eat nothing that is blue. I always think I'm eating a Smurf. What is that nastiness?
That's a good life rule to have, I think.
No blue foods.
Avoid blue foods and blue drink. Joining me next, all the way from Ann Arbor, Michigan. You know him. You love him, but he can't read. Dyslexic Drew. How are we doing today?
Working hard.
Working hard.
Getting back to it.
Yeah.
Not reading, though.
We can tell. Last but not least, all the way, well, actually in Detroit via Chicago, Illinois, Ryan Faluna. What up, sir?
How's it going? First of all, Drew is not working hard. He's hardly working. And as far as the blue goes, I am not going to sit around here and listen to you guys bash stuff that is blue raspberry flavored. Okay, you can take that garbage somewhere else.
Wow. All right. Fair enough. So, you guys, if you haven't seen our show before, very simple to understand. We've got a scoreboard. We've got topics. I've got a timer. I will ask questions, give Ryan, Mitch, Drew, and Kenny time to answer each question. Award points arbitrarily based on however I'm feeling in the moment. You only live once. And then at the end of every round, we'll kick somebody out until eventually we have a champion. That being said, let's roll into round one, Mitch.
Are you going to put me on the scoreboard, or is Drew going to get 2 entries?
Let's roll.
No more making fun of him for not reading. No more making fun of him for not reading, Spencer.
All right. Hey, I said it's our least serious show. Ryan Faluna is on the scoreboard now. All right, let's start with topic number 1. We're talking about SPACs here. Talking about SPACs. Generally speaking, is the bottom in for SPACs? Have SPACs stopped going down for the moment? Ryan, since I neglected you on the scoreboard, we're going to start with you. is the bottom in SPACs?
No, simply put, no, it's not. You're going to see some SPACs continue to go down. There are going to be some good deals out there. A lot of it is going to have to be, or a lot of it's going to depend on how it's actually structured, how the deal's structured. The pipe for CCIV, that pretty much, that nixed everything. The bottom is not in. Some of these SPACs will continue to pound those lows.
All right, some points for conviction and for pointing out CCIV in particular. Dyslexic Drew is the bottom in for SPACs.
Yeah, so the SPAC man himself, Chamath, our boy, we love him. We had him on the Power Hour. He is kind of, taking some money off the table with some SPACs. Not a great sign for a man that owns, I think, 5 SPACs. It's a lot of SPACs. So I think the bottom is definitely, on its way. It's coming up. There's a lot of SPACs nearing that $10, IPO price target. So there's a lot of great deals. I think some of them like Pershing Square, maybe Ajax, Bridgetown, maybe they're nearing the bottoms, but there's a lot more that have a lot of room to fall.
All right. Nice job, Dyslexic Drew. The co-host of SPACs Attack, Mitch Hotch. Our SPAC,
what are you guys smoking? This is the bottom, baby. We are coming back from the bottom. You know why? Because you're starting to see no more SPACs coming out. So the supply has gone down. The demand is going to meet the supply. And then now you're going to start seeing some of these companies that have de-SPACed start ripping, start getting those short squeezes. Look out, CLV, Clover Leaves, whichever one you want. Watch out, because the 9 bottom is really the bottom. If you can risk off of $1 and look to make 5 or 6, I'll take it anytime. So is this the bottom? Hell yes, this is the bottom. And we're going only up from here.
Kenny Glick.
What the hell's a SPAC?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Wait, you mean that sector that I brought to you guys with Nicola and DraftKings in space?
Yes, I want to mention that. Kenny Glick is the person that introduced me to SPACs I think it was the end of April. He was like, guys, check out this VTIQ. I don't know what it is, but I like it.
Oh, God, VTIQ.
Kenny. Nicola. Kenny was on this SPAC trade really early. So that being said, Kenny Glick is the bottom in SPACs.
Absolutely not. 9 out of 10 of these companies, you will never hear from them again. I do like one because it's becoming a baseball card company that I always like. MUDS, MUDS, is going to become Tops. But I'm going to wait for these things to become real companies, and then we'll decide which ones we want to invest in. When they become a DraftKings or a Space or something like that, then we'll be interested. But I think 9 out of 10 of these are going to be never heard from again. I'd be a seller of all of them.
All right. After the first question in round 1, we're very early here, 2 points apiece or $2 apiece for that one. Question numero deuce. Jamie Dimon out this morning with his annual letter, ran pretty down the middle, said he's bullish the U.S. economy at least until 2023. Agree or disagree? Mr. Glick, we'll start with you.
It's hard not to be bullish. It's hard not to be, it's hard to ignore the fact that this government, I don't know whether it's the economy, but the government has definitely taken this market over. Interest rates are staying down, even though we had that little blip. But bullish on the economy doesn't matter. Got to be bullish this market. As much as I don't want to be, I have to be.
Mr. Faluna, how we doing here?
I'm doing great. I agree with Kenny. You don't fight the tape, man. You don't fight what's in front of you. And right now we got a bullish market. Let's keep playing that. Jamie Dimon, I mean, he's really going out on a limb there, right? And saying we got 2 years, right? Really, really kind of making a call there for 2 years. I mean, I want to know how the market's going to do for the next 5 or 10 years. Even if there is some, volatility or some rocky roads in the next two years here, no big deal. I want to see Jamie come out with a little bit more of a conviction call there. It's for me, this is definitely bullish. I'm a buyer all day.
Buyer all day, he says. All right, Mr. Mitch, agree or disagree? Bullish until 2023. Yes or no?
Honestly, I don't know where Jamie is copying me, but I literally have been putting out 2023, exactly that year as when the decline starts. And that's when you'll start hearing talks about impeachment of Biden or whatever you want to call. Just get ready, because the impeachment talks will come out just like they came out with Trump. You'll hear it. And that's when you'll start seeing the ever decline of the market. We'll run into the bear, and then you might just have to learn how to short stocks, guys. Guess what?
All right, Mitch gets 1 point for accusing the most powerful banker in America of plagiarism. Dyslexic Drew, agree, disagree with Mr. Diamond, bullish till 2023.
Yeah, this guy kind of likes to look at which way the market's going and say, yeah, I think it's going to continue going that way. Because let me tell you, during COVID, when this thing was nearing, the SPY was nearing 220, nearing maybe 230, he said, oh, the market's going to keep falling. This is horrible. I've never seen anything like this. I think he had a broken arm. He was a bad news bear, right? So maybe he's feeling a little bit better. I think his arm's better, his neck, whatever happened to him. And he's like, oh, things are money. There's money coming in the system. Stocks go up, right? Okay, that's an easy call, Jamie. How about their inflation? How about the 10-year? Yeah, interest rates probably going to stay low for a while, but there's a lot of risk factors that I think this guy is just not really worrying about.
All right, Drew, he had emergency surgery on his heart, I believe. It wasn't a broken arm, but props to Drew. Points for Drew for recalling what Jamie Dimon said a year ago. Good job. Good job.
I was impressed with that too.
Good job, Drew. All right. Last question of the first round. Twitter. There was a scoop from Bloomberg this afternoon. Twitter apparently discussed buying Clubhouse, the audio app that everybody wants to be in but nobody actually uses, for $4 billion. Twitter, of course, has their own competing product with Twitter Spaces. Good idea for Twitter to buy Clubhouse for $4 billion. Drew, we'll start with you.
Yeah, so we talked about this earlier on the show. There's two things I instantly think of. One is what's that app called? Party, or what was that app?
House Party.
Yeah, House Party. We were talking about that earlier, right? That was such a phase. All my friends, we were in math class. I was in high school still. We'd go on House Party. Oh my God, he's in that class. I'm in this class. We just look at each other like some awkward high school kids that we were. So I think Clubhouse definitely has a lot of value, but just like any other tech product, Mr. Zuckety Zuck and everyone else is going to say, how can we copy that as quick as possible? So if they can get acquired, I think that's a sick move for the company. Take that money, run, and do whatever you need to do with that. Because, I mean, there's going to be a lot of competition in this space. I know Discord's getting in. So I don't know. It's good for Twitter, though. I think it's good for Twitter. It will establish them as the name brand in this industry. And I think it fits Twitter perfectly, right? Putting your thoughts out there. So I think it'll be sick, but a lot of competition.
All right. Mr. Glick, you agree? You like Twitter spending $4 billion on an app that competes with their own product?
Yeah, money's money. It doesn't even matter anymore. Yeah, they could throw $4 billion at this company. You know what it would do? It would just give them another reason to actually start charging for their product. I think Twitter should just say, hey, listen, $2 a month. We'll get $20 for the year. It'll get rid of the trolls. Next thing you know, Twitter's $150 a share. They won't care that they spent $4 billion on Clubhouse.
And see their DAUs maybe go down, but hey, that's par for the course. Ryan Faluna, you like Twitter buying Clubhouse? Maybe. You
know what? I don't like this. I don't like this. I gotta say, Jack hasn't really done a great job as the CEO of Twitter over there. If you ask me, I'm not really sure that buying Clubhouse is going to save this. I mean, ask me about Clubhouse when I got a damn edit button. I like Kenny's idea here of Twitter charging $2 a month or $20 a year for a subscription. I agree. I think that would make the price go up. Give me an edit button. Don't start talking about Clubhouse and all this other stuff until I have an edit button. Listen to the people that are on your platform. They're telling you they want an edit button.
I'm getting a vibe that Ryan wants Twitter to add an edit button. Mr. Mitch, you like Twitter maybe, or at least having conversations about buying Clubhouse?
Well, I have to agree with what Ryan said there. I think Jack is more worried about his beard than his company. So we'd have to worry about that first. And if anything, he should just start selling some beard products because we all are amazement of that beard. But for Clubhouse, I just don't understand. I mean, they just got their own thing they can just do. Why even go and spend some money for something that you can literally imitate? I mean, there's no competitive advantage that Clubhouse has right now, guys, other than the users using it right now. And you know how that is. We just wipe our butt with the other company, and next thing you know, we're on the other app. So I definitely think that in the long run, you'll see Twitter not make this purchase and compete with Clubhouse and beat them. So.
All right, that brings us to the end of round number one. Here is our scoreboard, as you can see. We actually have a tie. Well, let's break the tie. Let's break the tie. Mitch has 7, Ryan has 7. Kenny has 7. Drew has 6. Unfortunately, Drew, that means you are the first to go tonight. Any last words?
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm with Ryan here. Being the dyslexic person I am, I could use an edit button. I've sent out a lot of gibberish on Twitter, and it's not great. So let's get that edit button, Jack. That square stock is looking very pretty. So maybe you could cash out and get us an edit button.
All right, Drew. See you, Drew. Moving right along here as I make Drew's color red so we know he's out of here. Round 2, buy or sell. Let's start this. I'm going to give you 3 stocks / ETFs. You can tell me if you buy or sell. Let's start with Mitch, and we'll start with Palantir. Mitch, buying or selling Palantir?
Well, I really think this is more along, do you buy or sell Kathy? You know, I don't really think this is a PLTR question, you know, because she's the one stocking this one up, pumping this one sideways. And to tell you the truth, I'm not the biggest component, so I'm going to say a sell here. But will it get back to maybe a little bit of that resistance that you're seeing? You know, the chart will go bounce a little bit, but long term, I'm just not a buyer of this one.
All right, not a buyer in Palantir. What, Mr. Glick? You a buyer in Palantir? You a seller?
I'm absolutely buying this, but I need it to be at $16. And if Kathy Woods is a fan of it, I really don't like it that much because I don't like anything this woman talks about. I don't like anything she owns. But I like to own a piece of the CIA. I like that they're cryptic. I like that people call them an evil kind of a company. I want in, but give me it at $16.
Mr. Faluna, you buying?
Yeah, I like this too. I'm a buyer here. I don't have the same disdain for Kathy that Kenny does. I think she makes a lot of good buys here. However, I do agree with Kenny. I'd like to see this come back in, right? We're nearing some support here. You're going to have a little bit right under 20. We're just above 22 right now. I'm not gonna get the cash cannon out for this yet, but I'm definitely going to buy. I'll tell you this. Let's put it this way. I'm not going to short it right here. I'm going to wait for a little bit of a dip. I'm going to buy it and go long.
Ryan gets points for having an apparent cash cannon. Next one, I think we all know how Kenny feels. He just told us, but we'll ask anyway. Kenny, start with you. Buy or sell ARK ETFs?
Sell. You don't have to ask me again. Not a fan. They putting her on a pedestal. She's the classic momentum, market never goes down champion right now. Let me see some volatility. We'll see where she ends up. I'm a seller of everything she has, anything she has to offer.
Mr. Mitch, buying or selling ARK?
Yeah, I'll tell you the truth. For a while there, I missed the ride up because I think for a while there, yeah, you could just buy anything that she was buying and you would have been making money. But now I think that party is gone. I just don't see it anymore. But if you want to join the ARK fund, look at the space ETF or so-called space ETF. If anybody could see, the portfolio balancing there, she's trying to hedge a little bit of that risk. That's what I think personally with this ETF. She's trying to hedge a little bit of her other ETFs by doing a little bit higher cap companies, a little bit more balance in her portfolio. And that's why she brought the space ETF. So in other words, it was another just gimmick to get you guys to going into the Kathy, the ARK Invest, and buying into it. I think at the end of the day, people went buying because I was one of them. I was buying it. I was looking at NPA. I was looking at HOL. I was looking at STFW. I was looking at space. I was looking at Maxar, the best space company out there, really. And guess what? None of them there except SPCE, which is just a rich person's dream.
Wow. I'm fighting words. Mr. Faluna.
Yeah, I don't know what Mitch has against people's dreams, whether they're rich or not. That's
me neither. Great point.
Yeah,
I don't know about that one though.
I'll say this though. I'm selling ARK ETF. Give me a stock. I don't want this ETF. I'm trying to trade here, right? I'm trying to destroy the S&P's returns. Give me a stock. I don't want to trade an ETF. Forget it. Sell it.
All right.
And real quickly, Bo, you want to know where to get a cash cannon? You and I will talk. We just got to modify your potato gun. No problem.
Third question, actually, final question of round 2. Coinbase is IPOing next week. They had the filing out yesterday, blew the numbers away, made more money in the first quarter than they made all of last year. Mr. Faluna, buy or sell the Coinbase IPO.
Get that cash cannon back out, baby. We are firing that back the truck up. Do whatever you can. I am buying Coinbase. I am absolutely buying Coinbase. This company is an absolute monster already. This is actually the platform that I use to buy crypto. I haven't sold any crypto yet, so I can't say I buy and sell it. I'm a hodler. But so I've used Coinbase to buy it. I love Coinbase. I love Coinbase Pro. Numbers were great. Ticker's great. Everything about it is great. Buy it. Back to truck up. Let's go.
Tell us how you feel. Jeez.
I don't have a cash cannon, but I'll do this for you, Ryan.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me. You can slide with me if you feel like 550.
That'll be Ryan next week. After that Coinbase IPO. Mitch, you're next. Buy or sell a coin.
Well, it's an IPO. You got to first wait for it to go through the little, the first day where it's just super volatile. I mean, day trading, trying to think that they're going to catch the next super Airbnb. But I think you got to first let it break down first. It's going to trap a whole bunch of retail first, go down to levels where it actually is purchasable. And then you got to go ahead and load the boat in this one. It is definitely, I think, the number one platform that's going to be used in the next, let's say, 5 years for cryptocurrency. So I'm going to definitely stick with this one.
Mitch preaching patience. All right. Mr. Glick, you buying or selling coin?
Damn, I hate to agree with these two guys, but I'm going to try to play some pin action also. There are some other companies, that one called Voyager Digital, that's already public. So when Coinbase comes out, I'm going to grab that one. It's VYGVF. Keep an eye on it. But Coinbase, I'm going to be patient too. What I'm going to look for is the volatility to, be extreme that first day. And the second day, if it breaks the high of the day from opening day, I'm in. I'm just going to play the momentum.
He's given us his play. He's given us his sympathy play. Points for Kenny Glick. Let's take a look at the score at the end of round 2. Mitch Hotch is our man. That's going to be it for you, Mitch. Any last words for us?
Well, first things first is if you didn't catch it, guys, catch my Gary V interview from earlier today, guys. We'll put the link in the description below. It was a great interview. We talked SPACs, NFTs, and guess what, guys? I don't know. I'm just gonna get out.
All right.
What he meant to say was like and subscribe and post a comment. It really helps.
Share. All right, it's our showdown now. Last round. Let's get this showdown started. Where's our showdown video? We don't have. All right, we don't have a show. Okay. I noticed this morning that yesterday, I don't know about today yet, but yesterday marked a new low of the year for trading volume on the New York Stock Exchange. Are retail traders losing interest in the stock market after that GameStop Reddit frenzy? Mr. Faluna.
No, they are not. I think that there's a lot of stuff going on right now. Part of which we had an absolutely monster year last year. There are going to be people that have never traded that are going to be facing tax capital gains burdens. They're going to have to deal with that. I think some of the pause, the malaise that you're seeing right now, we're waiting for some of that stuff to shake out. Maybe end of April, beginning of May, we're going to see some volume pour back into this market.
Mr. Glick, same question. Are the retail traders losing interest?
I hate to agree, but I don't think they are. I think we're just taking a pause to refresh right now. We're waiting for earnings season to come in. I'm surrounded by 500 retail traders every single day. The volume was dead. We took a nap yesterday, but there's still plenty of activity to go around. But we're all biding our time, waiting for earnings season to come on and see if this market's just going to, break out again, or maybe love to see it go down and cause some volatility. But retail's not dead.
All right, here's our scorecard going into the final question. Whoops, let's get it up there. Final question of the show. Kenny up by 1. Last question is Carnival, which is at $29 on the Kisser right now. My question for you is, does Carnival CCL see $50 in 2021, Mr. Glick?
50? No, but you're looking square in the face of 39.75. How about that? And you know what? The Glick family loves themselves some cruises. My parents can't wait to go back on a cruise. They're just waiting for their, their vaccinations and their permission to get on the boat. So I think the stock's going higher. Definitely do.
Points for a specific level there. Ryan Faluna, this Carnival, which is at 29, see 50 this year.
I don't think it sees 50. I do agree with Kenny. Unfortunately, this is going to go higher. You're going to see some of the other names go higher as well. Look for Norwegian cruise lines to go higher as well. I've actually taken a Norwegian cruise, by the way. A little plug there. It was great. I don't think cruises are going to be the big hit that they were before. The way I look at this is a little bit of the movie theater effect, right? I'm not sure that people are going to be wanting to go back into boats where you only get a couple of days or an excursion here and there. Otherwise, you're trapped on a boat. Same way, I don't see people going back to crowded movie theaters when you can actually just get the same experience at home. There are going to be other places to vacation. For me, especially in this particular year, I'm looking for stuff outdoors, right? I'm looking for camping stuff, anything that's related to that, the mountains, back to nature. I think the cruise ships, I think these lines rebound. I don't think we have a chance at seeing 50.
All right. Ryan gave a better answer, which means we are tied, but tie goes to the runner. In this case, the runner is the guy who has the Suck My NASDAQ sign in his background, which is Kenny Glick. So, Kenny Glick, congratulations.
Hey!
You are the winner of this episode of Around the Bell. The floor is yours, sir.
Hey, thanks very much. What do I win? Do I get a share of Coinbase when it comes out? What are we doing?
You get a fractional share of Coinbase.
I thought we were here to talk about weed. What happened? I came all prepared.
The floor is yours. The floor is yours.
The floor is mine. Well, listen, here's my story. I'm a bear. I think this market has gone completely batshit insane. And, you can't fight it. But at the same time, we're going into that seasonality, the sell in May and go away kind of thing. So will the retailers come back to support this market? That's going to be the question. I am in 98% cash right now, and I play the game for what it's worth. I watch my VWAP levels every day. So I'm treating this market exactly how it should be treated. It's a casino. Don't deny it. Play the game. Live for the day. Trade for the day, and live forever, baby. We won't ever die. I love you. Thanks for having me on.
All right. Thanks a lot, Kenny. For Ryan Faluna, Kenny Glick, Mitch Hotch, Dyslexic Drew, I'm Spencer Israel. Please, please, please remember that all the information from all of our shows, but this show in particular, is meant to be used as informational purposes, not for investing or trading or that kind of advice. We're just a bunch of guys on the stream talking about stocks because we like it. Don't forget, smash that like button, please. Leave us a comment. Don't say that enough. Comment on our videos. We actually get very few comments, and it's kind of sad. We need more comments on our videos. So leave us a comment. Give us a share. Give us a like. Let us know what you want, what you like, what you don't like. Give us feedback. You can always email powerhour@benzinga.com. Tell us what you hate, what you like, what you feel neutral about. We read all those emails. That is a wrap for today's programming slate on Benzinga. We had a full day. We started at 8. We're ending now. Tomorrow, same story. We'll go 8 until about 6. So if you didn't already, as Mitch said, catch the interview with Gary Vee. Catch my interview with the CEO of SRAX, SRAX, on Zinger Nation from 1 o'clock Eastern today. And that's going to be a wrap. Check the links below in the description. Again, the Benzinga Boot Camp is Saturday, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. The link is in the description. I'm putting it in chat right now. There it is. Guys and girls, we've got more trivia starting right now. Zinger stock trivia. Usually it's at 3 o'clock. Today they were lazy, so they said, "Can we do it at 4?" And I said, "Okay." So trivia questions that I came up with. Yours truly came up with these questions. We're gonna find out how knowledgeable the Benzinga trivia crew is, and whether I can stump them with my deep knowledge of the markets. Guys, do we have a video that we're playing or what? Or if not, I'll just blabber on until we promote you.
No, we're liking the blabber.
We're liking the blabber?
Yeah, it's great.
All right.
I appreciate the blabber.
Aaron, producer Aaron is here.
What's up, everybody?
You're working today.
I'm working. I work every day. What are you talking about?
All right. I don't know. I didn't see you on Slacker at all. You're not in the office today.
That's the only difference.
All right. Zinger stock trivia, guys. How are we doing this? We need Michael Murray, don't we?
We need
Yeah, Mike
Michael.
Murray doesn't feel like entering. Should we end here? Mike Murray.
Boom. Oh. What is going on?
What are we doing here, dude?
What's
As you
going
guys
on,
know, we
folks?
like to have fun over here.
Yes, we do. It is time for Zinger Stock Trivia. No. Mike, there's actually a button. You should hit the soundboard real quick.
My soundboard never
Air
works.
horn.
Yeah, why does Michael always get the soundboard position?
It's working.
I hit 2. Dude, it actually works this time. I'm gonna have fun with that.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll have to turn it down once we get the trivia music, or we can leave it up.
Oh yeah.
What do you feel like? You want soundboard or the music?
I gotta have music.
All right. Well, you gotta give me
Let's
a
go
second to
with
get
music.
that loaded. All right. What's going on today? We got Aaron, not in office, wearing beanies, being a hipster with his glasses.
My hipster glasses, yes.
There's a bit of an echo here. Let me turn on my echo cancellation just to save the audience. And all right. Enough. Usually we're here in the office. Aaron's usually on a ladder. Someone said, "Yo, Aaron."
What up? The real life.
Yo,
Aaron
Aaron.
Rodgers?
Joe says, "Nice cut, Mike."
Thanks, man. I just got it. It's a fresh cut. Yeah, my old hair was too heavy.
But folks, I think it is about that time. Well, you know what? While I set this up, Aaron, do you want to run the rules?
Yeah, absolutely. So the rules, as you guys know, we run stock trivia. We have a slew of 10 to 12 questions today. First person in the chat, once we present the question, you will get presented the answers. Out of the 4 options, the first person in chat to type the correct answer with the fastest response will get that answer correct and be awarded that point. The total or the most amount of points by the end of the show is the winner. Pretty simple.
Pretty simple, folks. That is, in fact, correct. The first person to respond with the best, most accurate response to the question is the winner. And Michael, do you know what the winner wins this week?
Yeah, they get swag, bro. Swag from the swag store.
Something that not everyone can buy. Clearly, Mike Murray hasn't had the chance to buy it. But
Because I don't win at this show. Thanks for
no, I was saying you don't have swag, bro.
Oh,
dang.
I don't. That's true. I'm not even here to defend myself today. I'm just chilling.
Jay chilling.
Nice.
All right, so
I'm trying to keep it a little more low key today because I got so ripped on for my language last time. I think I'm just not even really going to say.
Yeah, absolutely. I was gonna address that at some point. You did say the F word a couple times last show. Let's keep it a little clean.
Listen, folks, you just have to be patient with Mike Murray. He can get frustrated sometimes. It's understandable. He's not the best loser, but he is a loser. So with that, folks, I think it's about time we get that countdown started. Let's get this show on the road. It is time for Zinger Stock Trivia. And that is a blank screen, but it is starting in a second here. All right. I'm going to add the music, all right?
Nice.
Feel free to talk.
American Sisman. F word, we don't mean fundamentals. Although that is an F word, that we try not to say. like to say, but depending on
Not
who you
the
are.
F word I'm talking about. Nope. You know why? Because this show really brings out the worst in me. And I think it has since the first time we played it, because I just never get these answers right. And honestly, it's going to be even worse today if I don't get anything right, because Spencer's sitting like 20 feet away from me, and I know he wrote all these questions.
Oh, he's watching you like a hawk.
I'm going to be extra pissed if I get none of these, because that means Spencer's better at market knowledge than I am, which is probably true.
Which is probably true.
I can't.
I mean, he does run pre-market prep every single day.
That's
It's
true.
a great show. Check it out.
That's true. What's one of those stocks? What's AESE? I don't even know. Where's our music at?
Where's our graphic?
Where's our anything? Do we have anything going on right now?
Let me know if it pops up, because I hit start and then it's just like, all right, we're having a little slight technical difficulty with the thing. Let me just restart it here. All right, folks. Michael, why don't you tell them about what we just recorded?
What? Oh, first trade?
First
yeah,
trade.
we just recorded first trade. Yeah. Took a hot minute, but yeah, it was a good episode. It was a good episode. We had J Rob on, actually. Jordan Robertson, shout out, sitting at the far end of the office right now in the very corner. She was a great guest.
Awesome.
Talked about TikTok, talked about some of the ways she uses it to buy stocks and crypto. And yeah, it was pretty solid. It was a good show.
Nice.
I was not focused. Levos and I had just ordered buffalo mac and cheese, so I had mine sitting in the kitchen for me. So my head was not in the game at all. I was not even thinking about the episode.
Interesting. I mean, understandably so. You know, Buffalo Wild Wings. I ate that. I'm done for the day.
Buffalo mac and cheese from Buddies, bro. It was like that buffalo chicken with the mac and cheese.
Oh, you got buffalo chicken from Buddies.
Yeah.
I thought I heard Buffalo Wild Wings.
Parmesan, dude. Parmesan mac and cheese.
We have a working stream, folks. We have a working trivia. So sorry about that, but it's time we get started. We have 40 seconds out.
All right, let's get into it finally.
It's time you prep your fingers to hop on that keyboard. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Those are your options. 6, maybe 7 if we are at room temperature. Folks, are you ready to get started? We have 25 seconds on the clock. I'm trying to get some music in here. That also doesn't want to work. It's not the best situation. Can someone? All right, Michael, why don't you ask the first question when it pops on?
I was just trying to do that terrible fail sound. on the
no, what happened? It cut off again. What's happening?
This is the worst day we've ever had. Spencer, utter disaster here.
We changed the time once by an hour from 3 to 4, and this is what happens to us.
Utter disaster.
Utter disaster. What is happening? Yeah, I have one of those too. You want to check it out? All right. Here is something I propose. It sucks because the audience won't be able to, answer, but maybe Spencer can come on and ask us the questions.
Spencer never gets a break. He was expecting to just be off until 4:30, but no.
The live reacting studio just wasn't having it for Spencer, Let's see. I mean, it popped up again. We'll see if it actually works. Should we wait it out, or do we just run the question?
Like it's running down the countdown and then just
quitting on us.
Can't even get the music at the very least. That's sad to me.
Do you guys need me to?
Yeah, Spencer, why don't you just ask the questions? Let's pull the plug on this. Yeah.
All right. So here's what we'll do. I'll just read the questions, and then I'll put answer number 1 blank, and then put 1 for that answer in the chat, 2 for that answer, 3 and 4. Right. That's what we'll do. All right. You ready? Can we at least get some tunes up in here or something?
Yeah, 100%.
We have 0 tunes right now.
Oh
We've been
man,
waiting on the tunes. You have to do
Here you
this.
go. Turn up for trivia. We're trying to.
all right. Can I start? Do we need to wait for the tunage, or should I just start? I'm gonna. How about I just start, and then you get the tunes when you get the tunes. All right.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Maybe some wine will help this.
Question number 1. Question number 1. Which internet company had its IPO on the NASDAQ on this day in 1992? Is it A, AOL, or 1, AOL, 2,
There we go.
2 Yahoo, 3 Microsoft, 4 Amazon. Again, 1 AOL, 2 Yahoo, 3 Microsoft, 4 Amazon. Here's a hint. This company IPO'd, it had a market cap at the time of $62 billion. It was acquired in 2000 for $182 billion in what was the largest takeover, or still is the largest takeover in U.S. history. Again, IPO on the NASDAQ on this day in 92, 1 AOL, 2 Yahoo, 3 Microsoft, 4 Amazon.
I'm gonna go Microsoft.
I'm gonna say AOL.
Oh, dude, you took my answer. I was gonna say AOL. AOL is one of those classic '90s companies, you know.
You can have the same answer. It's okay.
All right, well, I'm taking that answer then too.
All right.
I'm going with AOL.
Unfortunately, we're not really able to keep score in the chat, but just answer for fun, guys. It is 1. AOL is the answer. AOL was bought by Time Warner in 2000 for $182 billion at the very top of the .com bubble. Okay, question number 2. Actually, no, we can't do this one. All right, we kind of can, even though I just asked it to Joel. So chat knows the answer, but you guys don't. All right.
All right, hit us with it.
All right. There is one school in this year's NCAA tournament that is also a publicly traded company. Which is it? Is it 1, Liberty University, 2, Abilene Christian University, C, Grand Canyon University, or D, Texas Southern University?
I'm guessing Grand Canyon.
Any hints?
Yeah, their stock. I'll give you their ticker. It's LOPE, which is in honor of their mascot name, the Antelopes.
Okay.
Oh, that didn't help me at all.
It didn't really help you. No. So again, Liberty, Abilene Christian, which is in Texas, Texas Southern, which is, you guessed it, in Texas, or Grand Canyon.
All right, my guess is GCU, but I'm probably wrong.
I'm gonna go GCU too. I thought that was their mascot was the Lopes. I think.
Yeah, clearly we're testing you on your mascot knowledge as well.
That's exactly what we're doing.
I'm gonna guess GCU.
You are all correct. It is Grand Canyon.
Hell
University.
yeah!
Hey,
all right. Oh wait, you know we could get some sound effects, right? All right. Question number 3. This legendary banker famously saved the U.S. stock market during the panic of 1907. Is it 1, Henry Wells, 2, Marcus Goldman, 3, J.P. Morgan, 4, Charles Dow? And the hint is this person also named his bank after himself.
Oh, I thought that was pretty obvious then at that point.
Is it? Is it obvious?
I feel like it's JP Morgan.
Wait, what were the answers again?
It was Henry Wells, as in Wells Fargo.
Oh.
Marcus Goldman, as in Goldman Sachs.
Oh, they're all banks. Dang.
JP Morgan, as in, I'm not that dumb, guys. JP Morgan, as in JP Morgan.
Hey.
Or D, Charles Dow, as in the Dow Jones Industrial Average.
Oh, man.
I'm going
All right.
And you said the Wells was a bank? I can't go with the Dow then.
I feel like Dow is the only one that's not the answer.
Yeah, I'm gonna go JP.
Okay, Aaron goes JP. Oh,
my boy JP.
Should I be keeping score between the 3 of you? No, who cares?
Ooh, how about this? How about we
As
keep
long as Michael doesn't
all 3
win.
of us, and then the winner picks a random person from the chat.
Okay, that's what we'll do. Crap. So let's pause it for 1 second so I can say, okay, you all know Aaron got number 1, right? Aaron was one to guess AOL, didn't right?
Yep.
Okay, and then we had 2. You all got that right. Okay, and then 3. We're on 3.
We're on 3. I said JP.
Okay, Michael Murray. What do you say?
I'm gonna go Wells. I gotta say Wells.
Rohan and Michael Murray both say Henry Wells.
I feel like Morgan is just too obvious. You know,
Yeah,
I feel like it would be too easy.
It was J.P. Morgan actually.
Let's go.
Aaron is winning this one. Okay,
let's go.
Number 4.
I got you, Chad. I got you.
Yeah, let's try.
Dude, can I just? Why are there so many people that like to drink in the chat? The chat is just full of people drinking right now.
That's great. It's Friday afternoon. That's great.
Hey,
Number
you're
4.
gonna need a drink to get through.
Number four. Which of these stocks has not made an all-time high this year, in this calendar year, 2021? Is it 1, Coca-Cola, 2, AutoZone, 3 Stanley Black & Decker, or 4 Dick's Sporting Goods?
So you're saying 3 of them have, just one of them hasn't.
3 of them have made all-time highs this year. One of them is not. Again, 1 Coke, 2 AutoZone, 3 Black & Decker, 4 Dick's Sporting Goods.
I'm gonna say, how the heck would Dick's have done well this year?
I'm gonna say AutoZone.
I'm gonna say AutoZone.
Yeah.
I want to sing the jingle.
But
Oh, wait,
you know
wait,
what, Dick's?
Hold on. Dick's has the play of people, having time to go out and pursue sports and like do that on their own. So I'm gonna change my answer here.
Oh wow.
I don't want to just say AutoZone though. What were the other 2?
1 Coke, 2 AutoZone, 3 Black & Decker, 4 Dick's.
See, Black & Decker would have done well as well because like home improvement, people have time for that. Coke, people not really going. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Coca-Cola.
Wow, that's bold.
You know
That's
what?
not I would have guessed.
I mean, it's the biggest company out of the 3 by far, right?
Is it? Yeah, it probably is.
It is. I'd say so.
That's my guess.
All right. Wait, I'm sorry. So Rohan gets Coke.
Yep.
What about the other 2? What about the
I
rest?
said
of them?
AutoZone.
They both said AutoZone.
Oh, all right. Congrats, Rohan. It is
Wow.
Coke.
Okay.
Are you serious?
And I am
Great success.
I would never lie to you. I would never lie
I
to you.
wanted to get in the zone,
You're
AutoZone.
not. You're very much not in the zone.
Dang.
All right.
I will.
Question number 5. This is one that this one did not come from me. When was ARK Invest founded? Is it 1, 2008, 2, 2001, 3, 2020, or 4, 2014? These are all close together. So it's 2008, 2001, 2020, 2014.
I think it was 2014.
I'm gonna say 14 as well.
Yeah, I think it was fairly recent.
2014.
I just read an article. Yeah.
I'm gonna give it 2008.
Was that Aaron who said that?
That's
Yeah.
me.
Yeah. I just read an article about her the other day. I want to say it was like brand
right.
new when she started. This.
Aaron, you are the weakest link. You're wrong. The other 2 are right.
Hey,
You made it sound like I got that right initially.
Yeah, you did a really
lead
good job
there.
of fooling me.
Okay. So this next one, guys, hang out for a second. I'm going to see if I can display this one on the screen
Okay.
because it's kind of long. So let me figure out the best way to do that right now. I guess I could just share my screen probably. And
Yeah, you don't have any of the answers on the screen.
no, I don't. So I'm just going to zoom way the hell in and share my screen. And then it's in a Google Doc. All right, here we go.
I'm just gonna say this now. Let's make sure we're like ready to roll on the trivia thing next week, so we don't have to do this
Alrighty.
improvisation.
What does NASDAQ
The program kind of failed us today.
what does NASDAQ stand for?
Oh, okay.
Is it A, National Association of Securities Dealers Automated Quotations? Is it B, National Association of Stockbrokers, Dealers, and Quantitatives? Is it C, or 3, whatever, North American Stocks, Debt, Assets, and Qualities? Or is it number 4, North American Society of Debt and Quality Assets?
I'm gonna go C.
Okay.
I like number 2.
Okay.
National Association of Stockbrokers, Dealers, and Quantitative. No, actually, shoot, my bad. I'm gonna
wow,
go with
Aaron,
1.
that was dirty.
All right. Aaron's going with 1. Rohan's going with 3.
I'm gonna go 2.
1. We got a 1, 2, and 3. Wow. The answer is number 1. Was that Aaron?
Wow.
Oh, we're back out here.
All right. Good job, Aaron.
Nice.
Very
Stop.
nice.
I try.
Wow.
I'm doing this for the chat. I want to pick the winner.
Okay, number 7. Adidas was founded by 2 German brothers until one of the left start his own rival company. What was that company called?
Reebok.
Is it 1, Reebok?
Oh, really?
Is it 2, New Balance? Is it 3, Puma? Or is it 4, Nike?
Oh,
Nike.
I'm gonna go with my original answer, Reebok. Why not?
I'm gonna go Puma. I'm gonna go 3.
I'm gonna go Nike. But quick question for all of you guys.
Yep.
Do you guys know what Adidas is an acronym for?
That was actually my fun fact.
Really?
Their brothers were Adolf and Rudolf Dassler. So Adolf, AD, Dassler, Das, Adidas, and they got their big break by persuading Jesse Owens, the famous U.S. sprinter, to wear their running spikes.
Oh, then it's Puma.
Yeah, so Kevin Costello.
Oh, no, you're saying Adidas. Never mind. I'm wrong. Don't listen to me. I'm all over the place.
You also
I'm going
can't
with Reebok.
You can't change your answer. You said
Okay.
Reebok.
It's Reebok. It's Reebok.
Michael Murray said Puma, and Aaron said, what did Aaron say?
It's definitely not Nike.
What did Aaron, what did you say?
It's not Nike. I got that one wrong. I'm sorry.
Okay. Michael Murray said Puma. Michael Murray is correct.
All right. Finally. Dude,
But what I was saying is Adidas is an acronym for All Day I Dream About Sports. And then Kevin Costello in the chat said, all day I dream about stocks, which I mean, it makes sense.
All right. Number eight. Number eight. In 2015, the company formerly known as Google changed its name to what? Is it?
Ooh, I know this.
It's Alphabet.
Is it 1, the search company? Is it 2, Alphabet? Is it 3, Larry plus Sergey? Or is it 4, the ABC company?
I'm going to go ABC company.
I'm Alphabet.
I got to go Alphabet too. There's why there was this look on Spencer's face when he said Alphabet and somebody shouted out immediately where he was just like, you fool. But I don't know if that was serious or if he just like, I don't know. I'm going to go Alphabet. I can't overthink
So
it.
Aaron says ABC, Rohan and Michael say Alphabet. Michael and Rohan, you're correct.
All right.
Yo.
Thank God I didn't second guess myself that time.
I must have dreamed
All
it.
right.
Then.
Someone Falcon 505 commented Rohan bad. What does that even mean?
All right, number 9.
Okay, sorry.
What is the stock ticker symbol for Harley Davidson? Is it 1, Biker, BIKR? Is it 2, HD? Is it 3, Motor, MOTR? Is it 4, Hog, HOG?
I think it's Hog.
I'm picking Hog.
I'm gonna go Biker, BIKR.
I wish it was Biker. It is not Biker. It is Hog, Rohan, and Aaron.
Damn it.
You got that one.
Boom, 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 boom.
That was too easy.
All
I'm
right.
pretty sure I'm in the lead right now, so you guys need to step
All right.
up.
The
Hey, I feel like I'm up there.
The International Oil Cartel, OPEC Plus, consists of the original OPEC members, plus which of these countries? Is it 1, Saudi Arabia, 2, the U.S., 3, Antarctica, 4, Russia?
Oh.
All right, yeah, you're throwing me for a loop with that one.
I might just go Saudi on this one, even though they're like the main oil people, but
I'm gonna say Russia.
Okay, Rohan,
All right.
Saudi, Michael, Russia.
I mean, I'll pick Antarctica to be funny, but I'm going to just go with the United States.
Well, all different answers. That might be your first. So Aaron, U.S., Michael, Russia, Rohan, Saudi.
Yep.
Michael Murray. Congratulations on that one.
All right, dude. 2.
Yeah.
I never get 2. That is sick.
All right.
Oh.
This is like my favorite
there's-
show.
that's your
there's
metric,
more.
getting 2 questions right.
There's 2 more. There's 2 more. There's 2 more.
2 more questions. Let's do
Which
it.
of these is not a cryptocurrency? 1, fake coin. 2, pancake swap. 3, sushi swap. 4, YOLO cash.
I'm picking pancake swap on that.
This is why I hate cryptocurrency.
Yeah,
This sucks,
they
dude.
all- they all
None of
suck.
these are real words.
I
You
feel
hate
like
it or you love it?
the YOLO one is definitely one.
Oh.
All right. Again, fake coin, pancake swap, sushi swap, YOLO cash.
Well,
gotta be
fake coin is
pig.
misleading.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go pancake swap as well on this one.
Sushi swap.
Aaron,
I said pancake swap.
you're all wrong. It is fake coin.
What?
Oh, come
Pancake
on.
swap is real.
That
sushi
seemed
swap
like
is
such an
real.
obvious answer.
YOLO
Wow,
cash is
we got
also
faked
real.
out.
You got faked
Dude.
out. All right. Last one. This is it. Where is the Hershey Company headquartered? Is it 1, in Milk, Pennsylvania? Is it 2, in Kiss, New York? Is it 3, Hershey, Pennsylvania? Or is it 4, Chocolate Town, New York?
Hershey, Pennsylvania.
Hershey, Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, but I would love to visit Chocolate Town. That sounds interesting.
All right, that was apparently not a
Sounds
very
like a
hard
place for
question
me.
because you all got that one right. All right. So allow me to tally this up, and you guys can all schmooze for a minute while I just some
Schmooze.
Yeah.
Schmooze.
Is this smoozing?
Yeah. All right. I have to count.
I don't know what it is, but
That was That was weird.
That was something. It wasn't schmoozing or whatever.
I was gonna make a weird face, and I didn't want to traumatize the audience, honestly.
Dude, you know what?
Oh,
This
thank
is
you for
why
that.
cryptocurrency is just so weird, though. Sushi swap, pancake swap, like, dude, those are real tokens and real things.
Yeah, I bet you can just buy sushi with them.
pancake swap it.
Why can't we just have dollar bills like we used to have back in my day when I was?
This was actually. Oh man. Oh, all right.
Michael, you're not even that old. Back in
Michael,
the
you're
day.
younger than all of us. He's the youngest one on here. Boomer wannabe.
Didn't account, guys. Listen up. We have a tie. This is a problem. We do have a tie. Michael Murray came in last with 5, but he was only one short. He was only one short though. He was only one short. Aaron and Rohan each had 6.
Shoot.
So that means we have to do a tiebreaker.
Rock, paper, scissors.
I'm going to come up with a question.
Wait, dude. You know what? We should let
Yeah,
Elliot Lane choose the winner. I see him in StreamYard waiting right now.
Elliot Lane.
We should let Elliot Lane choose the winner.
Choose between Aaron and
Yeah.
Rohan.
Yeah, he should just thumbs up or thumbs down.
Joe says fight to the death. Aaron's not in office today,
See?
otherwise they could do that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Elliot gets to choose. Thumbs up, thumbs down.
Here's what we'll do. Okay, let's do this. It's going to be an open-ended question. Whoever gets the closest is right. Okay.
I'm ready.
What is the market cap of Tesla?
It's over 7 million.
7 million?
Billion,
I was going to say over 4 billion.
It's a little over 7 million. Yeah. What is the market cap of Tesla? Aaron and Rohan. You don't say
4
over.
billion.
You got to give me a number.
4 billion.
I'm gonna say 7.5 billion.
Oh man. Wait, Rohan said 7.5 and Aaron said 4?
Yeah.
All right. Rohan is closest, but you're both way off. 600, somewhere around $628 billion.
Whoa.
Whoa. This is why we're the tech guys.
That was terrible.
I started trading like 5 weeks ago.
Oh my
okay?
goodness. Oh God, Rohan. All right. Rohan is the winner, and he picks the winner from the chat randomly.
Dang.
All right.
I wanted to do it for you guys. Sorry, I couldn't.
Guys, that was 7 and 4 billion. Oh my God. That's like a
Wait. Who's the guy who said Rohan bad?
That's like
that's the guy who wins.
Jason D, we do suck at stocks. Sorry.
Oh, these guys are look, without Aaron and Rohan.
Falcon 505, you are the winner. Email powerhour@benzinga.com. Congrats.
Listen,
you commented Rohan bad.
Without Aaron and Rohan, seriously, these guys are like production aces. We wouldn't even be able to like do half this. Like, you should see the studio they built from scratch in our office. So we'll cut them some slack, but that was fun.
Definitely not our forte though. So
yeah,
no, yeah, exactly.
Thanks for being patient.
Hey, listen, it's 4:00 on a Friday. Everyone chill, right? Everybody relax. We do have the Cannabis Insider coming up next. Isn't that correct?
Yep. Yes, we do.
All right, we got Elliot Lane, and we got
Patrick.
Patrick Lane. I'm not quite sure if they're related, and if they are,
I think they are.
If they are, in all seriousness, I do tend to forget which one is the older one. I guess we can ask. I suppose we can ask. Yeah, let's ask. Let's bring him on and ask him.
How could you forget?
You should make that clip and tweet it to Elon.
Look at which one of us is wearing a friggin' sweater, and the other one's got a backwards hat on, and then ask that question again.
Fair point, Patrick. Fair point.
Hey, everybody, whatever. Come on. We're remote here. But I'm serious. Tweet that. And Rohan bad.
Yeah.
Rohan bad. If you learned anything from this episode, it's Rohan bad.
At least you own it, man. This is good. This is
Guys,
good.
that's fun. Is this like an every Friday thing?
I like this.
Yeah, usually we're at 3 o'clock though.
And,
so today we're a little bit later.
Usually there's a software that's running and that's doing the questions and not me.
Not you.
Reading it out
I
loud.
thought you did great, Spencer.
Thanks.
That was really good.
Okay.
This is great.
Rohan bad. That's it.
This is great.
All right, I'm gonna hop out of here. You guys have fun with Cannabis Insider.
Let's do it.
Thank you, fellas. Thank you.
Yeah, that was fun. Thank you for the laughs.
Happy Friday.
Yeah, if Elon Musk is still watching, happy Friday to you as well.
Yeah, Elon, what's up, man?
Glad to have you in your $7 billion market cap company.
Yeah.
What's up, Patrick?
I hear they're doing okay over there.
Yeah.
Nothing, man. It's Friday. It's almost the weekend, so I'm pumped. I am pumped. Only a little bit of cannabis news over the past couple days here. Good God.
Comparatively, though, it actually is a little bit. There was so much to start the year.
Well, it's earnings. It's earnings, right? You've got all these announcements coming out, and then just a few moves happening, but big ones for us to talk about today. So that's good. But yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, Aaron, you there? Let's do it.
Let's roll it.
Started.
The music always gets me, man.
I know, it's great, right? But for the Cannabis Hour theme, my fiance found a very similar chordal progression to Bones theme song. So
really, okay.
Yeah. So everybody go watch Bones. It's also known as Cannabis Hour. You know,
good show. Good show.
Dust off. Exactly. Anyway,
somebody get David Boreanaz on the phone, please. That would be great.
Guys, welcome to Cannabis Insider. We're here to talk Canna stocks. We got some great news. Patrick's got a lineup. I got a lineup. We'll see who wins out and gets their stuff ready to go. If you're ready to talk about, some cannabis companies, maybe some revenue, some quarterly earnings, maybe some stocks to watch, drop a 1 in that chat.
Let's do it.
It's fun. It's happening. We're here to give you guys some answers about stocks you want to know about too. So drop those in the chat. Let us know what you think. Patrick, start us off, man. What are you interested in today in the cannabis industry?
What am I not interested in? So here's the thing. You say a lighter day of news, and you're right. Today was a bit lighter. But let's just rattle off a few things here, and we'll dive back into them individually. I know you've got some stuff here as well. But we had a slew of companies talk about earnings and release Q4 revenue, mostly revenue. Let's say some pro forma still for some of these guys. But GTI, so again, that's GTVIF. You've got Columbia Care, that's CCHWF, Air Wellness, AYRWF. Cureleaf was a bit earlier in the month, but they've had some adjusted things come out, CURLF. But top of mind for me right now is Cresco Labs going into Massachusetts, CRLBF, I believe, CRLBF, $158 million acquisition. They've vaulted really into, and again, a limited license market, the top 3 position in that market, right? And I think it's the only one one of 3 as of now to be above $1 billion market, right? So Massachusetts is not something to snooze on these days.
No,
right?
You don't hear about it a lot because they're very difficult to get into.
Oh yeah,
very, very difficult to get a Massachusetts license. So that makes it that much more valuable for Cresco and for Revolutionary Clinics and Tilt and Forefront, for these companies that are actually there. It means that much more than a license in California. I mean, maybe not that much more than in California, but like for a state with tons of licensees, that's huge.
Yeah, no, it's nuts. And Charlie Baxel, the CEO over there, he's been in the industry for a long time, right? We talked about Joe Caltabiano a couple days ago and what Joe's doing with his SPAC. But they built that company. Cresco's a juggernaut. They're one of those that always seems to be jockeying for position with Cureleaf and TrueLeaf and the rest, and GTI, right? But really, really great company. And that Massachusetts acquisition, I think, is more important than them acquiring Bluma Wellness and going into Florida earlier this year.
Yeah. Well, speaking of Florida, let's talk MedMen a little bit.
Let's talk about MedMen.
Again.
I had a feeling you were going to bring that up.
Well, you can't bring up Florida and TrueLeaf and then me not leave the fact that MedMen, who just sold their New York assets to Columbia Care, I think, or somebody in New York. They sold them to somebody. They then get a $20 million Canadian raise to go and acquire and go into Florida, which is a much more competitive market.
Thank you, Luis. Thank you, Luis M. in the chat.
Why?
Well, and listen, the first thing you said, though, I can't sit here and call a company trash, but LOL, indeed, right? Here's the thing. MedMen, MMNFF, I believe is the ticker. We've been talking about this company all week, right? Because they're trying to make some moves here, right? They sold to Ascend in New York. And I think honestly, you're gonna see some of these companies, and this is just my opinion, right? And I'm not giving advice right now. My opinion, I believe you're gonna start to see companies jockeying to get bought, right? And I think maybe that's what some of this is, right? You've got purchasing, raising money to purchase more of a footprint, so maybe you can jack up the price a little bit more. We all know they had some trouble paying their bills over the last, I believe 6 months to a year, right? They were trying to pay their employees with stock rather than, or no, not their employees, vendors, trying to pay their vendors with stock rather than actual funds, right?
They benefited a lot more from that volatility than I realized.
They did. They did. I mean, they're hanging on, and the raise is not a bad thing for them, right? In fact, you could make the argument that now's the time to get in, right? Because you know that they're going to be a target for someone. They've got a footprint. Clearly, Ascend paid them some money for that New York location, so who knows?
Tony, FKA Jeff, the original guys spent millions and they made millions. is also an additional thing I would say there. Listen, like I think what the management is doing right now, if it's to what you're saying, is smart, right? I think increasing your footprint, increasing your value, sure, but like, I mean, they're not going to be.
All right, so our quarterly meeting has just about wrapped up behind me, but regardless of that, it is 2:00 on a Friday, which means it is time for Options Explained with Wealth Builders HQ and Robert Roy. Let's do that, shall we? I think we shall. How we doing, sir?
Hey, Spencer, how are you? I'm doing great.
Good. How the week? It's been such a boring. I've been telling everyone it's been such a boring week, right?
You know, we have 1 or 2 good days in there, but that was it. You know, and usually following a holiday, you get a 3-day holiday, right?
Yeah.
With Friday, we normally get some continuation bullish movement from that. So we're getting a nice little moves. I think we're spoiled with these 200 and 300 point, 500 point, 800 point moves on the Dow, and now we see 100 points and we feel like nothing's happening.
Maybe that's right. All right, I want to give you the floor. I'm going to hop off. I'll be in the background, but take it away, sir.
Fantastic. I hope you're all doing phenomenal. I hope you guys are all set to rock and roll today. I want to talk about a strategy that we haven't discussed here before. It was one we talked about last week that I said we would bring up and cover this week because questions came in right at the very end as we were talking about what is called a diagonal spread, which is a way to do what's called a poor man's covered call. It's a way of renting out a stock without ever owning the stock. And credit spreads came up, and I said we don't really have the time to cover that here today. So let's go ahead and bring those up in the next session this week and cover that there. So let's go ahead. If you would give me a 1 for yes if you have traded credit spreads before. Give me a 2 for no if you have not traded credit spreads before. And I will let you in on a little tip. For those of you that do not know me, the more you participate, the more extra, the more bonus, the more candidates you'll wind up with from me. So I would suggest hitting that 1 or 2. And whatever it is, if you haven't traded them before, go ahead and hit the 2 and let me know. If you have, hit the 1. That's okay. All right. Hey, Manny, how are you? So we kind of have a mixed bag. It looks like we've got a lot of 2s just popped in there now. And then T-Ash decided 31 was some form of 1 or 2. Maybe it's 3 plus 1 divided by 2. Or 3 divided by 1 gives us, I don't know. Sorry, don't know how to figure that one out. 55. Okay, there you go, Naval. Perfect. All right. So let's discuss first what a credit spread is. Let me go ahead and grab my Paint program. Let's make that full screen. And let's talk about this. All right, so let's go ahead and insert text in here. And we're going to talk about credit spreads. All right, and I would suggest you screenshot this throughout the time we're doing this today so you capture this at least as a basis, as a starting point of what you should be looking at for a credit spread. So the very first thing is a credit spread is a 2-legged spread. What does that mean? And both those legs, by the way, are options.
Hey, Robert, can you make the font just a little bit bigger?
Sure.
All right.
Let me do that. Let's try a little more. How's that? Better, Spencer?
Great.
Yep. Okay. So it's a two-legged spread, and we're dealing with options, right? That is our, whoops. That's our trading vehicle, our options. Now, they could be bullish or bearish. The two types of spreads, by the way, are called bull put spread, also known as BPS, bull put spread, and a bear call spread, BCS, bull put and bear call. So let's talk about just the first one, and that's all we're going to deal with today is the first one. We're not going to deal with the second one, just the opposite rules, right? Bull put spread, 3 words. Write this down if you don't know these. The word bull put spread, all 3 words have a particular meaning to it. Bull, meaning a bullish pattern. You think the stock is bullish. We're using put options to spread out our risk. So a bull put spread is a bullish trade using put options, spreading out our risk. And the basis or the starting point of this strategy would be this. If you had a stock, and let's say the stock is, the ticker symbol is PFA. Now, don't trade this one. I made it up. It's plucked from air, okay? Let's say plucked from air right now, just to make it very simple numbers, is trading at $100 a share. All right, what we would do is if we were going to take this trade on, it's 2 components, 2 individual or combined, but they could be 2 individual trades that you would do. One of the trades would basically be a naked put. Oh, that's a dangerous strategy, Rob. Well, that is why we're doing it as a spread to remove that danger. But if you were not utilizing a spread, you would sell a naked put, which means to sell a naked put, as an example, we would let me write it down and I'll abbreviate. Sell to open, STO, sell to open. We would sell to open, let's say the $95 P for put. So what are we doing? Stock is trading at 100. We're selling that $95 put, which is somewhere down below here. And let's say that someone will pay us $1. Don't worry about the exact numbers. I'm making them up. Remember, plucked from air, which is always my go-to symbol. So they pay us $1. The stock's trading at 100, and we just took on an obligation that said, you can force me. You can make me. You, who's you? Somebody. Don't worry about who it is. Don't get hung up in the weeds. Somebody can make you buy the stock at $95 a share, but it's trading at 100. Who in their right mind is going to make me buy it at 95 when it's trading at 100? Well, nobody is. But why would someone do this? Well, we said for us, this is a bullish trade that we're looking at. And if we're bullish, we think the stock is going up. Well, if someone is buying a put, when you buy a put, you are bearish, you think the stock is going down, right? If you're taking a directional trade. So they think the stock's going down, you think it's going up. Not everybody's going to be right in this transaction, right? You're going to have a winner in this, not multiple winners on this trade. But if I am right and the stock does go up, let's say the stock goes up to 101, 104, 187, it doesn't matter. It goes up anywhere higher than $100. Let's say it goes to 110. So on expiration Friday, which is today, right? Expiration Friday, the stock closes at $110 a share. If it's trading at 110 and you have the right to make somebody buy it from you at 95, would you do that? Of course not. Who in their right mind is going to make someone buy it at 95 while it's trading at 110? So what happens? I keep the entire dollar. Well, what if the stock went sideways? What if it stayed right at 100? Well, same scenario. It's trading at 100. Would you make somebody buy your shares at 95? No. But Rob, why would anybody do this? What if the stock goes down? See, if the stock goes down, maybe a little bit. If the stock goes down and stays above 95, am I okay? Yeah. Because if the stock is at 96 and someone can make me buy it at 95, they won't. They will not. No one's going to lose money on this transaction just to say, I'm going to make you do this. It's not going to happen. So we're looking at this transaction here saying, as long as the stock stays above 95, we're okay. Right? That's a naked put. But where do you get in trouble then? Well, what if the stock opens up tomorrow? It's $100 today, and tomorrow it opens up at, I don't know, half. Let's say it opens at $50 a share. Is somebody going to make you buy it at 95? That is the risk in a naked put. Now, I want to take that risk away by turning it into a credit spread. All right, so let me check out some of the comments here. Buy to close. Let's see. Rob, would I be, this is Brad, would I be right to say that you would just use these for swing trades, not really practical for day trades? Actually, Brad, no. We have one trade that we do. Well, we actually send 3 trades out every single day to our subscribers. And inside of those trades, we tell you what the setups are. And if we're bullish, and they're all day trades. Everything I send out on this one service is a day trade. And I'm going to share 2 of them with you today, Brad, that we did today. You're going to see all the numbers. We ran them in toss. You'll see everything we did. Now, we only do one contract. That's the rule, is we do one. And the reason for it is I want to make it affordable to everyone in here. So as an example, let me see my numbers here just to get a better. I've got about 9 or 10 trades under my belt today, so I can't remember all of them. So let's see. That's $2.50. That right there is all right. So you would have needed to do either one of these, Brad. You would have needed $250 to do this trade intraday. And when I share it, we'll see what rates of return we wound up coming up with. Now, do they work well in longer markets, longer term markets as well? Yes. But for me, Brad, I haven't traded a credit spread longer than a week, maybe 7 or 8 days at max, but not longer than that in 7 or 8 years. My credit spreads are either day trades or they are weekly trades. I'm very short term in and out of that trade. I don't hold for a long time here. I don't want to. So Hertz Grandma said they only make you buy it on expiration day if it's below the 95. So yes and no. Understand the rules of options. As a buyer, you have the right. As a seller, you have the obligation. What does that mean? It means if this stock gets below 95, you may get put to you at any time. But I have had on occasion, once or twice, where the stock was above 95 and they still made me buy it. And the reason why you have to understand is they did something to manage a position, more than likely that they did not have enough cash to cover the trade. So they said, okay, I don't really want to make them buy it at 95 while it's trading at 96. And I'm okay with that if they do. But there are occasions that can happen. So with that being said, you can be exercised at any time. But normally you will not be exercised until the last day or 2 of the week unless there's a massive move. Well, what does that mean? Stock closed at 100 and it opens at 50. You're getting exercised even if it's a Monday. It doesn't matter. That's too much premium for that person to give up. They'd be crazy to let it go further than that. So more than likely, they're going to close that position out, whether it's exercise or however they handle it, but you can be exercised. Which you see, that's where we run into the risk in a naked put trade. Now, full disclosure, I love naked puts. It's one of my favorite trades of all to do. But what I'm going to do is take this strategy that just had some of you do the pucker effect and go, and say, I can't afford to take that kind of risk. Awesome. Then we're going to put some protection or insurance on this position. So if we're wrong and it goes against us, not by a little bit, I'm not worried about a little, I'm worried about big, right? You could say, well, Rob, I drive my car and I don't really have car insurance. And that's fine until you get an accident. Then you need the insurance. It's no different here. Naked puts are fine until you have an accident. And when you have an accident, you say, boy, I wish I would have had an insurance policy on that trade. And that's what a credit spread does. It limits our profit. In other words, we took in $1 here originally on this trade. We're going to give some of that dollar back just to be able to protect ourselves. And I'll share that one with you in a moment. So let's see. All right. Good, Brad. Awesome. Awesome. So Chintan said, what is the better vertical option strategy for a bullish outlook? Debit call spread versus a credit put spread. In what scenario would you prefer one over the other? All right. So Chintan, here's the thing. I have a woman I work with. She's actually in here with us. She's in here, helping out, answering some questions if you guys have them about wealth builders. And she is a tremendous debit spread trader. You've got to define the difference. A credit spread, I get paid. A debit spread, I lay money out of my pocket. When I am in a trade, here, if we go this way, and let's see, I want to do that. It's pinked, that's why. Yeah. So let's do another one here. All right. If I buy a call option, if I buy a call, that means I think the stock is going up. The only way that I make money on this trade is the stock has to go up. That's it. If the stock goes sideways, the value of the option will deteriorate. If the stock goes down, the value of the option will deteriorate. If the stock goes up, that's the only way I have a chance to make money. If I do the equivalent of that, which is a bull put spread, if the stock goes up, I make money. If the stock goes sideways, I make money. If the stock goes down a little, I make money. Right? The only time I get in trouble is if it goes down a lot. So I have a 2 out of 3 chance of making money, possibly a 3 out of 3 chance of making money. Professional traders are sellers. They're not buyers. Guys, I know we all want the home runs. We're all looking for the, I want to hit it out of the park. I'm looking to make $10,000, $50,000. I want another GameStop trade. My cousin was telling me this week he saw a kid in Queens, in New York here, driving a car around that said the license plate was GameStop, GME bought or something like that. And it was a BMW, right? And he said the kid looked 19 or 20 years old, that he probably bought a couple hundred shares of GameStop, made himself 30, 40, 50 grand and bought a car, right? GameStop bought or something like that. We all want those trades, but here's the thing. I remember as a young boy, I remember watching the New York Mets. Yeah, sorry, it's the team I like, right? I'm not after the winners. I'm just after the one that my dad liked, right? Call me sentimental. And I remember Dave Kingman, right? Home run king. He was also the strikeout king, right? Swinging for the fence, miss, you're out, right? If he connected, man, it was great. The crowd cheered, and he batted 280 or whatever it was. And then you got other ball players that were base hitters that had 320, 340 batting averages, right? They got on a lot over and over and over and over again, causing something to happen, an opportunity for the game to move in your direction. It's no different with trades, right? I want to get on base as many times as possible. If I can learn to limit my risk in the strategy, okay, and have a better chance of being right, I will take a smaller premium for that. I'll get for me in my trading, I get 6, 8, maybe 10 really good trades a year. Everything else is base hit. I got on. If I'm trading for contracts, 10 contracts, whatever it is, maybe you made $200, $2,000, $12,000, all good trades, right? Anything over 15 grand for me is a home run, right? And we've had a couple of really good trades in one of the programs that we teach this year. What do we do on Amazon? One trade, I want to say 73 grand in it was under a week. I don't remember the exact time frame. It was under a week, right? So I like credit spreads better. Now, debit spread, it's just a different type of trade. So for me, scenario doesn't really fit there. That debit works for me. I don't like it as a structure. Amelia crushes it. She kills it with debit spreads. That doesn't mean the spread doesn't work. It's just not the one I choose to trade. It's not the one I choose to use. Okay. Jason said, Robert, how do we trade live with you? Well, a couple of different things, guys. You know, I'll share some stuff with you in a little bit, but keep something in mind. If you go to tradewithrob.com, 2, 3, 4, 5 times a week, I put a video out on a candidate that I'm looking at for tomorrow. So go ahead, put your email address in there so we know where to send you an email. If you want an SMS, you can put the SMS in there, but not required. And then we send you a trade. I do, a couple of them a week. It's usually 2 to 3 a week, but depending on the week, we could have 5 in there. I never do more than 1 a day. All right, so check it out. Let's see. Vu said, credit spreads, you are the seller of the option. Debit spreads, you're the buyer of the option. Yes, we're correct. But keep something in mind, Vu. You're the seller of the one I showed already here, the $100 strike. You're the seller. Right? What we're going to do at this point now, let's see, we just can't wipe all that out. Okay, now we're going to step in here and say, okay, what's next? Because we sold to open, but we also need to buy to open. PTO. Get used to this phraseology, guys. You're going to see this every week from me. Right? And we're going to buy to open another option. Let me just make sure that I'm okay with the questions here. Brad said, what criteria do you use when choosing the whoops, missed it. Let's see, it's on the next page already. Back it up, back it up, back it up. When choosing the current week expiration versus 110 or less. Oh, I'm only choosing current week, Brad. Unless we are Thursday and Friday of the week, I'm going to go for, or if it's a day trade. And I do day trades on these all the time. Right? I love day trading, credit spreads, directional moves. I'm a big fan of it, especially in this market. On one of the strategies that we teach, day trades this year, had you done one contract, you'd be up $40,000 if you took every trade that we gave. And on our swing trades, you'd be down $2,000. All right. Why? It's not me. It's not I'm bad at picking swing trades. It's the market condition that we're in. You get 1 or 2 days in a direction and a whipsaw back. You get 1 or 2 days in a direction and a whipsaw back. So I'm going as short as possible with day trades wherever I can. All right, let's see. Gregory said, I'm understanding that the idea of all of this, don't know how to implement the trade. And I'll show you. Well, we'll go into, listen, Gregory, we're talking years of experience and working on these for me. I'll share with you a lot of the insights on them today. All right. We'll actually, if we have the time, we'll actually go in and look at putting a practice trade in so you can at least understand the mechanics behind it. Brad said low implied volatility using debit, high implied using credit, generally using high vol rank even better. Yep. And you will have higher volatilities on what you sell. Let's see. Sell to close on Riot, 50 call, 49, 68 cents right now. Okay. Dave Kingman, did he hit some massive home runs? Yeah, he sure did. He was the home run king. Kingman, right? So, guys, if I pronounce your name improperly, I apologize up in advance. He's not telling us that brokers don't allow us to trade spreads. They're not. Okay. I don't know, Tyler. I don't know who your broker is, but unless you've done something on an application for a broker that is causing them. Here, you check the box that said, oh, God, I can't lose a penny. Yeah, they're not going to let you trade spreads. They're going to let you buy stock, right? I won't open a brokerage account if it does not give me access to at least naked puts. That is me personally. But I'm talking experience since 1997, I've been trading naked puts. So, but brokers do allow you to do it. Actually, you could do them in IRA accounts. They're that safe. They have a higher safety factor than buying a stock does. So as far as margin component goes, Gregory said, I'm just so afraid to make a mistake implementing the trade and managing. Gregory, that's what practice trades are for. You want to put this in on a non-funded account to start. You never want to put this in with real money. We only tell people that they should be doing this on practice trades to start. Yeah, listen, TOS. Right? TOS will let you do them. TradeStation will let you do them. Interactive brokers. There isn't I don't use IB. It's a little more complex for me than I like. but they've got stuff in there that professional brokerage firms don't know how to use. That's how in-depth they are. But there's not, if you have a larger account, there is not anybody out there that does better for margin on stocks, options, it doesn't matter, on your positions than an IB does, Interactive Brokers. Pick one of the majors. Stay away from the website guys. And listen, I'm not bad-mouthing anybody. Whether you use Schwab or Fidelity, if you like them, you use them, okay? For me, I like the ones that focus on traders, not on investors, right? If they've got an investment arm to their business, then that may not be the one to be with. Tastyworks, phenomenal. I'm not a fan of the ability that I don't have the ability to exit a trade because I have an account with Tasty. Guys, listen, I have an account with Tastyworks. I have an account with Toss. I have an account with TradeStation, which is my primary broker that I work off of. That's what you'll see me use here is TradeStation because I know it the best. Tastyworks does not allow me to exit a trade on an option based on a stock price. It only allows me to exit based on an options price. And that is a problem for me. Full options trades. Oh, yeah. No, yeah, Navals. And listen, commissions, if you're trading large number of contracts, Tastyworks is the best one because they cap commissions. On a directional trade, it's either $5 or $7. I forget now. I think it's $5 on a directional trade and $7 on a spread. So if you did 100 contracts of the SPY, you're paying as if you only did 5. I think it's 5. Logan, why is what an issue for me? Sorry. Why is not being able to get out based on the option price versus the stock price? If that was the question, if you know anything about options, you could see that the stock price, it goes up and an options price stays exactly where it was. It never moved because they do an implied volatility crush implied volatility, widen bid-ask spreads. And now I'm getting out based on the stock price, on the options price, not on the stock price. So stock hits resistance. My option never moved. I thought I was going to get a $13 on my option, and it's still down here at 10. Well, the stock hit resistance, but the option never moved, so I'm not out of the trade. That's the reason for it. Yeah, Navals, I'm a big TradeStation fan, but if I was starting over, Toss would be the company I would pick. They've got much better, much more in-depth options components. I understand you may not like the option chain. I don't like the colors of their stuff. I'm a TradeStation fan through and through. No, it is just water, guys. Just keep that in mind, okay? Just water. All right, cool. Okay, we're going to keep looking at this, guys. Yeah, I never thought things would be this slow in a week. My swings have not moved. I agree. General accounts in Canada can only buy calls or use covered calls on stocks you own. So then, Brad, the way that you do it, not for teaching for today, is you set up an entity inside of the United States. You use that entity as the place to put your money and set your broker account up, and then you're trading in the U.S. I've got students that are in all different levels of our trainings, all the way down from brand spanking new, they don't know a stock from a rock, to students that are in our highest level coaching in our inner circle programs that are from Canada and have accounts set up here in the US. So you can do it, including one of the women that works with us, that works for me. She lives in Canada and she's set up and structured in the US for trading. Let's see. Yeah, sipping on some moonshine. Exactly. So we're going to go ahead and buy to open an option. Let's jump back in on this one, right? We would buy to open a lower strike. So let's say the $92.50 put is what we would buy. And again, just for simplicity purposes, we're going to make the numbers real simple, 50. So we're going to buy the option for 50 cents. Well, what does that mean? That means we're actually laying out of our pocket. Where's my bracket? Okay. We're laying out of our pocket 50 cents. So bottom line, my total premium is 50 cents. Right? Why? Because I sold for $1 and then I bought for 50 cents. So there's 50 cents left over. That's the premium in my pocket. Now, here's the coolest part about it. If we're writing this trade, if we are right in this trade, cash in, and here's the formula. Actually, let me go ahead and grab I'm just going to, I don't know, Spencer, help me out if you have here, but are there drawing tools inside of StreamYard? So here's the formula. Cash in, CI, that's cash in my pocket over cash out. Cash in is what? Cash in is the 50 cents. That's how much premium I took in, right? Cash out is the difference between the two strike prices. So we had the 95 and the 92.50. The difference there is 250, right? But I also took 50 cents of credit in. So we're going to take that 50 cents away also. So I needed $2 in order to do this trade, right? Cash in was 50 cents. Cash out was $2, right? What are we looking at for rate of return, right? If we look, cash in was 50 cents divided by 2. That's a 25% rate of return on this trade for the next day, 3 days, 5 days, 7 or 8 days at most, right? That, ladies and gentlemen, right there, I will take 25%. I got asked to come on to it was a Tuesday morning show, I think last week before last, for Benzinga. And I was asked a question by one of the hosts of, Rob, why would you take such a small dollar amount rate of return? It wasn't a 50-cent rate of return. It was on a different trade. It was on a covered call. And it's not about the dollar amount. That small dollar amount equated to a 6% rate of return for a week. Don't get hung up on the dollar amount. If the dollar amount is too small, do more contracts. This trade requires $200 of cash in order to do the trade. If you don't have $200, then this is not a good trade for you, but you're probably not buying stock either, right? And if you are, you're buying stocks that are probably lower price and have very small moves. Now, I'm not saying that's a bad thing. You trade where you're at. There never, ever, ever should be a point of, I only have X and I'll wait till I get Y before I start. No, you start now. Don't wait. You start now. And you start where you're at. If you have to trade lower price stocks, you do it. But here's the secret. You could trade options on higher price stocks with the same amount of money you're trading the lower price stocks for, which means you'll get bigger moves, bigger rates of return from it as well. Let's see. Brad said, but I have to have a minimum of $25,000 US to use my margin account. Who's that with, Brad? Brad said, I pay $7 and $1.25 per contract because I live in Canada. Waiting for Tastyworks to hit Canada. Same guy that, but yeah, it's Saganoff. Yep. Yeah, I mean, listen, they do a great job. I'd love to see them get in Canada. We have a lot of students there as well, but I have students using TAS and TradeStation in the US because they're using their corporate entity as as what they're trading from, their corporate address. So Logan said, are these options at the same expiration date? No, I didn't mention it, Logan. Good question. And don't ever be afraid to ask the question. If you miss it, that's okay. I'll repeat it. Not a problem. They are. The only way they become married. And the only way that marriage works is if it's the same thing. If you're in Houston and the person you're marrying is in LA, you might be able to do it, but it's going to be a little bit of a problem. You need to be in the same place, right? The same church, the same synagogue, the same justice of the peace. You want to be together. To make this married, you have to be together. So we use the same expiration date for this trade. And that's what makes it vertical. It's called a vertical spread. This credit spread is vertical. All right. Okay. Let's see. If you own 100 shares, you can print them. Okay. Maybe I got to stop reading some of these things until I read them to myself first. Let's see. Vertical credit spread, same expiration date, different strike. There you go, Amelia. There she is, guys. That's Amelia, WBHQ. Yep, WK, I'm going to share them with you. Let's see. We got a whole hour here today. So Gregory said, with the example we're working on right now, what would have happened with the price of the stock if you lose money? So the price of the stock has to go down below where? For you to get in trouble, the stock has to go down below 95. If it goes down below 95, somebody's going to make you buy the stock at 95, and then you're going to turn around and make somebody else buy it at 92.50. So you've got $2.50 of risk. That's the difference between the price. I don't want to do that. That's the difference of the strike price right there. Okay, let me do it with my pencil. It seems to work a little bit better. That's the difference of this price here and this price here. $2.50. But remember, they already paid you 50 cents. So your maximum risk in this trade is $2 on this transaction. So that's worst case scenario if the stock were to go against you. But keep something in mind. If the stock went down to 94.50, they're going to make you buy it at 95. You're going to make somebody else buy it at 92.50. Guess what? You still had that 50 cents of premium in there. So you reduced your cost basis in this trade. Give me a moment on that, Vu. I'll handle that. All right. So let's go ahead here. Okay. Let's look at here. Let me share with you first some examples from today. And these were actual trades we did today. I've got two of them to show you. There we go. That's one. And let me zoom in on a little bit. And I don't know which one I grabbed first. I just grabbed it. So those of you that are familiar with TOS will recognize the platform down below, the very bottom, which is where we entered in. So if I go ahead and grab a pencil here, the lower portion, look at the timestamp. 9:34, that was our entry. We did a credit spread on Etsy. Okay? We did a credit spread on Etsy. We sold, and you can see where we ended the trade. Okay? Right in here. Okay? We sold on Etsy the $215 put. And at the time, it was worth $259, although that doesn't matter, and I'll show you why. And then we also bought the 212.5 put, and at the time, it was worth $1.46. I don't care about those numbers. What I care about is my debit, my credit. They paid me $1.13 to do this trade. So right now, my maximum risk is the difference between these two strike prices. Let's get a pencil again. This is my maximum risk in the trade minus my credit. So I have a $2.50 max risk minus my $1.13. That gives me $1.37 is my maximum risk in this trade. The most I could lose on the trade is $137, period. Okay? Well, that's the entry of the trade. The exit of the trade came much later in the day. How much later? 30 minutes. Look at the timestamps right there. Etsy, 215, 212.5 put. We had a debit of 42 cents. So what does that mean? That means if you take $1.37 and you subtract 42, that gives you 95 cents. 95 cents. So I made $1 in essence by having $1.37 on hold. And I did it in a half an hour. So what are we talking about? 51.8% rate of return. How many of you like a 51% rate of return for 30 minutes of work? Nice play. One for yes, two for no. Remember the participation thing? Do you guys like a 51% rate of return for a whopping 30 minutes? Good. Good, good, good. I know there's a little bit of a delay at times. And you can see on the chart, we got in here, right? So what happened was these are pivot points, right? These lines are pivots, right? And this on Etsy 1 minute chart is a Tosh chart. For those of you that know what I'm talking about, that know Tosh, you know what I'm talking about, right? And it's a little hard to see all the numbers in here, but because that arrow kind of blocks it out. But 31 minutes, right? We got in at $1.13. We got out at 42 cents. That would have left us with 95 cents of premium left over. I don't know about you, but to me, it's an absolute home run. And this is today. Look at the date, 4/9. Right? The other one we did today, we did not enter into the third trade. By the time we got to it, it already had moved the opposite way. So we couldn't do anything with it. That one right there, I believe. Okay, here we go. Let me make it a little bit bigger. There we go. Beautiful. So same scenario. We got into this one right behind the first one. So as we exited out of our first trade, we were entering in here. So you can see 10:04 is the entry time. We had the 360, 357.5 puts. So once again, $2.50 is the max at risk in this trade. We sold it at 64 cents. Okay, not too bad. 10:37, so 33 minutes-ish. 33 minutes. We paid 10 cents to get out of the trade, which means we kept 54 cents. You needed $200 to do this trade to make 54 cents. If you put in and did 10 contracts, you'd need $2,000 to make $540 in 30 minutes. I would venture to say most people in the United States do not make $540 in 30 minutes. Now, I'm not saying you're going to make that every 30 minutes. If this was your only trade of the day and you were done? If you can make $500 a day, that's $2,500 a week. You're talking six figures for the year. For most of you, you're done, because most people in this country do not make that. Rob, I make a lot more than that. I understand. Then maybe you do 20 contracts and you get $1,000 a day. $1,000 a day puts you at $220,000 a year, since there are about 220 trading days in a year. Would I make more than that? Then do 30 contracts and make $3,000 a day. That's 600. You see where I'm going, guys? It's math. That's all it is. It's geography, right? Location, location, location. Where are you in relation financially to where you want to be, right? You trade the number of contracts that fits what your account size is and your risk profile for that specific trade setup. So, guys, both of these trades were day trades utilizing credit spreads. Now, I'll show you some that could be potentially swing trades also, swing trades, longer term, where you could do them for next week. 10 contracts. Now we're talking. There you go, Big. I'm with you. Beautiful trade on Etsy, Brad said. There you go. Appreciate it, Brad. Gregory said, I thought when you sell a put, you want the stock to go down. Actually, Gregory, your hat's backwards when it comes to selling. So when you buy a put, you want the stock to go down. Because if the stock goes down, the value of the put increases. If you sell a put, well, it doesn't matter. Let's say it this way. If you buy a put, and what does the stock do? It either goes up or down. If the stock goes down, the value of the put will increase. If you sell it, and again, it doesn't matter. If it goes up, the value of the put will decrease. As a buyer, when I buy, I want the stock going down. As a seller, I want the stock going up for puts. Calls are opposite. And for a call, you're hoping the stock to go up, Gregory. Right. If you buy a call, you want the stock to go up. If you sell a call, you want the stock to go down. So Hurt Scrambler said, why does some options not have options trading on them? It really comes down to A, the company allowing it to have options traded on it, and B, finding a market maker that's willing to trade options on it. You know, you'll find stocks out there that the options pricing is amazing. So Apple is a great example. Come on. Where'd it go? Oh, I've got my drawing tool still going. That's why. All right. So if we go to Apple, Apple's options prices are amazing. The prices are fair. The spreads between the bid and the ask are fair. So an option I would trade if I were buying a call option on Apple right now, we're looking at 310 by 320, right? That's a fair bid ask spread. They're really not taking advantage of you, right? Let's see. Ford. Nope, I put an S in there first. Sorry. Well, actually, we'll go back to that. SF. All right, look at SF. 510 by 890. Holy mackerel. 510 by, I can negotiate the spread, but man, I'm going to dance with the devil on this one when I'm trying to get out. They're going to play serious games with me. Telray was another one. On expiration date, I have had serious issues on expiration date with options and their bid-ask spreads. They're better now, but man, I have just danced. 73 by 82, not too bad. 72 by 82, not bad. 15 cents here, 15, not bad at all. Right now, of all of them, Booking is number one, right? Booking, 610 by 1070. 810 by $16, 1040 by $18.50. Whew, right? Dancing with the devil or with the market maker in this scenario, in this case, right? So the broker has to, not the broker, the company has to agree to the options, but so does a market maker has to agree to sell them. And many of them kind of get forced to take them. They don't want to, so they just open up the bid-ask spreads and say, don't bother me. If you really want this, pay me a lot of money and I'll let you have it. So no rhyme or reason as to, how it all comes out or not. All right. Love it. Got it now. Good, Gregory. Yeah. Thanks, Buck. Rubs in the house. You're welcome, Dontello. You're quite welcome. Listen, I love this stuff. BPS, bullish put spread. Correct. Bull put spread. I don't dance. Me either, Big. Look at me. I ain't a dancer. Not what I do in life. Okay? If I'm a week out from expiration, any chance of making slight recovery, not taking a big loss? You mean on this trade, RMA? Not sure. Ramarid? If you're talking about on a credit spread, it really, you have to look at every chart. You can't say as a definitive, yes, it's possible. No, it's not. If it's out of the money, or move this much or that much against me, you can't really say that. You've got to look at the chart and determine where it is on the chart. Selling a put interest in zero open interest, not a great plan. Actually, Bob Zella, we don't care about it in that scenario. Open interest is not a component we look at for credit spreads. Debit spreads, yes, not credit spreads. Could you give us a SPY option pick for next week, the 408 put? You can pick the 408 put, sure. I'm not sure what you mean. Guys, I hope you understand there is a lot more to it than just pick an option. Here's the SPY. Where is the SPY sitting right now? If you look at it, where is it sitting? All right, let me take this down. Make it a little bigger on the screen. I'll get rid of that bar. All right, where is it sitting? It's near resistance. So for me, I'm either A, going to play a short-term pullback down to that 404 level, or I'm going to wait for it to get above 410 and look for it to run to 420. But I don't just say we want to trade this option. But if it did get above the 410, and let's say it was right now and it closed, and on Monday morning we were looking at this, then for SPY, and I'll share this and I want to go in and look at the credit spread setup. All right, keep in mind that options on SPY expire every other day, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So here we have options for Monday, right? 3 days away. And I'm bullish. And we got above whatever that level was, right? I don't remember the number. My delta has to be at least 65. So here we've got a delta of 72. It's 238 by 240. I would be trading the 408 right now if we got above that level, it's a new day on Monday. and we're looking at a move up, I'd be trading the 408. It's got a 72 delta, very small bid-ask spread, which the SPY normally does. It's got a low implied volatility, super low implied volatility, right? Even compared to its historical of 14, it's at 8, right? And do I have fair value on here? Yes, implied volatility, no. Theoretical right here. So it's selling at $2.43. Theoretically, it should be trading at 316. That's all indicative of the low VIX value right now, too. So it should be trading at 316. We get to buy it at 244. Home run. Logan said, do you ever roll up or roll down on your options contract? Is that a legitimate strategy in minimizing risk? I do it on covered calls all the time. So today I rolled out of Carnival into next week. I rolled out of American Airlines into next week. I rolled out of Ford into next week. I don't remember the others, but those three I already rolled out of today. I still have one other one that I've got to manage it today. It was a little bit further. It had a few pennies that was in the money of intrinsic value, cash value. So I want to wait till the end of the day. They were really raking you over the coals with the time value. So I'll wait until about 345, 350 to go ahead and manage my way out of that one today. So if we look at it, if we look at one of these positions, so let's take a look. Watch. Let's go through a scenario. All right. So let's take a look at W, right, which is Wayfair. Now we've pulled down below that 328.73 level. We've got some lower highs in there. We're sitting there at key level. If we get a bounce, possibly that one could work. If we look at, let me get rid of that, AMT. All right, so I like AMT. I like that strong move we had. Finally, we get a pull back to our moving average. If we can get a bounce on Monday, I'm looking at AMT as a potential trade. I want my short leg, the one I sell, to be somewhere down below that 340. So on AMT, I'm looking at a 237.5 put is what I'm looking for. So let's go take a look at AMT. All right, AMT. I don't need all the strikes. Let's just go to 20. That should be enough for us. And let's go look at next week. Right? So here's the thing. I'm looking at something down below that 237.5 level, right? Which takes me right here. All right? 285 by 320. Fair value is 460. So we're still, the price is good. Spread's a little wide at 35 cents. I can negotiate it. But watch, here's the trick. On TradeStation, I know you can do this on TOS also, right? On TradeStation, I'm going to change it from a single to a vertical. I'm not changing anything on the filter. I'm going to leave the same strikes together. And what happened was my strike price is now combined together. All right? They now combined. So I'm looking at selling the 237.5. And I'm actually, I was looking at calls, not puts. The puts are on the right side. I'm looking at selling the 237.5 and buying the 235. So this is my trade right here. Is this one here. So we're going to sell this trade right here. If I just click on the bid price, right? And let me switch it just to one contract just for math purposes, all right? So it shows that I am going to buy let's do the sell first. I'm going to sell the 237.5 put. Notice it doesn't have a price here because we're not selling the option for a price. We're selling the married position at a price. So I'm going to sell the 237.5 put, and I'm going to buy the 235 put. And I'm doing that at a cost. Naturally, I could take 60 cents of credit in. If I want to negotiate, I could go to the 85 cents, which is the mid price. And TradeStation has a column, so does TOS. I don't remember TOS's name for it, but I think it's mid also. A mid price right here, 237.5, 235 of 85 cents, right? So we can click on place order, and this is in a simulated account, right? So what does this show me? Yeah, I'm not ready to trade this until I see it move up on Monday. Buy to open one AMAT, 16th of April 21, 235 put, and sell to open one AMAT 16th of April 2021, 237.5 put. And that is an estimated max profit of $85. That's what I'm looking to take in, my credit of 85 cents. And my estimated maximum loss is 165. So it's telling you right up front exactly what it is. Right now, if I hit yes on this, it's not going to fill because I'm trying to negotiate. Right? So I have to wait for that price to get there. It shows me that it was received right up in here for that trade. If I went with the natural on the price, then yes, I think the natural was what, 60 cents? I think the natural was 60. All right, so let's cancel this order and let's go back to the option chain and we'll get the same order again, 237.5, 235. We'll click sell, change it to one contract. We'll go with the natural price on there. Place the order.
Order filled.
Order filled. Right? That order is now in place. You see +1, -1. Right? If I open back up from vertical to single, you will see where I have the two positions right there. 237.5, I am short. 235, I am long. So if AMT drops to $200, my risk is at 235. If it goes down to 0, my risk is at 235. I have that $2.50 max risk in that trade. It never can be more than that, period. That is the most I can be at risk at. Brad said, I learned my lesson when trying to roll vertical spreads 3 weeks ago. When I initially sold them, neglected to check further weeks out for open interest, was able to find enough. Okay. Yes, Jerome, my Roth is set up with TradeStation. Tasha's Mark. Thank you, Kat. I appreciate that. It's not mid, it's Mark. Not the person, Mark. That's what they call the midpoint, is the mark. Gregory said, holy cow, I think I get it. I was waiting for a Batman analogy in there, Gregory. Holy cow, Batman, or something like that. How long might you hold this trade? So if you trade what we call the Amelia trade, if you trade it the way Amelia does and she gets in and out the same day, normally she's waiting for that next move to that pivot point where she can get out for 5 or 10 cents. And here, guys, you want to know what her secret is? She is capitalizing on the early high prices of the options early in the day where they start to lose value through the day. And then by the time you get to 10:30, 11, 12 o'clock, they've stripped some of that premium out from the initial offer. And she's seeing a natural decay in price just by getting in at the right time of the day. I'm telling you, folks, as you come over and work with us with Wealth Builders HQ, guys, check out, literally, go and check out this Trade with Rob. All right. I don't know. Can I even put that in? I don't think I can. Amelia, if you dropped it in there for me. Yeah, holy cow, it's a donut, Batman. I get it. Good, Tony. Good. So, Rob, net seller, you want high delta. Net buyer, you want low delta. It's actually the other way around, Vu. In general, as a buyer, I'm going to buy 65 to 85 delta. As a seller, I'm going to sell a lower delta, depending on the trade. Every strategy has a different delta. Every length of time that you consider has a different delta. If I'm buying a Leap option, I am buying a lower delta, more like a 40 delta. When I have Leaps on Apple right now, right? I'm out at about a 40 delta, 42 delta or so when I bought those options, okay? Because they're very long-term options that I'm dealing with. But if I'm buying Apple today, for today, 65 to 85 is my delta. When I'm selling, one of my strategies, my iron condors, I sell a delta of 7 or 8 on the rut, right? But guys, if you check out this website here, Trade with Rob, we send out 2, 3, 4, 5 trades a week, not a day, a week on, here's one trade. This is what I like for tomorrow. Here's the entry. Here's the target. Here's the stop, right? It's all part of the video. The videos are 3 or 4 minutes long each usually. I could get long-winded and make it 5, but that's kind of where we are. I know Tony said, I never want unlimited potential risk when selling. Right, Tony. So if you have a vertical spread here, you've greatly reduced that risk. I cannot be risked, do not have a risk any greater than in this case of the sample I drew out than the 9250 put. That's it. Anything below there, I'm protected. So my risk only happens between 95 and 92 and a half. Let me rephrase that. My risk is lower than that, but I cannot get any greater risk lower than that. If I close at 94.99, I've got a penny in there of cost. If I close at 92.50, I've got $2.50 of cost. If I close at zero, I have $2.50 of cost. We stop our risk at 92.5. Just the cost of the spread. Correct. Just the two strikes, the difference of the strikes, Tony. That's where our risk is. Yeah, so Guadrin, I'm not doing Tesla for next month, so I would not be the person to tell you that because I think that's a mistake. Tesla is such a volatile company to try to go a month out from now and say, where's the price going to be where I can limit my profit potential on that trade? The answer is no. You don't do this on stocks that have great movement potential to them. Tesla is a whipsaw. I would day trade Tesla with this possibly, but I would not hold something out for a month on Tesla on this, right? I showed you how to pick the strikes. We looked at some form of support. So on AMT, I said I want my strike to be below my support, which is my moving average. That's where my strike is. Because guys, if our candlestick tomorrow, not tomorrow, we're not open. If our candlestick on Monday does that and it's bearish, let's say it closes at the bottom of the candle, are you really interested in buying a stock there? I don't think so. I want it back up again above my moving average before I go and take an entry. So my stop is going to be when we break somewhere down below support. So I want my strikes somewhere down below support. When Amelia does her trade, she's looking for 50 cents. That's it. Can I get 50 cents? Minji said, I just signed up. Excellent. Welcome aboard. You as well, Logan. And if anybody else that did, I didn't see it all.
That's quite all right. That was
Rob, you're so transparent, very easy to follow. Thank you so much. Absolutely. I love doing this. You can't do it if you don't. I mean, you see with everybody here at Benzinga. If you don't love this, you can't do this. It's not for you. Spencer, what'd you think, man?
I loved it, man. I loved it. Super, and I will be transparent while we're being transparent with each other. For the amount of live streams and shows I've been on and articles I've written, I have a theoretical understanding of options, but a very poor practical understanding of options. I can explain options to somebody, but when it comes to doing it myself, I do not. So it's good to you explain it very simply, and it's good for someone like me who like I know what the textbooks say, and I can regurgitate that, but I can't go beyond that. So this is good for me as well. This is informative for me as well because I'm not like an options guy naturally. It's like hard for my brain. For some reason.
Excellent. And then the good thing is, we've taken what I was first taught when I took my first training in 97.
Yep.
What I was first taught in there, I've taken that and morphed that into my strategy, into my system. So all these little tidbits, these are all tips that you guys are picking up that have taken me decades to hone in.
Yeah. Well, I am sorry that you root for the Mets, but we can't all root for winning teams.
Hey, I'm a Jets fan too. What do you want me to say?
I guess things can only go up. All right. Robert Roy, Wealth Builders HQ, trade with Rob. Always a pleasure, sir. Have a great weekend. We missed you last week for the holiday. We'll talk to you next week, same time.
Fantastic. Take care, everyone. See you then. Thanks, Spencer.
Thanks a lot, man. All right.
I'd be talking baseball. You got me all excited. The Rays play the Yankees today. Come on, man. We're playing.
I always forgot that you're a Rays fan, even though you don't live in Florida anymore.
Hey, well, anymore. Yeah. That's why I was. You got to be, you got to be a diehard fan. Even if you move away, you got to still go for your team.
For sure.
You can't just be that bandwagon. There's too many bandwagons out there.
for sure. All right, guys, smash the like if you haven't already. Leave us a comment, hit share, do all those like engagement-y type things that you do on YouTube. We appreciate that. Mitch, was that your very first quarterly meeting? No, it was not.
No,
it was your second or third. Never mind then. I take that back. Take that back. Anyway, yeah, I know. I thought that Jason would want to live stream a part of it. I was wrong.
I think he just got lost in the sauce.
He-
You know how that goes.
Yeah, we didn't, which is okay. If you want the inside scoop, you got to work here. But we're done with it for now. It is 3:00 on a Friday. I'm looking at the market, and I'm just going to repeat what I've been saying: is I'm bored out of my mind.
I got some movers though. I got some movers.
Yeah, what do you got for me?
Don't be bored, man. Don't be bored. I got some for you. First one up, we got to go for Cleverly CLVR.
Let me pull up my chart here, and we can. Oh, you see, I've got Fubo up there. All right,
I was gonna go to that one next, but
CLVR. Okay, I was confused. Cleverly using Clover.
All right, so
whoa,
Cannabis.
What's going on here?
Cannabis deal, man. Look. Let's go to the.
Let's go to the old news feed.
Right. Let's learn.
That was out yesterday, wasn't it? Well, hold on.
Yeah, it was out yesterday, and
CLVR. Any new press releases today? No, that was yesterday's news.
Yesterday's news, giving us still a good run in CLVR. You know what that's kind of saying? The SPAC favor, man. All right, but let's go to another one. Let's go to Fubo with the big move. All I can say is Fub goal with 11% today, all the way up to $25 in the intraday. Look at that move.
Frankly, I'm surprised it took that long to top out. It looks like it didn't top out till 11 o'clock. I'm surprised it took an hour and a half. I would have thought that the top would have been hit by like 9:45, but I'm wrong. I regardless, I'm calling it now. The high of this move is in. Calling it. Fubo.
This was a beauty
sell the
of a
rip.
move.
Sell the rip, everyone.
I don't know if you day traders got this one out there, and definitely let us know in the chat if you did. But a good little red to green move, classic move here, and then it just ripped. It did the ABCD kind of pattern all the way up to 25, and whoever rode that one up from about 22.
Cat Van knows the bag holders are strong in this one. All right, I
think the day traders like it too. So, I mean, with that being said, when you see moves like that, I would say day traders like it because that's not people holding on to this. That's people sizing in and selling it.
Let's bring up your chart. We can see.
Look at that. Look at the 1 minute chart. And so the 1 minute chart has this. If you would have been watching it this morning, right? You pre-market, right? So you would have. Everybody would have drew this trend line. Everybody and their mother would have drew that. And so when it comes down, it's a classic reversal around 10 o'clock, right? I mean, a lot of day traders know this classic reversal around 10. When we start really seeing that move, the bullish move up. And right here is that Harmy right at 10 o'clock. And as soon as that 10 o'clock hit, look how the volume just came in. Boom. Volume starts jumping in. Day traders jumping in, buying that resistance breakout. And as soon as it buys that resistance breakout, what do they look for? Pullbacks to hold. And then look, more volume. They loaded right back in it. Sent that thing for a ride. Then it pulls back, lower volume. What's going to bring it up? Higher volume, guys. So boom, it starts ripping right back up, all the way up there to 25. Look at that move.
Wait a minute.
Whew.
Wait.
That's a move there.
I want to check out this question from Lord Richardson.
Yeah, what's up?
Larger float than outstanding shares.
That's not possible.
That's not possible.
Unfortunately, you know what it is, Lord. What it is that you got bad data.
You got bad data, Lord.
Yeah.
Look,
you might be looking on FinViz. You gotta get Benzinga Pro.
Here. Let me. Where's my thing? Okay, so yeah, Benzinga Pro float 126 million shares outstanding. 140 million. Here is the unfortunate reality. Peek behind the curtain, Lord. Market data is a really, really strange industry. It's a strange business. There are not that many originators of market data, right? Firms that actually produce and then sell their own data that they get. Benzinga is one of those firms. We don't do it for everything, but we do it for a lot, right? Anything with regards to any market data at all, everyone is buying it from everybody else. A lot of people just will buy it and then resell it and then buy it. It's a complicated thing. Chances are, if you're using a free resource, the data may not always be regardless. The data may not always be right, especially if it's free. Okay, my dad loves to complain about Yahoo Finance data because that's what my dad's always used. He used Yahoo Finance for years, and he complains about it all the time. It's an unfortunate reality that a lot of this data is always changing. Obviously, right? Whether it's earnings, dividend, float, shares, short interest, whatever, this data is always changing. And so if you're using a free resource, I don't know what you're using, Lord. It is he's using Webull. Okay. It's a really hard thing to narrow down. And we deal with it too, because we generate our own market data, and that's part of our business. But it is a tricky thing because the data is always changing. So in this case, you have bad data. There is no possible way for the float to be larger than the shares outstanding. Maybe the numbers are reversed. I don't know.
All right. So next one up. I got some more, Spencer. I came with some bullets here. All right. Next one up.
Wait, hold on. I want to just real quick. Gregory Balk, shares outstanding 140, floating shares float 53, 51. Okay. So Gregory looks like is agreeing with it. Okay. Anyway, sorry, Mitch. Back to what you were saying.
All right. So next one up
What do we got?
here. Look at this chart. Dash. This might be a reopening play itself. And I'm starting to look at it. And I never expected this to be a reopening play, but it looks actually interesting here. It looks like it's doing the undercut and rally here. So it's interesting. It opened up here, guys, went up, looked like it was going to rip. Then went down below kind of these lower pricings and kind of washes those people out that were holding here in December and kind of the early kind of wave. And now that's a big candle today. That's a strong candle. I would look for the resistance here in the 148s, 150s. That's where you got to be a little worried when you need another kind of volume to step up. But that's a pretty good change of volume here from 1.8 million now to 4.9. I definitely put this one on your radar. If it's not, it definitely at least interests me after I've seen a lot of these do that undercut and rally.
Yeah. Dash is interesting. There's a really bullish podcast that I have not gotten to listen to yet, but it's with Patrick O'Shaughnessy from O'Shaughnessy Asset Management, and he's got a podcast where he interviews investors and entrepreneurs, and he just had DoorDash on last week, and I haven't gotten the chance to listen to it yet. But
I got one up your sleeve, Spencer. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
NAIL, the home builder ETF.
Yeah, the leverage one.
Yeah, but I mean,
wait. Is this the bullish one? Yes, the bullish one. Because that's what I meant.
You got.
Home builders are hot.
Boom! Look at that chart. Not a bad move for a 1 day move. It's looking strong. And with that one, I would look at Zillow. That's the one I mentioned. I think that one still has a lot to move and could get up there, probably up to 200. But for ETF, this was not a bad play today. I mean, not a bad play at all.
I'm just putting the name of the podcast is Colossus. Colossus is by Patrick O'Shaughnessy. He works at a hedge fund and they're not a hedge fund. They're an asset management firm, and he does a lot of long conversations with movers and shakers and things of that nature. Okay, now what about the opposite? What is
the opposite one? I don't know that one. I know oils.
Wait. Maybe did they get rid of it? They may have gotten rid of it. Let me check. They may have gotten rid of it.
Oh, that's bullish, baby. They got rid of it.
Hold on, I'm checking right now. Yeah, they did. They got rid of their bearish one, so they only have a bullish one now.
What can I say? What can I say? I don't gotta repeat it.
It's funny. It's very, very funny.
Oh yeah, definitely funny. The love sack getting a move, bro. Look at the love sack.
I haven't looked at love sack.
Get some love in you, bro. Get some love.
Remember
Because love is getting the love for sure, man.
So an upgrade, no, a price target raise from BTIG. You know, out of curiosity, how much analyst coverage?
Moly.
How much analyst coverage does BTIG get? What is going on there? Not stop. Get off my screen. Sorry, I have this pop up right now. Not much analyst coverage. Very little analyst coverage. On love sack. Let's go to the chart. LOVE. What?
Love. Get into love.
Oh my god.
That's a rip, bro.
Wait, this is the company that makes those giant
Those little, yeah, like the cushion things, like
alternative furniture.
Alternative furniture. Yo, if this one's moving, what are the other outdoor plays?
This is not
outdoor furniture plays.
This isn't like an outdoor play, is it? This isn't this is like an indoor play.
But I think those are the kind of things you're gonna start making.
This is like a Turtle Beach. No, it's not. That's a stretch. This is like a video game. Like I would use.
Let me see Lumber Liquidator. Are we getting the home builders? Like, is it just everyone just gonna buy a whole bunch of stuff for their house?
Yeah, maybe. What's like another?
Not too bad. Guys, help us in the chat. Come on, help us out. We're working through some ideas here.
Guys, it's the end of the week.
This is how we find This is how we find trades, though. I mean, you got to be honest. This is real. This is the real deal. This is how you find trades. You find a stock that moves, and then you start looking in that industry, seeing if it's just a single play or if it's an industry play. Yeah. And so we can expand from this. Let's try to find some. If you guys know some outdoor furniture plays or maybe some specialty furniture plays, let us know here. I wish there was one company that it's probably I'm gonna have to drive to it this weekend. IKEA. Imagine if that was public.
I remember when the IKEA CEO was the richest man in the world for like a hot second. In like the early 2000s, he overtook Bill Gates for a minute there. Lovesack. I'm trying to think of another one, but I really can't. Lloyd Reed says he's like in WWE for a swing. Oh, Happy Muhammad says no. Wait, who was it that said Lovesack's been on their watch list? Someone said that, and I forget who it was. But can we talk WWE here? We talked about this morning, or at least I talked about it this morning, on the stream with Ryan and Jonathan for Benzinga Pro. And I felt really bad because this did come up on the pre-market show, which is the show where we plan out what we're going to talk about for the pre-market prep. And, they had the news overnight that they were going to do an NFT drop with The Undertaker. And it came up, we laughed about it, but then I didn't, there was no trades in the pre-market, so I didn't bring it up. I kind of forgot about it. And next thing you know, at the open, is it went up $1. So, I mean, NFT basically the story here, the moral of the story is I've added WWE to my NFT stock watch list. This is a watch list that I'm keeping of NFT stocks, companies that have announced publicly plans to do something with NFTs, not companies that have been rumored to do it, companies that have actually announced they're going to do it. This is my watch list. Every one of these companies has announced NFT plans. And I'm sure I'm missing one or two, but hey, sue me. So there's my watch list.
There's a couple that I'm looking for. So you you let us know about. Is there one that stands out to you, like really as a top play?
No, none of them do. I don't know.
Well, do you know which one has like actually, or is it just more of a rumor?
No.
There's a couple that actually do have.
All of these have announced like either we're doing NFTs or hey, here's a specific NFT that's already live. They've all publicly confirmed their involvement with the NFT space. So, but again, I have no opinion on. I don't own any of these. This is just for my own so I can keep track of it myself. Option quant just dropped in Muds. How is Muds doing today?
Muds.
Take a look at Muds today.
Muds. All right, so I got two that then kind of go with the other one that we're looking love, but let's take a look at Muds first.
Quiet. It's really quiet out there, guys. I gotta say, we are.
Right.
I mean, we're up in most sectors and most indices, but not by a lot. Even Bitcoin's only at 1% today, which is like a snoozer for Bitcoin. So there is not a single sector in the S&P 500 that is up or down 1% today. That's how boring today is.
Look at Home and OSTK. I think those go with love.
Overstock for a minute there, if you remember. Overstock.
Remember, I called this one.
Overstock.
I sold it.
Overstock was the top performing stock in the U.S. in 2020. From the bottom, I guess through until August, it was the number one best performing stock. It went from $2 to $100.
And no one
actually no, yeah, it did. It went from 2 to 100 in 5 months.
Yeah, a lot of people kind of missed that move too. I was able to catch the second move in January, and I sold from about 60 up to about 87. I remember I didn't get it up to 100. I mean, I that wasn't my intention, but it looks like it's getting strong again. So who knows? Maybe it can start ripping out from here. Another one, Home. At Home.
Yeah, at Home. Yeah.
Another good day.
Wait, what's the one that Jason likes? Oh man, I wish he was here.
I know that's why I mentioned it a little bit before. I was like,
there's one
the story stock on this one.
I don't remember what it was.
You need Jason. He'll probably find some place. How's Yeti?
Yeah, I think that's the one that Jason liked, Yeti.
You look at that one. There you go. That one looks like it could get ripped through 80s. I'll keep an eye on that one. It's a summer play. Seasonal.
Yeah. Hey, Snap Crackle Pop in the chat. He goes, dang, 24-hour Benzinga TV coming. Europe after dark. Yeah, well, I mean, we're getting there, man. We've got a 4 a.m. show. Okay. we got a show Monday through Friday at 4 a.m. We're getting there. It's taking time.
I'm laughing over here because Build-A-Bear is up almost 10%.
Build-A-Bear?
Who's buying a Build-A-Bear? Can someone let me know the last time you bought a Build-A-Bear in the chat?
Last time I was in the Build-A-Bear store, I think I had to have been like 10, 11 years old.
I'm not going to lie. Like 10 years ago, maybe.
My cousin's birthday party or something. I haven't been to one of these things. This is a reopening play. This is as reopening play as it gets right now.
Look at the monthly. When this stock was really making money, it was in 2005.
Well, it looks like because that was the IPO.
Yeah, way back then.
Oh, man.
Making a comeback. Are they doing Build-A-Bear NFTs or something? I got to check this out.
Yeah, Stag. That's what I thought. I thought they're only in malls, which is why to me this is nothing but a reopening play. This is like the purest reopening play. Just out of curiosity, if everybody's going to be up 9% today, how are like the cruise lines doing? And nope, the airlines. Nope. What about like other? Like I know retail is strong. I can see retail is strong today, right? You can look at the Gap is up 3%. You can look at Macy's, which is up. You can look at Kohl's, which is up.
There you go.
Yeah, like
all the American soaring eagle.
what about like PVH, right? Yeah, it's like for whatever reason, mall retail is strong today. Mall-based retailers. I don't know why. It's just that's what's up.
Well, I mean, I think what you're starting to see is a lot of us.
Yeah,
we were worried if the vaccine transition was going to get transition where people are going to take the vaccine, where people are going to get it. A lot of the talk was mentioned. I think now the market's starting to see the turn, and that majority of the people are probably going to be lining up to get the vaccine, and from that you're probably going to see a drive in retail. I mean, people haven't gone out. I don't know about you, but I haven't gone out to buy a t-shirt in at least a year, and it's just because I don't want to be, walking around a store for no reason right now. But I think once I have the vaccine, I mean, I
Wait,
walk back in the store.
So check this out. So I just looked up the XRT holdings, the retail ETF. I was curious. Do you know what? You want to guess what the top holding is in XRT? You won't get it. You won't get it.
No,
It's Blink. It's Blink charging.
Whoa, that is interesting.
Which I guess qualifies here. Let me pull up XRT. I guess that qualifies as like an automotive retail. I don't know. That makes no sense to me. But Blink charging is the largest. It's 1.2%. It is the largest individual component of the XRT ETF. This is why you got to look beyond the ticker. You got to actually look at the holdings of a fund, because on the surface to me that makes no sense. But we don't make the rules, right? The index makes the rules. I don't really know here what index does this track. This tracks the S&P Retail Select Industry. So S&P makes the rules here. Okay, so Blink is your number one holding in your XRT, your retail ETF, and then the rest of them are pretty much retailers. But I was very surprised just now to see Blink at the top of that list. I just wanted to see, because I'm sure like other retailers that I'm sure Dick's is up today, right? Yep. And
KS.
up a little bit. And you've got like
Nike's a good play. I know I've heard that being mentioned a lot.
You've got like Hibbett Sports.
Be interesting.
Hibbett Sports, like Foot Locker, right? All of it. It's all up today. Dillard's. Wow, nice day for Dillard's. All right. I mean, Miles says that there are retail outlets that are installing charging stations. I guess that makes sense. I just didn't realize that there was an overlap there. But hey, like this is just a lesson in understanding fund exposure, right? XRT has some EV exposure. Turns out, who knew? Now we know. Now I know. Now we all know. Yeah, Macy's, WSM, all good points. All good points.
Oh, look at Barbecue. This is the one, man.
What?
Barbecue Holdings.
Wait, what's
the summer play of the year?
BBQ Holdings?
BBQ, bro.
What is it? I don't know what this is.
I don't know, but it's going like a rocket.
I have no idea what this is. Oh, this is Famous Dave's.
Famous Dave's?
Wait, did they change their ticker?
This one has a name that just sounds summer to me.
I'm so confused.
I'm confused too. I just see barbecue and I see a monster of a chart. I see in the last it went from $8 up to about $13.48 now in the last like 3 or 4 days. That's a move. We need to find out about barbecue. What's going on in barbecue?
Is somebody pumping this or what? Is this like
I have no idea, Spencer. I just found it. I'm just looking at the movers chart. I'm not in barbecue. Full disclosure.
What is going on? This is Famous Days. Am I wrong, chat? I don't think.
Hey, Ruel knows it, man. Everybody wants barbecue.
What the hell? I didn't even know this before. All right. Well, if we're gonna talk Famous Daves, let's talk the other famous, which is Dave and Buster's. Elliot's bringing that up.
There you go. Let's bring up the Dave and Buster's.
God, everything is rallied. Everything is rallied. It really is wild.
Yeah, those charts from March are just like if you would have told me, like you would have showed me these charts a year ago and been like, this is where we're gonna be a year.
All right.
Forward,
I went to the peers section in Pro to see like other BBQ related stocks. So we can go to good ARK Restaurants, which is not ARK Invest related fund, but it's ARKR is your ticker. You can go to DineQuity, DIN, Bloomin' Brands, which is Outback Steakhouse. You can go to Ruth's Chris, RUTH, not up today.
Oh, is an interesting play.
What do you got?
Live Ventures, LIVE.
This is the ticketing, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I am concerned about this.
It's interesting though. The chart shows strength.
Browser just froze. Hold on.
I mean, we hung out for so long.
I just got signed out of my thing.
Yeah, I got you.
No, I'm back in now.
You in?
All right. Yeah. Wait, what would you say? Live? Yeah.
Live.
This one concerns me, especially if musical acts are gonna be able to like put their tickets on the blockchain or whatever and use it for NFTs. Then I'm unsure of how. Like, I think that could impact the secondary market for tickets. So a company like StubHub, any company that is involved in like the secondary market, I'm concerned about for now. That's a good one. Who dropped that in the chat just there? Elliot, Texas Roadhouse. That's a good one.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
That's a good one. Joel's on the background. Joel, we just looked at ticker BBQ, and we're blown away by that.
We're blown away. Yeah, BBQ, man.
Yeah, but Joel,
Solar asking me about my smoking. I gotta get my smoker game up. Gotta get the brisket going.
All right, let's prep for at the close. Let's get the spy
Let's get
up.
this going.
Let's get the spy up. Something's
Get
going
crazy,
on.
Mitch, off
Something's
of
going
here.
on. Something's going on, as Joel would say. What's going on? News desk. News me. News me. Into the close. Seeing some buying. Let's bring Joel on. It is time for pre-market prep at the close right now.
We're breaking that.
All right, it is time for pre-market prep at the close.
3 consecutive highs, opened, matched yesterday's low, and then once it took out there, that's all the breakout momentum traders needed.
What are you seeing out there, Joel?
I think you guys are going to miss me.
Oh, we're gonna definitely miss you.
I think so. I just caught the end of the show, and I don't know what you guys are going to do without me. I mean, is the entire Benzinga office going to shut down next week, or what's going on?
Perhaps.
Perhaps.
Well, we shut down for the bulk of the day for our quarterly meeting. Not a lot of work got done today, hence why we're just kind of hanging out. Talking.
I have one question for Mitch.
Yes.
That brisket that you're going to make?
Yes, sir.
Is it kosher?
Of course. It's kosher. It's kosher.
Kosher for Passover?
Yeah.
Thank God that's over.
No. I actually got my barbecue on Good Friday, and I was like, man. All right, well, it's just staying there.
All right, Mitch, before we let you go, and I'll look barbecue. I mean, if you want to talk about a reopening stock, I mean, I don't even know what to say about, barbecue. It looks great. But I want to ask you about your buddy Peter Thiel and Richard Lee, and what's going on with their SPAC, man? What's going on with Bridgetown? What is going on, man? They have a deal. They don't have a deal. Here's my question for you. Why did this open up and trade at $26 on the first day? Was it all Richard Lee and Peter Thiel premium? That's a SPAC, right?
Yes. Here, I'm
just trying to make sure.
I'm gonna go to the Newswire, the BZ Newswire, see what we got. So what day? That was back in December, right? Yeah. That was when the rumor
was at the height.
No, that was the rumor. It was the peak of the hype, but it was also the rumor that they were going to maybe buy Tokopedia, right? Which was, but
Mitch likes that one.
But that didn't happen, right? That didn't happen.
What's Tokopedia? Do I need to ask what Tokopedia is? What is Tok?
It's not what you think it is.
I bet you it is.
Well, what do you think
it is?
What do you think it is?
I think it's a reference guide for weed smokers.
No,
not Tokopedia. That would be Tokopedia.
No, it's it's like a Malaysian Southeast Asian e-commerce.
There you go, my man Spencer.
Somewhere in that part of the world, it's Southeast Asia. I know it's e-commerce, and I know it's somewhere in that realm.
See, you don't need me. You got Spencer.
But anyway, so that was the rumor, but then that didn't end up happening. So
okay. Wow, but you haven't seen a SPAC chart like that, right? where like the first day, the first week, like, I mean, that I just thought that was rare, right?
Yeah, at least that one. You see a lot of these after the reverse merger. Like you could just look at Helion. I mean,
Right. But this doesn't even have a deal yet.
Yeah, it doesn't even have a deal yet. So yeah, that's a little bit weird yet. It's a lot of the times when you get rumors back in the early SPAC kind of wave, they used to just move off the rumor. It was almost like it was definitely a buy the rumor and sell the news kind of thing. Now I think it's a little bit different. When we had that down move, even if you had a rumor that you were going to get a company, that you weren't seeing the lift. We'll see if that changes now. And if the bottom is really in, a lot of people are starting to get a little bit more comfortable. I'm saying the bottom's in. At least we have another wave. Will we come back here at one point in time? It could happen, but I think we might have another wave here.
I think there's going to be some winners. I mean, I don't know if I'll be able to pick them, but there's going to, I mean, just like you have in the IPO market, you have, companies that emerge and that are successful.
You're going to miss the Coinbase IPO next week.
What? Coinbase?
Coinbase.
Oh, really?
The big crypto one. Yeah, direct listing Wednesday. It's gonna be fun.
COIN?
Yeah.
Okay. How'd I guess that? Right. Doesn't have the symbol. Okay. All right.
Cornhaze too. Cornhaze is in 2 weeks.
It seems 26 was Chris helping us out. The 26 was from the IPO. So
okay, so it IPO'd up there. That makes some sense.
So the question is when I get back, is the S&P going to be at 5,000 or 6,000?
Well, let's see. You're gone for a week, so you're gone for
just 1 week.
5 trading days.
Yeah.
Joe will be playing cornhole, so don't worry about it.
We're gonna go up 0.75% every single day. So wherever that's or 0.5% every single day, wherever that takes us.
So that's Spencer's sophisticated, back-tested trading analysis. I mean, 0.5%. I mean, if there's some bad news, we'll go up 0.5% a day. But
well, I mean, it's Joe. I'm surprised you haven't drawn our attention to that chart there because we are at the high of the session right now.
We're always at the high of the session, Spencer.
At this time of day, you're right. You're right, Joel. You're absolutely right.
Wow, 335. I mean, you had that little dip. I don't even need to give you guys there are no levels. That's one thing. I'm gonna retire from levels because there are no levels. There's no resistance in the market. We made a little dip off the open. Really didn't even come near the pre-market low of 81 even. Hit 86.75, and it's just been bye. Just right now, 41.13 and a quarter. We're trading at the high of the session. I happen to write a target down based on the 9-day average trading range, but there's no way we're going to get to 41.30 and a quarter. So that would be a super juicy target. Crude not having fun at $60. This second day in a row, we made a high at 60. We're down 30 cents at 59.30. Gold, a positive week, but a negative day. That's 17.50, folks. If you're going to learn anything from on this show, daily highs in the same area. Even yesterday's high, 59.40. Didn't get there today, 58.20. Silver still above $25, but it's down 30 cents at 25.28. And another day of looking at Bitcoin between 55K and 60K. I will talk to the investment committee, but I may start talking about the Ethereum futures. Did you know that?
I heard about that.
Yeah.
I forgot to mention it the other day. Yeah, I did hear about that. When's that going to be launching?
They're launched.
They're launched?
I bet you. Oh, look at that. And I pulled the symbol out of you know what. There it is. It launched a little while ago. Actually, yeah, there's a weekly. So we were in the dark on this one, but baby, Ethereum makes it onto the chart.
All right. What we got to do now in the morning, we do the S&Ps. We're going to boot gold. We're going to boot
silver.
Well, we need oil, I think, is still
silver.
Silver, I mean, I could go with that silver, and we need Bitcoin. We need Ethereum. That's what we need in the mornings now. We need.
So I'm going to change it up. We gotta have some changes in the show. I feel we're getting kind of boring. The market goes up every day.
Okay.
I think we got to change some things up. So maybe I'll go SPOOs, crude, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and then Ripple.
Great. Let's do. Yeah, let's look at the old XRP. Are they still under investigation by the SEC? I think so.
Nah, I don't know. But I just want to point out, and this is something, we talked about this morning, and then, Dennis, he talked about it, and he said, oh, it's too late to buy. It ain't too late to buy Apple. Look at that. Up 240 today, 132.76. I mean, this is the big boys participating. Blew away my 50% number, like it blinked, like it wasn't even there. Microsoft, probably a new all-time high for Microsoft here. 255.35. It's where it's trading. Amazon saying, hey, you guys forgot about me. I'm part of the S&P 500 too. So that's rambling up towards the old-time high. And the Googster just added another $17 today. Oh, potential double top. Let me know what happens at 22.84 next week. And Facebook's down $1.60, but come on. Who's going to complain about the move in Facebook? I mean, this thing has just been a monster. And you know what? I say no signs of institutions looking to exit.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I'll leave y'all with this. There's a potential double top there. Right there. Look at that. Facebook. 2 highs in a row. Let's see how close. Actually, a matching range session. 1588, 1474. Maybe instead of trying to pick a top on this one, you guys for next week keep an eye on. Wow, was that low from yesterday? Yep, that's correct. 310, right? 06. The low today, 310.39. You Facebook traders, you better keep your face on 310 here, because I could see some potential downside if it takes out 310.
All right, let's bring on a third wheel here who can liven the show up a little bit.
Okay, let's do that. Roberto.
Hey there, guys. How are you?
Rob Friesen, Stock Odds, Bright Trading. How we doing?
Not too bad, thanks.
Okay, so we're going to bring Rob in here because Rob he's not the rah-rah, the market has to go up, rah-rah, the market has to go down. He tries to pick stocks that have a higher probability of going down and stocks that have a higher probability of going up. So you're kind of cheering both sides of the market. You don't have to root for the SPOOs to go one way. You don't have to root for Pump and Powell. So talk to us about the week. We had no Sunday night show. I know you all are going to be disappointed because I'm going to be on vacation. Rob, unless you want to try and work all the fancy controls or whatever. No Sunday night show.
I'm going to let you do that. No problem.
All right. So talk about the setups from last week. You're just kind of, and you and Bob, we talked about Bob saying the roaring 20s. How long ago was that? That was like 2-3 weeks ago, maybe a month ago. We had Bob Bright on to talk about it. And that scenario, the roaring 20 scenarios playing out. But talk about what was on your radar for the week, how things turned out, and maybe some potential setups for next week.
I mean, the big thing was the seasonality that we had last week and kind of spilled over into this week. We're kind of supposed to be past that seasonality window with that institutional bump that you get. But I mean, where are people going to go for yield? I mean, and now we got a problem where you have the inflation versus deflation arguments. And what I fail to hear is sort of a balanced approach in that, meaning that, with the uptake of technology, you should have deflation in many areas, but with the bottlenecks of, supply, shipping, things like that, and with just the consumer demand to get, back to life as usual, as well as all the stimulus money and all that, we have a run on prices. Look at what Vegas just did. Car rentals jacked up the price 50% for car rentals. Why? Vegas is starting to come alive again. And the Uber drivers aren't wanting to come out and participate, so the car rental companies jack the price by 50%.
So you're not emptying your long-term portfolio for T notes at 1.6%. I mean, come on, Rob. I mean, that's what everyone was predicting was going to happen. I mean, 1.6%, man. That's like 3 days in the S&P 500. So you're not doing that, huh?
No. But am I allowed to make a fun prediction on the show or no?
That's
absolutely
what we're all about. Yeah, come on.
Okay, well, have you noticed on Bitcoin the volume has been drying up overall, but on the pullbacks especially, Bitcoin's been pulling back a little bit with very low volume. So my observation as a chart reader, which I'm not, but if I were, I would say that the next leg up is to about 72,000. That's what we're seeing, some compression there. We're seeing an opportunity for that thing to go higher.
Why the low? What do you mean? People aren't buying the pullback as much?
The other volume pullbacks were relatively high whenever it had a bit of a price
people were
correction,
selling.
right? So we're not seeing that. We're I wrote an article in Stocks and Commodities about anticipating lower volatility for the month of April. This is not a new theme, especially a reoccurring theme in the light of our Fed and everything else. So volatility declining, and that means it's a good slope for lots of different assets to rise, right? Bitcoin is just one of those things that people are, I think adoption is increasing to some degree. People are wanting to get in. They think it's going to the moon, of course. But anyway, if I was to make a prediction, that would be.
I tell you, you just made some friends on the pre-market prep.
Oh, really?
Show. Yeah.
I don't mean to do that. Hey, yeah. I have to confess though, I do mine. I do have mining operation, and so I get paid in Bitcoin. So I am an owner of Bitcoin. Okay, so I have to disclose that.
Do you really have a mining operation?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, it heats my house, my mining operation. So my benefit is heat and and some pay.
All right, so let's talk about the week. What we talked about on Sunday, what you're seeing today, and rolling into the close here. Bound to finish at a.
Well, I mean, what's interesting is for this week, look at some of the rotation. I mean, I think we can stick with this theme that energy is not the place that I would want to concentrate, capital. Look at some of the sectors that performed very poorly for this week, and I think the industrials are one of those areas that are going to limp along fairly slow, but I think there's going to be traction going forward in the next few months with industrials. Technology should still be kind of a mixed bag. You've got to kind of pick and choose your battles there. But overall, I think Apple's a good indication of there's still money flow into technology. You got to pick your battles. I really think that there's an opportunity for people to, whether you're trading or investing, to be stock pickers to some degree, because we've seen the breadth of the market sort of spread out a little bit more, a better balance between value and growth. And if you focus on small bets and spread out, don't concentrate everything into one idea, but spread it out a little bit and do some long and short stuff. This is a great market that we're coming into, even though, volatility is declining and the slope is still up. I have no problem, being 50% long and 50% short on the day in various names. That doesn't make me a bad person to short things. It means that I take the market out of it as much as possible.
Right. Okay. Just give us an example today. I don't know if you want to talk about it in your individual positions, but maybe, sectors. I mean, you mentioned the oil sector. Crude. I mean, if you're expecting to replicate the run that it had, I mean, that was incredible, right? Maybe we're just going to go this is a weekly down here. I mean, how many boring weeks did we have through mid-April last year through mid-October before we caught fire? I mean, even if you have that same kind of consolidation, then oil stocks are not going to be the place to be because that it had the primary catalyst. So any other sectors today that, showed up in the in the short filter, or that, they were using to hedge some of your longs?
I mean, for us, performance-wise and things, there was opportunity to be long some healthcare and short some healthcare, right? Opportunity to again, be long some technology, short some technology. So there's a lot of strategies where you can go with the quantitative data that says, the probabilities are high for this grouping of stocks and they're low for this grouping. And you just basically go long the higher probability stocks and go short the lower probability stocks. So how you arrive at that can be a multi approach. It could be some quantitative stuff, some technical stuff, could be introducing some fundamental changes, could be introducing some macro themes in general. So depending on how complicated you want to get or how optimized you want to get.
Okay. All right. Before I let you go, I just digging deep into your Rob database and the Stock Odds database. What do we have just around the corner? We have earnings, right?
Yeah.
And do you have any statistics on, let's say, Apple or Microsoft or the performance of these? Because I know talking to Dennis, one of his strategies, and he'll even do these on stocks that don't even perform that well, but there's always expectations for an earnings beat. So you think that some of the hop here in Apple, it may be, I mean, they report a little bit later in the quarter, I think, but with JP Morgan, Apple just knocking on the door here at 133. S&P's just blasted the new high at 1775. You think we're coming in, besides with the seasonality, you just think people are little pre-earnings rallies in some of these stronger stocks?
Well, I mean, I think with the numbers that you're seeing on GDP and everything else coming through, I think that maybe the analysts are a little bit shy of what we're actually going to see, right? I think that there's going to be some beats this time around, and the market's just getting ahead of that. So it's like a triple threat. There's so many different layers to why the market is still going up at this point, and I wouldn't argue with it. We talked on the Sunday show about blue sky still. I mean, we don't have a lot of resistance to lean on, do we? I mean, so what do you want? You're gonna argue with it? I don't think so. It doesn't mean I have to be long only. I mean, I can have my selections and stuff like that, but I'm not going to argue with the market.
Oh, because the market always wins.
Yeah. And
all right, any final thoughts here? We're gonna take a look at some tickers here in the last 9 minutes. As the rally extends here, you're gonna have you're probably if I look at the S&P, you probably made your low on Monday and your high on Friday. Yep, that's what you're seeing, a little gap up there. Strong week. I don't even know. Did we have a down day this week? What happened on this day? Oh yeah, we had a correction from 67.75 to 66.50. So any final thoughts, Rob?
No, I mean it's going to be a lot around the earnings, as you said, and our data contains that aspect of it embedded in it. It's not isolated for the earnings event, but we've always said be cautious, 7 days before the company reports and maybe 3 days afterwards. Just exercise an element of caution around stocks, because the numbers do leak out. This is the information age. I mean, somebody has to type up things leak, and the market gets ahead of the events for sure.
There's a lot of rich guys that working in the mailroom in some of these companies, right? When they have
well, that's why they take those low-paying jobs. I get it. Okay.
All right, Roberto. I will talk to you during. I'll give you a ring during the week next week from my vacay spot, and we'll catch up. No Sunday show this Sunday.
I got some good news for you.
Yes.
So there was no flights on Air Canada out of Canada to Brazil. So I booked on American. They just canceled my flights to Brazil. So I cannot go in May to Brazil. Flights are all canceled. There is no way to get there. So I'm around. So whatever you guys want to do.
Okay, that's good. Yep, I forgot to ask you about that earlier. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that. I know you want to go over for your daughter's wedding.
That's what.
No, I want to know, Rob. Do you know what's going on down there? Like, there's a pretty. It's a bad
part of being a quantitative trader is you turn off all the news altogether, right?
What's going on down there?
My daughter Jewel, she lives in Manaus, which is probably the hot spot of the world. That's right in the center of the Amazon.
Jeez.
So she lives there. She's getting married. I'm supposed to go to her wedding. But American Airlines is not accommodating me for some reason, and I can't figure it out. Canceled all the flights.
Jeez, Louise.
What if just something I want you to think about? What if I send my private jet to take you?
I would appreciate that. That would be a big help. Yes.
Yep. If we can land in Canada. Okay. All right. We'll talk to you next week. Well, Spencer, you said the market was going to go up 0.5% every day, and now we're up 0.7%.
Yeah.
So does that only mean we're going to be only up 0.3% on Monday, or what? You are on there. We're ripping into the close here, folks. When I say there's no resistance, there's no resistance. That my target of 41. I can't believe I even wrote this down on a piece of paper. 41.30 is my upside target today. A few minutes ago, that didn't look possible, but here we are, ramping it up into the close.
Yeah, I just am looking up what's the Brazil ETF symbol? It's B
EWZ.
EWZ, yeah, EWZ. That's the one.
Yeah, how they doing over there?
It's pretty bad down there. So
yeah. Well, I don't think he can get out of Canada. I don't think I think they're. Yeah, I mean, they're not letting anybody in or out. I don't know if we're ever going to see Triple D again.
No, I don't think I will.
I don't know. I think it's it. I think we'll just see him with that funky hair on the broadcast.
I mean, the last time I saw Dennis in person was, I think, the spring of 2019, and like May. I think May 2019 was the last time I've actually seen Dennis. I think it's been 2 years.
Really? Wait, what didn't we do something in what was the Benzinga Trading Summit?
Yeah,
was that 2 years ago.
I don't remember when that. I think that was in May.
What about the FinTech Awards? Didn't we go out there? Did you not go? Did Jason not want to pay for you to go for the FinTech Awards?
No, I was there.
Okay.
No, I think Dennis wasn't there. I don't think, but
he went to the FinTech Awards.
All right,
Yeah.
Maybe that was in the fall.
Okay, Emily Davis is probably the most polite person in the chat.
Right. Neo, let's go to Neo.
She said, before I go on vacation, take a look at Neo.
All right, let's do it.
And without looking at it, I'm going to say 38.50 is where it's trading. I was pretty close. 38.15. Boy, these stocks have just been out of favor lately. Even Tesla's down today. It just hasn't turned, Emily. I would say you got a little streak of lower highs going, so you're bound to break that. I mean, you don't need me to tell you there's tons of support here at 36. So if you want to lean on it, little swing trade here, 38. You got to watch this 30. Yes, yep. That's 35. So you're tons away from support. It's just out of favor. And that's really, I'm going to get rid of this retracement though for Emily, which is my daughter's name too. So that's why I answered your question.
The only reason.
Yeah. And I'll just give you this retracement to ponder when I'm gone. You had the rally. Okay, this is the rally, baby. I missed the low. We're going back to 50. Nope. And you were turned back. And now, so the best thing is maybe just hang in here right around, 38, 39 for a couple more days. Maybe this low will look like this low and you can turn back up. But man, is this thing going back to 65 soon? If I had to make a safe bet, I don't think that's going to happen when I'm on vacation.
All right, we'll do a couple more because we are a minute and a half away from the close. Let's look at CRISPR for Chill Will. Chill Will wants to know about CRISPR Therapeutics.
Chili Willy. Oh, let's see. I'm not going to include the PreMarket. I mean, once again, just a heavily out of favor stock. It's going down. It's tried to rally. I mean, look, you got tons of support here. I'm sure you don't want to hear this at 106, 107, 108. So if you're leaning on a for a swing trade, that's your major support. Maybe what you're going to have happen. I mean, you broke these lows here. Man, I would love to say I think this thing is turning and going back up to 160, 170, but you just can look. I mean, like biotechs. Like, do we talk about biotechs anymore? Like,
no. Well, every day I sort of mention it on our pre show, but then nobody ever acknowledged. Nobody ever acknowledged me, so then I just stopped mentioning it.
Biogen, yeah. So not much help on that. I'm sorry, but you got your levels to lean on. With these, you need a catalyst. Go look at your FDA calendar, see if they got something in the pipeline.
Okay, one more. StoneCo. Speaking of Brazil, this is a Brazilian IT company or tech company, STNE.
Oh, didn't this have some big runs?
Yes. Well, it's
well, it looks better than that other chart you just had me pull up. A potential head and shoulders double bottom. I don't like the way we peeled off the high there of 69.38 at 67.75, but there you go. I take out yesterday's high. Got some more room to go. Hasn't had anywhere near a 50% retracement. I just wouldn't expect the string of higher lows to continue forever. You've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But definitely long term could be potential. S&P's just blasted over 41.20 here, 21.50 high. Going to close on the high once again. Another great day for the market.
All right. On that note, Mr. Elkanen, I won't see or hear from you for a week.
No.
Unless you text me, of course.
I doubt it.
You doubt it? Yeah. I want you to have fun, relax, unplug. I'll be here when you get back. I hope.
I'm gonna try and be a little bit more fired up. I know I've been kind of down the last couple shows and stuff, but I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna be fired up, ready to go, and I'm sure you guys are gonna do a great job.
All right, Joel. Enjoy.
All right. See y'all a week from Monday.
All right. It is 4:00, and we do have our Cannabis Insider show at 4:30. But that being said, it is Friday at 4. So what I thought we could do is just have like a hangout session. Like I want to bring on some of the other Benzinga producers here, and we'll just hang out. And I like being on at the close because that's when the news comes out. I'm mindful of the Friday night news dump, so I'll be keeping an eye on my Benzinga Pro newsfeed for that. But that's the plan here. We have cannabis in a half hour, and until then, I want to bring on some peeps, and we're just going to hang. And anybody at Benzinga who wants to join is free to join. I see producer Aaron. I see Mitch. I know the invitation has gone out to a bunch of other people.
What's up, everybody?
How we doing?
Good. Fantastic. We had a great day. Solid Q2 meeting. That was fun. Very informative.
Yeah.
Great thoughts there. And
good energy.
Yeah, it was just high energy. Yeah, it was a great day.
I hear Jason next to you. Does Jason want to come on?
Jason is right next to me.
I know they're right here, but
oh wait, is he doing a thing?
Jason is currently at the producer hub because he was doing a quick clubhouse. We are live.
Wait a minute. Yeah, does he know he doesn't know we're live right now? That's okay.
Yeah, no, I told him we were live, but
okay.
That was a little sneak peek of the producer hub, by the way. Just we revamped it. We got a quick where we got a really big station, you know. Oh, there I am. Hey, what's up?
Can't even see. Nice.
Oh, I'm trying to get my set. I gotta get everything. See, here we go.
AB, of course, with no headphones.
Wait, can I tell you guys something? So we about a month ago, Aaron, producer AB, and I were in conversations with someone to do like a special Bitcoin versus gold debate, and we had this whole long email chain. We're like, yeah, like we'll do it. So the guy emailed us, Aaron and I, like yesterday evening at like.
We could be watching right now.
At like, yeah, he emailed us at like 5 o'clock, and Aaron like freaked out. He was like, "Oh my God, Spencer, it's tomorrow. What do we do? We have a quarterly meeting. We can't do this." And it wasn't on the calendar, and I was freaking out. And then AB went, "Wait a minute. No. It's next Friday. It's next Friday." So we all learned a valuable lesson on living and dying by the calendar, because if not for that, we would have
stressing yourself out for no reason. AB,
we would have
exactly.
We would have forgotten. So anyway, I mentioned that on the stream this morning. Special hour-and-a-half Bitcoin versus gold debate next Friday on the stream. How you doing, man? AB, what's up?
I'm good. I was, that we had the quarterly meeting today, just hanging out.
Was that your first one?
Yeah, well, I was there for the awards show where we had the little technical snafu.
No. Yeah, let's forget about that.
Doesn't count.
Forget about that. I've wiped that from my memory.
Good.
I see Tiny Pie in the comments is talking about the Masters though. So I was trying to like kind of during the meeting, quarterly meeting, sneak some peeks at the Masters, but couldn't really get a good gauge of what's going on there. So I don't even know who's winning right now.
I don't know either.
I think Justin Rose is up. He's leading he's in lead.
Producer Aaron, are you a golf guy?
I am.
Yeah.
I am. I used to caddy back in the day. It was my first job. It was solid.
I had no idea.
I'm a big golf guy too, Aaron. We got to play when I get up to Detroit.
Good Lord.
Hangout.
What are you doing?
I can't hit a golf ball if you paid me.
I'm actually going to a bachelor party in a month, and they asked me if I wanted to golf, and I was like, "Oh,
yeah, I will see you guys after."
Yeah, I'll see you guys at the bar after.
Ooh, Chris is saying watch Justin Thomas. Chris, I wonder if Chris is doing some sports investing on Justin Thomas.
Why not?
What is sports investing?
It goes into DKNG.
Gambling. It's what I call gambling.
It goes into DKNG. Just
sports investing.
I like it. I like it.
It makes it sound a little bit more professional.
I'll tell you the truth, AB. I probably made more in sports investing than I have in stocks. So
really,
yeah. Well, Mitch claims he has a system, whatever that means.
Hey,
I don't trust anyone that says they have a sports gambling system.
It's easy. You guys got to learn. There's free money out there.
Like, I'll always take the home dog if they're +3, whatever, and it's like, it might work.
Nope.
A few times, but it's not going to be.
I can tell you, man. I can tell you.
I'll
show you it.
But his
you got an echo?
Yeah, we hear echo. No, not anymore. We don't.
I mean, I'm sure there's gonna be a little bit of fun. I'm like right next to Spencer. It's a little bit unavoidable.
We're all.
Yeah, I'm right in between Spencer and Rohan right now.
We're all kind of on top of each other here.
Yeah. So, cool part of the Hangouts that I kind of wanted to get to today is, looking at the chat and turning to that.
I didn't even realize. Sorry, I don't want to cut you off, but I didn't even realize this whole time we were talking about this. I was messing around. I know I did. I was messing around with a golf tee just like in my hand.
Anyway, Aaron.
Anyway, go ahead.
Off of that.
Thank you for that.
All right, but yeah. So for the producer hangout, I wanted to turn to the chat and talk to you guys and get your feedback on our content all day, every day, and what you guys like about it, what you don't like about it, how we can improve it, what we can do, what you guys want to see, that kind of stuff. So drop it in the chat, let us know, and we can discuss it live, with you guys here, and get you guys the best content, the information that you want and need.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Any feedback?
Yes, very nice.
Very nice.
Let's talk about our differences right now. Let's figure out what we're gonna do. So the goal eventually is to get us to be 24/7. We're not quite there yet. We are 12/5 some days.
That is pretty great. That new show we got
in
the morning.
Yeah, the 4 a.m. show. Yeah, the early bird morning show.
The
I might
early
never
bird
watch it
gets
live.
the worm.
I told his name was Eric. I told Eric, I was like, if you have any problems, call me. You think I'm not going to call you at 4 a.m.? I said, thank you.
Dude, the early bird gets the worm. You got to be there.
But if you do call me, I might answer, but I probably won't. But I felt bad. I was like, I didn't want to leave him hanging because he's by himself. But he hasn't called me yet. So
The only way I'm watching that show live is if I happen to just stay up the night before and catch it in the morning.
Yeah, that's the only way I'll ever catch it live is if I'm up from the night before.
People have opinions.
Yeah, so here come the suggestions in the chat.
Yeah. So make Neil's show pre-market. Okay. Well,
Elliot and Ronan saying crypto show should be more than 30 minutes. I agree. I do feel that, the last 2 times that I've had the show go on, we've had guests on the show, and I just feel like we've been rushing them and just giving them more time to explain their platforms about and who they are and what they do. It's definitely pretty beneficial and very beneficial, actually, for the community.
We can talk about that. We can talk about expanding.
Thank you for that idea, Elliot Wolf and Ronan. Appreciate that.
Elliot Wolf, there are others here that also agree with that. So it's not a super hot take. We should try to figure out how to make that happen.
We kind of have something in the works right now, but we just have to keep moving on it.
All right, Tim Quas is a great guest. Well, he's on every Monday at 8:35, so check that out. Cat Van. Who on the panel was an investor before this post-COVID advice? Why do I hear myself? I think it's
Definitely not me.
No, I think it's Aaron. I'm gonna meet no, I mean it is maybe wrong too. I've been investing really not that long. I've only been investing we talked about this last night. Rohan had me on the first trade show. I've only been investing for like 5 years. Like 4.5, 5 years. That's it. I'm a relatively new investor myself. But I think with the exception of Rohan, who very publicly made his first trade on the first trade show, and producer AB, who's like just out of college, I think the rest of us have been, involved in markets.
Well, I've been like a by proxy investor. I told Raz this, but my first real experience with investing was back in the when I turned 13, had a bar mitzvah, part of my culture, got some money, and I was like, I was 13. You know what else I got when I was 13? My first iPhone. I was like, let's buy Apple. Let's buy Apple stock.
Dude, that's awesome. I wish I didn't do that, but I wish I had invested some of my bar mitzvah money.
So I explained, I was like, if you look at the chart from Apple and that was when I was 13, was in 2010. I was like, if you look at the Apple chart from 2010 to now, it's like, you're going to get hooked if that's all your only experience with trading. But I wasn't an active trader until.
Yeah, but you were an investor. That's awesome. That's awesome, man.
All right, just looking at the chat, Jonathan Dominguez moved the Twitch stream to stocks and bonds or just chatting. I try to do this every single day. It just defaults. It defaults to whatever it is right now, and I have to go in and change it manually every single day instead of having it set. So don't worry, I'm figuring that out. Just making sure that the channel stays defaulted to stocks and bonds or just chatting. Have to choose between the two. It's most likely going to be stocks and bonds because that's what our content is more focused on. But yeah, I just got to figure out how to default the channel to that.
Spencer, I'm seeing a couple comments saying that that Rob Roy needs a longer show. I think or at least maybe we could probably bring him on for 2 days a week instead of 1 day a week.
We can talk to Rob. I didn't realize he was a Mets fan. I'm a little bit less inclined now, but yeah, we can talk.
Bro, you're a Yankees fan, bro. Come on.
I know. No, truth be told, I don't have any opinions about the Mets. They're
this one, I'm going to address this one real quick.
Okay.
Ticker across the feed.
Yes.
Guys, we've been trying to get this going. I've contacted our streaming software support people, and they gave us a generic answer, which we already kind of knew how to do. But if we get this,
it looks pretty sick. I'm a fan of it. Look at that, Spencer just dropping it on us.
Yeah.
I mean, we could do it. We just got to
This is-
update it.
this
It
is
just
the
doesn't
hard way of
update.
doing it.
You got to
Yeah.
understand though, it's not real time, and so that's why we don't do it because we don't want someone to be like, oh, what? I don't see it up at 19% anymore.
Okay, so two things about
That's what we got to just say.
Yeah, so to Mitch's point, real-time quotes, everyone in chat, all our listeners, real-time quotes is extremely expensive. Okay, very expensive. The exchanges, that's their bread and butter, right? Is the real-time quotes. So what we've been doing, what I've been doing, at least for pre-market prep, is very rudimentary solution, which is that, which I update, which I do manually, and I put it up like once or twice. I'll do a gainers, I'll do a losers, I'll do it like once or twice per show. We're going to start doing it more. This is a very rudimentary solution to your question, and it solves the problem, but it's not like a true solution because, again, real time quotes is insanely expensive. Lou Jacoby wants me to do 9 a.m. 3 p.m.
3 p.m. solo.
Well,
I'm there for it. I'm there for it every day.
Not gonna happen.
The Spencer show, baby.
The 6-hour Spencer stream.
Yeah, here, Ajay is right. For you want real time takers, got to get Benzinga Pro.
You don't take lunch, Spencer. You eat lunch right on stream. We're just gonna bring you everything. We'll bring you the clothes.
Yeah.
Do a little sponge bath in the back.
Have you guys seen those like Korean live streams where they just stream themselves like eating? That'd be great.
It's called, what is that?
Time with
Mukbang.
Benzinga.
Mukbang.
Yeah,
Love
they
that.
get views.
I've seen a video too.
I got more views than us right now.
Yeah.
That's right.
Damn, why you gotta roast us like that, dude?
Hey, it's the truth. We gotta step up our game. We're getting up there. We're getting up there, though. That I know for sure.
No,
That I know for sure.
Sweet Life wants us to stream a Weeble account, man. That's how we get in trouble. Okay,
Yeah.
We're not going to be doing that. That's how Weeble gets mad, or like Nasdaq Basic or Nasdaq gets mad at us, and we don't.
We got our own thing. We got our own thing.
We're friends with Weeble, so we can't do them dirty like that.
We don't need somebody up our butt about streaming real time quotes without paying for it, because literally, this is how the exchanges make money, right? They're data companies. So
what my man said here: if you want real time tickers, get Benzinga Pro.
And check the link in the description, or check the code in the description for 20% off any Benzinga Pro subscriptions.
YouTube 20. It's up on the screen right
What's
now.
up?
YouTube 20. It's up on the screen.
Dang, we are really hooking you guys up.
Hey, we're getting their feedback. We might as well give them some value back, right?
Exactly.
I struggle.
There's one thing I wanted to get to also.
That
Yeah, bro. Come on,
it's
Spencer.
something I kind of wanted to get done and do for the community, because without you guys, obviously we wouldn't be doing all this content all day. So, if we can get a drum roll maybe, or I don't know how we want to go about this, but I am pushing for chat mods, So if you guys feel like in the chat, if you feel like you're a great mod, you watch our content all day, you stay engaged in the chat, reach out to powerhour@benzinga.com. Email us, let us know why you'd be a great chat mod, and we'll talk to you from there and see if we can get that going.
These guys are smart. Okay.
All right. I just
For a second, I was like, "Where's Joel?"
Yeah, I was like,
"Where's Joel?"
I am keeping one eye on the newsfeed just so everyone knows. No notable headlines have come out since it closed. Just so everyone knows. Second, what Aaron said about chat mods. If you want to be a chat mod, wait, did you give instructions on who to email yet?
Pardon?
Should we? So, all right, email if you want to be a chat mod, email powerhour@benzinga.com. Put chat mod in the subject of the email so we know why you're emailing us. And
yeah, we got Joe in the comments saying, "If only I had more time." Joe, it's not like a time commitment. Just whenever you're watching and you're
yeah. Right.
You're already engaging. You got the funniest comments by far. I'm gonna say that. I might be biased, but the difference is we'll just make you a mod. And when you're there, feel
Join
free
the
to moderate.
family. Join the fam.
Someone asked about the VXX 4-for-1 or 1-for-4. This happens a lot here. Let me pull up a chart. This happens frequently with ETNs and complicated securities that go down over time. So here, let me pull up my chart and you can see. Most leveraged or inverse products like this will at some point have to do a reverse split, because just look at the chart, right? Like eventually the contango will make it so low. The only way they have to just the only reason they do it is so the price isn't like ridiculously low anymore. So they're going to do a reverse split. It shouldn't affect you because this shouldn't be for you an investment vehicle. This is a trading instrument. So the whole point is just to juice the price up. And most leveraged ETFs, ETNs do this just to keep it above a certain threshold. It doesn't say anything about the status or legitimacy of the product. It's just a market thing that they need to do to get the price, make the price higher.
All right, I'm gonna jump in here. I've been thinking about actually doing this show, but like kind of more on a one-on-one. I think in the chat can let us know. I was thinking about actually talking to Spencer about doing this exact show. So kind of similar to what Daniel's talking about here, but we could do like a debate style show where, you know, one of us is looking at a short side, one of us is looking at a long side. We come into battle and we bring some facts to the table. So that's not a bad one at all.
Oh wait,
we don't
Daniel,
have to really bring facts. We can just argue and not bring facts. Make up stuff.
Wait, I forgot to mention a new show that we're debuting.
You need some banter.
Wait, on Monday.
I know. So I'm banter, like fight, but no facts, just fake news.
On Monday, we're debuting a new show, the weekly short recap with Edwin Dorsey. We don't talk about that side of the market as much as I would like. He's going to come on and just recap for us all the activity in short seller land, what the major short sellers were doing last week, what they published, what stocks they wrote about, and talk to us about shorting stocks in that side of the market. So that'll be at 4:00 on Monday. Check it out. Anyway, what's up, Brad?
You know, one thing I've seen requested a decent. Is that me? I don't even know what that is.
Just do it.
Okay. One thing that I've seen requested numerous times is a daily wrap-up show, sort of not wrap-up, but like highlights of the day or highlights of the week. So this week we had some like awesome stuff, right? I mean, Gary V, you know, and those guys, Matt Higgins, but a lot of other ones I'm neglecting to say, so I apologize. The guy from this morning. Anyway, so I think we need to have like a 15-minute like highlights of the day with a few clips that we show, and that is known every day at 4:45 or something. If you guys like that idea, can you press 1? If you don't like it, can you press 2?
Yeah, you got that Friday 3 p.m. slot. We could do that in.
Well, what if you want to do it? What if you want to do it right, Mitch? Like daily. I just don't know. Some people like. My brother-in-law was like, I can't watch all day, but I would love to see like the highlights for the day. And a few other people said to me, I mean, if it's not a hot thing, and I don't know how much work it takes. Oh, we got a lot of ones, Mitch. So I guess you're out.
That's all we need to hear. That's all we need to hear.
Oh my God, these people are funny with a microphone. I mean, I'm sitting at producer Rohan's desk, and he has the best equipment ever. Yeah. Mitch, his mouse is like heaven on earth. I'm gonna like rub his mouse for the next 2 days. His keyboard is like heaven on earth again.
Jason, everything on that desk is provided by me.
It's all Aaron. It's all producer Aaron Thomas's old gaming equipment.
Well, Aaron Thomas. I'm
also
sad that you wouldn't think I would like this. This mouse is this mouse is so great that if Zinger Nation, who's now part of Benzinga, Zinger Nation, you are fully a part of Benzinga. You're team members here. When you guys start doing stuff, the first gift I'm going to give is this mouse. Like I'll buy these mouses. They're called HyperX's something, and on the sides they have this like texture.
HyperX.
And HyperX on the side. And I don't know, it's assembled in China, but on the sides it makes your fingers feel very good. I will give that out as the first gift. The second gift maybe is this keyboard. It must be $100 keyboard. It is literally, oh my God.
Oh yeah, I spent a good amount of money on that keyboard. It's a Razer Huntsman TKL. I added sound dampeners and O-rings to it. I got custom keycaps on it. I lubed some of the. I don't know
what he's talking about right now, but okay.
I lubed some of the stabilizers and everything. But
Aaron, save it for your gaming stream.
Yeah. I'll save it for the gaming stream.
You lubed it. I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, Sweet Life Trader, you're part of Zinger Nation. If you're doing stuff for us, like I know Rohan gave you an answer on the chat mods. It just it's not every day. It's when you're available, and he's right. And there's other things we need help with. We need help with better descriptions on our YouTube pages, articles. We need you guys to go out and get feedback on our podcast, go create, I don't know, like a whole army. And you're part of Zinger Nation. You guys have my phone number now, and why wouldn't I give it to you? We're all one here. It's not us versus you guys. They're doing this show because they want. We need somehow to communicate. Since we don't have walkie talkies, we can't talk all day.
That's true.
Very nice.
So is the implication that Aaron just gives Benzinga his leftovers? Is that like his hand-me-downs? Is that what happened there? Also, Jason, how good are those headphones? Aren't they amazing?
That I haven't I mean, why are you saying that? Because they feel good on my ears?
Oh, because they like block. They're like true noise canceling. They cancel. Maybe you're not wearing the ones that I was wearing, but like.
No, I think I probably.
Yes, he's wearing them.
I am.
The noise canceling is turned off right now.
I'm so set on rubbing the mouse though. That's what I'm so focused on. Player resorts and okay, thank you, Infinity. I'll text Chris in a little bit. But hey, the 4 a.m. show. I just heard that you started it.
Yeah,
fine last night.
Yeah.
Was he able to get the stream going?
Yeah, twice.
Yeah, I watched. It was good.
I walked
Dude,
through. I walked
how long did it take you to walk him through it? Be honest.
No, it took longer to like get a time to walk through it than it did to walk through it. All right, it wasn't that hard.
Well, I completely failed at I had his wife, and I could not get him to hit the share button to share a screen.
What? I don't even know. No, he had no problems when I talked to him. So maybe you don't know how to communicate with him. But
oh my God, you should ask him about the thing of sharing a screen. I literally was going to lose. It was worse than my mom at one point.
Wait.
One Campus Marshes, we had walkie talkies. Jeff Warren, you're lying. You do not have walkie talkies. I love walkie talkies. Love them. Yeah, guys, this camera is really sweet. But guess whose desk it's on? Producer Rohan's. When I talk to you guys, I talk to you with the laptop with the camera in my freaking face. It makes my face look fatter than it already is by like 10 times. So to me, that's you know what I'll say. Yeah, so I freaking love Producer Rohan's spot. Like I could sit here all weekend, get a thing here. This is you guys should all just move down here if you would love that spot.
Or up.
I mean,
take it over, Jason. It's yours. Although I might not be able to produce the shows as well, but
no. Don't do that.
All right, guys, how upset on a 1 to 10 level, 1 to 10, and producer Aaron Bree, you have no vote in this because you're too new here. How upset would you guys be? I mean, I know what level I would be upset, so I'm not asking because I just want to know if we had a little bit of a dress code. A little bit of a dress code. A little bit.
I wouldn't be upset.
Okay, so that's one that's not upset.
I wouldn't be
I
upset
would
about
assume
it.
producer Aaron would be upset.
No, when I first came to the company, there was kind of like a dress code kind of thing on the contract, and I saw it as like business casual and then sometimes casual Fridays. So I figured like the first few weeks that I was working here, I was wearing a polo, khakis, nice shoes, dress shoes, like pretty much all the time. And then like when COVID happened and everybody stopped coming to the office, I started dressing a little bit more lax.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. That's fair answer. I would like to know what Mitch Hotch has to say about that.
It doesn't affect no problem with it. I mean, you see me on Spax Attack when we have interviews. I dress up. I think, for certain occasions, it definitely requires us to dress up a little bit. So I think it matters on the event.
Yeah, so I don't want to be suits. Like someone asked that, Ajay. I do want us to be memorable and different. And so, for example, there's the cow guy that goes on like Fox Business and wears a cow thing and those white glasses. I'm not saying I want to be that but I am saying like I want us to look like we give a shit. And yes, I can roll out of bed and put on my t-shirt and whatever, like I do sometimes. And I think it shows a little more professionalism if we're always the professional place and look at, because there's good, you guys, we're going to have a lot of competitors that come in and do the same things we do. How do we differentiate ourselves? How do we close those deals with Sirius? How do we close those deals with Fubo TV? Fubo signed a soccer deal today. Did you see that?
We talked about it. Yep.
That's nice. And by the way, I guess the dress code could just apply to, to the top part, not the bottom part.
Well, what's interesting is we've had dress codes in the past, but as Aaron said, COVID kind of got
What happened?
rid of that.
What happened?
Oh yeah, look at Mitch. He looks good. See, Mitch, you look so good right now.
But this is just a V-neck under. We could wear like V-necks under and just have like shirts under.
A jacket, yeah. I mean,
Sports jacket. A sports.
Noel Vic
We're all gonna
says
look like VCs.
By the way, you guys haven't said this. If I was you, I would have said this. I'll tell you what I would say. I'm thinking of it now from Noel Vic's thing. I would have said, okay, yes, let's look like awesome, like sleek badasses, like nice clothes. So basically, let's have Benzinga spend like $10,000, $20,000, buy us awesome clothes that we can wear in the top part when we're broadcasting. And then now you just got a wardrobe that you can use for real life too. But I know we don't go out in real life because of COVID, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the hard part. Yeah, I honestly start putting on clothes for no reason now. So, I mean, that sounds good to me.
Start putting on clothes for no reason.
Yeah, like what I mean is like I dress up and I'm like walking around the house. I'm like, wearing.
Oh, do I have to get off here? I see Elliot Lane's here.
Yeah, we have Cannabis Insider in 2 minutes.
Oh, okay,
Cannabis Insider in 2
one
minutes.
question. Can you guys answer Tony Rosas?
Yeah, he's talking about you.
Me?
Yeah.
What's that have to do with me?
You called it FUBU.
Oh, what? Oh. We want to know if we close the. But at the bottom line is, do we close the deal? That's what he wants to close the deal.
He's saying you got to pronounce the company name right.
All right, I know, but did the deal close already? That's what we're asking.
No. But I've had an email court. I've been talking to them today actually over email. But no.
Did they get their package?
That's what we talked about.
What'd you talk about? What was the issue?
You're not going to believe it. Because here's what happened. Okay. And this
FedEx lost it.
FedEx. Okay. FedEx sent them. I sent them a package. FedEx sent it to New York. Then FedEx sent it back to Detroit. And then they lost it. So I don't know where it is. And they told me to file a claim, but they can't do anything about it now because it's only been 7 days. So I sent them a new one. And I sent it to not the office. I sent it to someone's personal.
How much money is FedEx giving you back?
I filed a claim for the value, which is like whatever the value of the package was. That's what I filed a claim for, and I haven't checked on it.
Dude, I have not heard in my life FedEx losing it. I don't believe you ever sent it.
I have the receipt. I have the receipts, man.
So do you have the tracking and showing it?
Yes, it's all on here. It's all I have the tracking number. I have the receipt.
To be fair, I did see him sit on the phone for like 2 hours with them.
Thank you, Rohan.
Well, to be fair, producer Rohan, we sent all that crap and all that stuff. We wanted to get a deal with them. We never followed up.
All right.
Black shirts. That's what they're saying.
I have a lot of black shirts. I have one under this. I'll happily wear.
Yeah, I got a whole bunch of these V-necks that I could just.
I'll say probably 75% of my wardrobe is black.
There you go.
So I'm ready.
The black.
I'm ready too. I think Elliot's getting nervous. I think Patrick.
I'm ready.
Patrick.
Cannabis Insider.
It's Cannabis Hour. All right, it's Cannabis Insider. This is exciting. It's a Friday. Cannabis Insider by the most good-looking, smartest guys I know who are brothers in the cannabis space. They go by Patrick and Elliot Lane. I know the team here has a way to transition, and I'm not supposed to be here, so I am gonna hit the road, Jack, and don't come back no more. And before you cut me off and turn it off, I just want to do one thing, please. I just want to do this.
Hasta la vista, baby.
Okay.
Baby.
All right, someone take it over.
I'm wearing a Benzinga shirt right now, just FYI.
I feel like after that conversation, I should have all black. You should have all black. And we need Jason's soundboard.
Cannabis
Jason,
Hour.
you're back, by the way.
The molecule.
What did you say, Patrick? You said what?
I said I feel like I should wear all black because Aaron Thomas wears all black.
Yeah,
Apparently he said,
we're gonna up the dress code at Benzinga overall.
okay, to all black. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know.
Why not? Look at Mitch. Mitch looks good.
Mitch is looking good today.
Mitch looks like, I don't know, combination of like Wall Street and The Matrix. I'm gonna go with
Mitch. I gotta say it. Mitch looks fantastic. He looks great. Like
he looks pretty good.
Yeah. So
is that a blazer you're wearing too, dude?
Yeah, just the
that looks nice.
Press blazer, nothing.
Patrick, I don't know if you heard,
like
but
the new
Benzinga
age
may spend like $20,000 buying new wardrobes for everyone that's on the broadcast.
I'm getting off the broadcast immediately. I don't trust you to pick up my clothes.
Well, guess what?
Mitch,
Then you
I
won't
would trust.
I'll give it a
Not
shot.
you, man.
Send me some clothes, Raz.
Well, guess what, Patrick? Then you won't get your makeup done because we're gonna get makeup too.
I got plenty of that, pal. I live in a house
Patrick
of all
needs it.
women. I got a lot of makeup around here.
I got one thing for the cannabis boys. I think CGC has bottomed, and that with that I'd leave.
Do you think so?
I
Wait,
think that's
give
the
us your
bottom
reasoning. I
today.
was going to start with CGC.
Today.
Go for it.
Today,
So much M&A there, by the way, too.
To me, it's just like I've been looking for the next wave. You know, we had that wave, and right before like going into February. So I'm looking for the next one. I always talk about it. Stock market's all about waves. There's going to be another wave, and I think now you're seeing the third bottom. If we can get back above 30, I'll definitely feel confident in this one. Of course, he's going to fight this 30 a little bit more to get back up, but I think that's what I want to see. A nice move right back above 30, and this can get right back moving.
I don't think it's as desperate. I don't think the acquisition was as desperate as people said. I think they increased their brand visibility. At 3 amazing brands they acquired when they took over Supreme.
It's a lot of good brands.
And their flower market share now in Canada. I mean, they own Canada. Like I don't know, man.
What's the reasoning though, Mitch? You think they're diluting too much?
I think timing was the right move though. Look, they didn't do this purchase when they were up here. They did this purchase when they were down here. And so with that being said, I think you're going to start seeing that value come back to the stock. Because
for sure.
Without that value, it went up to 50. With that being included, why couldn't it go back to 50?
Yeah.
At least that's my.
Well, and then right before this, they
I
purchased
think so.
another brand, Ace Valley, AV Cannabis. I mean,
So
they're
Mitch,
on the hunt.
I love this kind of talk, right? I'm always interested to know, are you the type of investor? Same goes for anybody in the chat. Feel free to answer this. Are you the type of investor that you see a bunch of activity like M&A, whether it's insider buying or whatever the case may be, and that excites you, right? You want to get in because you feel like the company's moving, they're priming the pump, they know something you don't, and you want to get in? Or do you feel like it's moves out of desperation? I'm curious.
Well, I'll relate it to at least the cannabis sector because I've been watching this sector for a long time. I mean, I was part of it back in 2018. I was day trading it. So now it's kind of like I've been waiting for what I called like that third wave. When were we going to get that next boom, the next cannabis boom? I thought it was going to come with the election last year. And then March came and I kind of got worried. I got shook out and missed the move that I was thinking. The election really did bring a move up in cannabis overall. And I think now that you're seeing some more, like you're mentioning MMA, I think that you're starting to see the confidence come back into investing into these and taking the growth approach again, not just, holding off on the gas pedal. I think you're going to start seeing some companies start hitting that gas pedal. And especially as you start seeing more and more states kind of moving towards it and federal keep talking about it.
So I want to bring up another stock before you leave, Mitch. And I know we have to do our intro.
What ticker? I'll pull it up.
TCNNF. Let's jump to TrueLeaf for a second. So we had the news yesterday. I think it was yesterday or maybe 2 days ago about CureLeaf raising about I think it was like 130 million offering for closing costs for their deal to buy EMAC, whatever the hell you call them, and further European expansion, right? TrueLeaf just closed, I believe it was like 250 million Canadian, so roughly 200 million US, selling shares in a public offering, right? So the stock doesn't reflect that, right? The stock is down a little bit right now. I think the offering was at what, like $34 Canadian, something like that, and it's like at $41 right now. I don't know. I'm curious because I think this is another company that is a leading American operator, right? And you can see that. Look at that curve, right? They've been experiencing some up and downs lately, but do you think they are keeping up with the Joneses with an offering like this? Do you think they're trying to make a move? Do they know something we don't? What do you think?
Well, a lot of times I look at the chart and I say, where are we on the chart? We're really kind of close to that high. I mean, 50 here isn't too far off, let's say, from where they are right now. And if we look at where this company has been priced before the pandemic, it was down, let's say, by the 12s, 16. So I think they're viewing this as an opportunity. You know, one of the things is when you start investing and you look into how, if you want to push the growth, you're going to need some money, right? And so I think this is a time that you're starting to see some companies probably getting into the, I need to build up some cash so that I can do and push on that growth when it's apparent. Some people are going to push early. Some people are going to wait to see the trends really take off, and then they'll push. But with that being said, this gap, and you mentioned 34, that stands out to me right there. That's probably where I would be starting to get interested back into this one, just because there's a gap right here. And a lot of times when we have that gap, it fills. And so that's kind of what I would say about this one. I would wait for that gap to come back down and fill. Then I'd be interested in this one. But CGC actually had a gap that it just filled with that move yesterday.
That's interesting stuff, man. And I'm always curious. So thanks, Mitch. I appreciate that, man. When it comes to stocks like this, though, you guys, like, I agree with you, Mitch. I think that there's an opportune moment to jump in, and everybody's got to determine that for themselves, right? But you know the sector is poised for more activity like this, right? And especially these companies at the top of the heap, they're all going to be jumping in, right? Raising here, raising there. They want to buy this company. They want to expand to this market. It's going to be a lot of that coming up.
Well, before I get out of here, I just want to thank you two for honestly doing this show, because you know we had Cannabis Hour before, but for those cannabis traders really out there, I think this is really doing them a service. Just talking this on an everyday basis, keeping up with these companies, I think you're definitely doing people value, especially for the cannabis traders that are out there.
Hey, I appreciate that, man. And thanks for being here. Thanks for doing what you do, Mitch,
Appreciate you guys.
for our traders, man. We'll catch you on the flip side. Aaron, roll it.
Welcome.
Boom.
Cannabis, y'all. CGC to start the day. True Leave. I mean, we're done, right?
I think so.
Oh, Sundial. Oh my God, we can talk about Sundial and then we're done. They're up 1 cent. Okay, now we're done. Welcome, y'all. You know, we're happy to be here. Mitch is the man with the plan when it comes to breaking down some stocks and charts. But we got some news to dive into.
We definitely did.
Big news last night. Big news. We don't have a song for you today. I played us a song yesterday for Canopy and Supreme. But
I heard that. I heard it.
Yeah. So I'll read the headline and then we'll get initial reactions from Patrick. Mercer Park brand SPAC to buy California cannabis operator Glass House Group for $567 million US. They are listed on the OTC MRCQF. M as in man, RCQF. All right. So a lot to dive in here. Glass House is, I think, one of the faster growing brands in California, and that's where I'll start.
Yep, huge brand, huge brand. This is a big deal, right? And I'll tell you why in just a second. But let's focus on Glass House first, because I think it's important for those of you who don't know them to get to know them, right? They've been up and coming for a long time, right? So I think they're the number 2. Yeah, BDS has them. BDS Analytics, great data provider, by the way. The number 2 ranked flower brand in California in 2020 was Glass House Farms. Flower in California is a big deal, right? I mean, you've got
really,
yeah. I mean, come on. You've got the Humboldt County, the Emerald Triangle in SoCal. You've got these legacy growers out there. I mean, families that have been growing for decades, right, and probably longer than that, right?
Look at Next Green Wave. I mean, Next Green Wave. That CEO is a legacy grower, and they are pumping it out, and they're awesome. So, I mean, Glass House Group, to your point, right there.
So that's one thing, quality, right? You know right away, just based on data, that quality is something that the Glass House team has, right? Here's the other thing about it. They have a long-term cultivation expansion to 6 million square feet of greenhouse, which is by far the largest capacity of any cannabis operator in California, right? So
Well,
that is huge.
Yeah, they work both on B2C and wholesale.
Yep.
They have big activations in both, to your point.
Now, let me tell you really why I think this matters, right? Mercer Park Brand Acquisition Corp, right? That is the SPAC that is engaging in this transaction. Jonathan Sandelman is also CEO of Air Wellness, AYRWF. So now you have a major MSO, right? When we know Jonathan, we know Jen. Air Wellness is a kick-ass company, really, really well positioned, especially in the Northeastern corridor, right? With a sister company that is about to dominate in California, right? Now one could read between the lines,
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I am right now.
Yeah, right. There's a lot to go on there. You know, at the very least, there's going to be some arrangements, agreements, partnerships, all kinds of stuff between the two entities. Do they eventually become one entity? I don't know, but that's really exciting, I think.
Well, and to get straight back to Glass House Group and their particular business line, we talked about Green Thumb Industries earnings at the Q4 earnings. I think they were up, what was it, year over year, 157%.
Yep.
We talked about Canopy Gross, I think it was like 130. We talked about Trulies. We talked about Forefront. We've talked about everybody, these 3-digit earnings. Glass House Group with the highest number I've seen, 185% year over year. So they're not to the actual revenue number of a GTI or any of the ones I just mentioned, but they are growing very quickly. And as Patrick said, the market share is there. So keep an eye on this one. I'm going to tell you again, the ticker is MRCQF. And honestly, keep an eye on Air Wellness. I mean, they have been wrapping up some assets.
They sure have.
They took some in New Jersey, Ohio. Where was it? Arizona.
Arizona. Yep.
Yeah.
They just
those 3
completed
markets
some
in the
stuff
past
in Arizona.
2 weeks. Does he sleep? Does John Sandelman sleep?
I don't. He must not. Or Jen. God bless her.
Yeah.
She's been killing it.
My Lord.
Here's another one. Elliot, that just wrapped up their acquisitions and moves. I think it was in Arizona that some of these deals took place. Was Verano, VRNOF, and I know who was it in the chat that wanted to hear about Verano? Michael, here's Verano for you. Stock's at $19.50 right now, down a dime or so today, 12 cents. This is an interesting company, and I know the AltMed deal is not done yet, Elliot, but I feel like this is a company that is really, really poised to break out. Right.
I mean, but like if you look
zoom
at
in
that,
a little for us, will you?
Yeah, if you look at that chart though, that's just following. Like all the good companies have a very similar chart, with the exception of TrueLeaf.
Yeah.
Like every single one of them almost has the exact same shape. Like look at Tilray's, look at Afria's. Like they're all very similar to me.
Right. Yeah, no, I'm very interested in this company specifically. I want to see this merger done with AltMed, and then I want to see what's next. I mean, these guys have been buying up real estate left and right, so let's see what happens. But this is definitely not a company to snooze
and
on.
Verano's making a play in New York as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
I mean, their revenues are great. Their numbers are great. Verano is a wonderful holding there. I want to bring attention to some big news we have Monday. Afria's earnings.
Indeed.
Afria's earnings.
APHA and TLRY.
Drop a 1 if you're bullish about Monday and Afria's earnings. Drop a 2 if you think it's going to be a 2. I'm interested because right now I look at their chart and it's not been a good, we'll say direction. It's been headed the wrong direction. Same with Tilray's. So I think Monday it's a big day, right?
Yes, it is a big day. It's a very big day. It's a big day for us too, because you know why? On Monday, we have the CEO of Kushco Holdings joining us.
Yes, we
Is that
do.
right? So
Yeah, he's
KSHB, Nick Kovacevic, is joining us. He's going to talk about the merger with Green Lane. That's GNLN, right? That will be a massive provider of brands and services to the cannabis space.
Did you see their Q2 revenue or their Q2 earnings release?
I did. I was just looking at it.
What I want to call out is the what was it? It was like a 20-something% increase month or quarter over quarter, 23%,
23%.
sequentially, up to 32.9 million for Q2 revenue increases. And it's because they just increased their sales to those that were already buying from them.
Yeah, that's always helpful, right?
Like-
Getting those folks who pay you to pay more for more services or other services.
Genius.
Yeah, yeah.
But they didn't do anything revolutionary. They just buckled down on what they do best, and they did it more, I guess. Kushco is still just, they are the leader in the packaging. And then you have Green Lane, a brand builder and providing ancillary products themselves. Easy play once this merger goes through, in my opinion.
Yeah, so let's look at some of these
Me
right
too, brand
next to each
blockchain.
other, right?
I used to own it too.
Yeah, I know. So I got rid of it, and now I'm considering it again, right? But you've got Green Lane; they're at like $6, right? 604. You've got Kush at $1.29, right? I think highly undervalued, my personal opinion. You've got Tilt at only 53 cents. Only 53 cents for Tilt Holdings.
That's an easy play, y'all.
So look, let's
advice, but it's similar to Green Lane. Sorry, go ahead.
No, this is interesting to me though, because we have several of these like ancillary brands all up next to each other, right? Let's call a couple of them out, and some of the big ones are in here too, like Grow Generation, GRWG. You've got Urban Grow, UGRO, right? And let's look at the price differential there. Grow Gen is at $54.02. Thankfully, I bought them early, so I'm doing well there. Urban Grow finally got their listing on the NASDAQ, and they're doing well. They're at like $8.47. But then there's a massive drop off, right? You've got Tilt at 53 cents, Kush at $1.29. You've got Green Lane at $6.04, and then a massive increase again. You've got Hydra Farm at $60. You know
what it is though? This isn't what it is, but I think you also have to take into consideration the ones that aren't just cannabis ancillary, or they're not advertising themselves as that, or didn't start as that. So you look at some of these, like a Scott's, or
it's not even a fair comparison.
Like I just spoke to one today in the clean tech sector that is focused on sustainability, called Sus Global. So these companies that do the same thing, but aren't just focused on cannabis. They have part of the market share too. So
you're absolutely right.
Taking that into consideration, like if you're not in the top tier of the cannabis one specifically, there's a couple hills you have to overcome before even getting there. Not to say you can't do it at all, but just a thought.
Well, I am one that believes in, and I know we've said this for years now, right? And we're all very excited about the uptick in M&A and the activity that we've all seen, right? But I do believe this is going to be a transformational year for the landscape as it currently exists, right? And we're seeing that, right? Supreme has been around since the beginning of this industry, right? The legal cannabis industry. And now they are a part of Canopy Growth, right? We're going to see more of that. And I think this space particularly is a really interesting one. So Kush and Green Lane joining forces, right? That's the beginning of it. But who's next? Who's the next acquisition target? Are we looking at a Tilt or an Urban Grow or one of these companies?
Yeah, we haven't seen many mainstream ancillary companies until Kushco and Green Lane. Akerna buying Viridian, Akerna is obviously the bigger player here, right?
Right.
So I don't know. Are there enough there to really make a dent it, or do we need to wait until there's some better
I feel like there are
legalization?
more every day. There are more every day, right? And look,
But do they have the market? Like, do they have is there interest to purchase them though? You know, like, do they have the draw? Whether or do the bigger companies just come in and take the market share?
Yeah, no,
You know what I mean?
it's a good question. It's a good question. But think about like in the private space, the private sector, right? You've got you got a company like Dutchy. Dutchy is absolutely dominating, you know, and we don't want to use the M word, the monopoly word, right? But like they're absolutely dominating the dispensary tech space, right? They just bought the number 1 and number 2 POS systems, and I would imagine, right? And again, I don't know this. I don't have any insider information there, but I would imagine their next step is in store, right? They'll probably follow a similar footprint to a Stripe or a Square or whomever, right? And if that's the case, then you know they're going to be a juggernaut too, and it's just a matter of time before either they're public or you know one of these other companies.
Well, and they get fintech investors involved in.
Exactly.
Like, I mean, us as cannabis, you know, enthusiasts and investors, like, I mean, the amount of money that comes from the fintech space is 20 times.
Yeah.
So I mean, keep that in mind.
Throw your tickers in the chat that you want to hear more about, that you want to know about. This is a really interesting time in the industry, right, where a lot of companies are making moves, and so on the flip side of that spectrum, those companies who aren't making moves right now, I'm always curious to say, hey, what's going on there, right? What is it that's holding some of these folks back, right? Go ahead.
Well, and I'll tell you, an obvious place. I mean, I may get smacked for saying this because it's too obvious, but I mean, there's really only a couple Canadians making moves. Nobody else is.
Right.
I mean, maybe it's the lack of money. Maybe it's, I don't know, but you would think maybe some European or Latin American expansions might be interesting, you know, for a Delta 9 or a Christina Lake or, you know, some companies like that. But
you would think so.
Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting to take a look at some of those companies. Delta 9, they have an interesting business in the US, so maybe I shouldn't have said them, but you know, maybe like a MetaPharm or somebody like that. I was just
gonna say, we have so many friends in the extraction space, right? MetaPharm and Valens and all sorts of these folks, Precision, a whole bunch of these folks, right? I've not seen any major moves lately.
Well, Valens and Neptune both made acquisitions in the novel food industries.
That's true. Well, yeah, but even so, it almost feels like it's old news now, even though I know that was this.
Yeah, it's
this
like a month ago,
year.
but yeah, or 2 months ago. Time flies. But you know that's probably But like when you look at, I don't know, Next Leaf Solutions. I mean, they have put such a heavy emphasis on IP and global IP at that, but I mean, it hasn't really played out yet. You know, you know, their costs are pretty high just as an extractor. Extraction technology is not cheap.
Preaching to the
It is
choir.
not cheap, y'all. And running an extraction business is not cheap. So if their licenses pay off and they can get those royalties and those LOIs, then yeah. But I'm just, it's kind of like you know, and then it's going to be an incredibly valuable play.
Right. You know what? I just want to jump because I think that there are a couple of questions in the chat and two that I think I want to put right up next to each other. CLVR, that's Clever Leaves Holdings, and Avicana, AVCNF. And this is why I want to look at these two guys together, right? They're very different, right? In the sense that, you know, you could say, hey, they're in the same space. They're both involved in Latin America and Canada and Europe, right? They're both, you know, following the same trajectory. I think that they are very similar and on almost opposite ends of the spectrum, right? I think Avicana is vastly underweight in terms of how they've been classified. Only a $35 million market cap compared to, I think, over 300 million with Clever Leaves, right? And they're not too dissimilar in terms of what their overall trajectory is. But if you listen to Kyle Detweiler speak at our most recent cannabis conference, you know, he alluded to this Curaleaf MAC deal, right? And he said, listen, we're in those markets, right? He didn't specifically say that he was fielding calls, but he definitely said that he expected interest to be high.
Yeah.
Right. And on both sides of that front. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens with Cleverleaf specifically, but then also Avocano, who's again right there on a very similar trajectory, what that does for them along the way, right?
What do you think of Weed Maps?
Weed Maps just came out with some kind of event, right? Let's see. They had some
Weed
news
Maps
today.
It's a good play. It's a fine play. I think you haven't begun to see the competition there yet. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think right now it's a good play for sure.
I know the Silver Spike folks fairly well. I like them. I like their style. I like just their operational style. So I think the company will be in good hands when that finally does go through. But I don't know. I don't know much about how they're choosing to move the ball forward right now. Again, a company that we have not heard much from over the last several weeks. So more to come, I hope.
Jeff.
We picked seeds out of ditchweed. Yes.
Oh man, that's good. Hey, Jeff, we love you, man. We appreciate your support. Yeah, guys, if you didn't catch Cannabis Hour yesterday, 2 incredible interviews with Josh Kincaid of C3 Fund and Catherine from Vice Ventures. Both dropped some great knowledge. The people that were listening yesterday, I think, got a lot out of it. Definitely recommend hitting those up. Josh, teaser for you, is currently cashed out of the cannabis industry right now. So if you want to hear what he has to say, if he's going to get back in, when he gets back in, tune into the interview. HITIF, there's your daily presence in the chat.
I know.
Hi.
We missed you.
We
missed you.
Some
Elliot with 2 T's.
Elliot with 2 T's. Hey, man. Good name, though. All right, Patrick, we got a minute here. We've touched on a lot today. I think guys definitely pay attention to the Mercer Park pie of Glass House and what that means for air. I think you're want to tune in Monday for the Kushco interview.
That reminds me, Elliot. I mean, I can't believe I didn't mention this when we were talking Clever Leaves, but Kyle Detweiler will be on the following Monday.
19th, April 19th. He's back.
So he'll be there.
Yep, we'll have Kyle Detweiler on. But in between Kushco on the 12th and Kyle Detweiler of Clever Leaves on the 19th.
So excited.
On Tuesday, we'll be having back Fabian from Gage, the president.
I might
of
have
Gage.
to sneak into that one.
Yeah,
I might have to sneak into that. I don't normally come on Tuesdays, but
Kick
I
coffee
miss
off.
Fabian. I miss Fabian, so
kick
I
coffee
might have
off.
to jump on there.
Yeah, MindMed. We do love MindMed. They're around for a while. I think they have an uplisting in a month-ish.
I believe so. J.R. Rana is a very, very, very smart guy.
Yeah, I think MindMed is an obvious leader in that industry. Other psychedelic plays you might look into: Red Light Holland do a great job. Entheon Biomedical,
Novamind,
Neon,
and Magic Med. Their Cybrary, you guys, Cybrary and AI. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go to Magic Med, magicmed.com. I don't know. Look up the website, but some really, really cool stuff that they're doing. Yeah.
Magic Med. All right, Patrick. I feel like we had a bunch of unfinished conversations today, but you know what? We do this every weekday. So we'll be back Monday talking to Nick Kovacevic. However, before we leave, and thank you all for tuning in. This has been fun. I think this is the end of this stream after we are done. Patrick, stock time. What are you looking at right now? And then I'll drop one as well.
Well, what do you mean? Just any stock? Any stock that I'm looking at?
Yeah.
I mean, geez, man, you're going to put me on the spot like that?
Okay, I'll go first. I am still bullish overall on Hexo. I think they are undervalued with their acquisition of Zenabis, and I think the CGC acquisition of Supreme actually makes the acquisition of Zenabis look a little better. So I'm overall bullish on it. I think one day it's going to pop, and I'm going to be happy, and y'all are going to be like, he told us that like 10 times.
Yep. I'm bullish again. That's why I spent so much time on it earlier. But I'm really bullish on the ancillary space, especially the urban grows.
Akerna.
Akerna is an awesome company, and Jessica Billingsley is one of the smartest people in the industry.
Mhm.
I am bullish on GrowGen. The $54 share price is a little rich right now for me to jump in and buy more. I'm very happy with what I've gotten so far on the money I've made from that stock. But some of these vastly underweight in comparison stocks like an Urban Grow or a Kush or Green Lane, there's just only room to go up from here.
Yeah.
So I'm all in.
Could not agree more. Everybody, thank you all so much for tuning into Cannabis Insider with the Lane Bros, Lane Duos, and Jeff Cavalieri. We'll consider him a Monterey brother because he's here with us as much as we are.
Yeah, of course.
You're a champ, Jeff. We appreciate all of you all tuning in. We'll be back on Monday. Y'all have a good weekend. I think we have weekend content, so stay tuned. We'll talk to you soon.
Have
and
a great weekend.
BZSmallCap.com for our Clean Tech Conference. Be there or be square.
Do it. You know you want to. All right, bye.
Bye.